reading the public charge. The Board of Commissioners asks its members and citizens to conduct themselves in a respectful, courteous manner, both with the board and fellow citizens. At any time, should any member of the board or any citizen fail to observe this public charge, the chair will ask the offending person to leave the meeting until that individual regains personal control. Should decorum fail to be restored, the chair will recess the meeting until such time that a genuine commitment to the public charge is observed. So we will start this morning with citizens' comments. We have, first thing this morning, we have 30 minutes for citizens' comments, and we will give each person 3 minutes to speak. We'll start with James Tavares. If you will go to the mic and give your name and address, please.
Good morning. James Savara, 12 Susanna Drive, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the Coalition for Affordable Housing and Transit. I'm coming to encourage you to include a support for extremely low-income tenants as you make your budget allocation, particularly as you use your remaining ARPA funds. The burden of paying rent is substantial for most extremely low-income households. The city's community development department states that over 8,000 households in Durham with income less than 30% of area median income are spending more than half of their incomes on rent. These extremely low-income renters are at risk of eviction if they are not able to pay their rent. The number of evictions doubled in 2022 to almost 6,000. We seek to help, and as a result, about 1,700 tenants were removed from their homes in 2022. We seek to help those who are in greatest need because of a combination of extremely low income and high rents. Let us help these struggling households before they face eviction and greatly improve their quality of life by offsetting the negative impact of paying more than half of their limited income on housing by providing them with a payment of $600 a month through the Rental Assistance Guaranteed Income Program. We hope that the county will take the lead in starting this pilot program. You took the lead in creating the Low-Income Homeowners Relief Program, and the experience with this program was even stronger in its second year. It looks like the city is committing all of its housing funds to low-income housing construction. Larissa Seibel and I hope that the county will be willing to start the program with a scaled-back number of recipients, 250 to get the program started. It would be a strong guaranteed income pilot program. The Center for Home Ownership and Economic Development Corporation, which worked on the Durham Emergency Rental Assistance Program, is interested in managing the program and advising recipients. It is a HUD-approved housing counseling agency. The center will prepare a detailed grant proposal. The center will share information with the Department of Social Services about how to run this program, and we hope it will take it on in the future. We ask that the county take on this pilot program with an allocation of ARPA funds of $1.875 million. ARPA funds could also be used to fund a second year of the program, since the funds can be used into next year. It would be great if you could persuade the city council to get on board as well, to double the number of recipients, but it's important to get this program started and provide relief to these struggling households before they face the disruption of eviction, not just some help after they have gone through that process and have had to find a new place to live. Thank you very much for your attention to this important matter.
Thank you, Jim. The next speaker is James Chavez.
Good morning. My name is James Chavis. I'm a PAT co-facilitator for PAT 1, District 1 in Durham. And I'm glad first time getting back to see some of y'all face to face. But my first part of this is going to be done with a letter that we requested county manager to come to our PAT meeting. But she did not show up. And this is why we wanted her there to deal with the same thing that this young man just talked about. Affordable housing and the impact that our developers are doing to Durham and how the county was going to be acting in since her new becoming. Well, she did not show up. But Brenda Hamilton showed up in place, your county manager, and she said she was there to support the manager. And she tried to call her on her phone, and she said she didn't know why she didn't answer her. And she was supposed to get back with us. This was in 2022 of July. Now July is about to come again. I got the email that we sent out, Brenda. Why are you looking so disturbed? I got the email. That's why I brought it, to let you know you and the county manager lied to us. The reason why I'm calling y'all liars to your face is because you didn't do what you claimed you was going to do. You as the county manager, when you first took off in, you said you was coming out to the community and what? Find out and work with the community. Brenda Hamilton, you told us you was going to come back and tell us why she did not show up. Well, see, this what makes us have suspicions of some of you people, because liars make us look very different at you. So this here, I'm coming to you again. I got some flyers. We're talking about the impact again of these developers. Gwen came to you all and I couldn't make it, asking you all to get on board. I'm asking you to get on board, because this is definitely not only to us with low income, like he's saying, for rental property. What about those homeowners that cannot afford to stay in their property? These developers are trying to take over Durham, and some of our commissioners and city council members are on the take. I'm going to say that again. I believe some of our county commissioners and our city council members are on the take. But guess what? We, the citizens, got to come and ask y'all some questions. So please come out our third Saturday in April. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chavis, I have to address you calling either the manager or I a lie. That is not something we do. If the manager was not there, she did not receive the email, and I said to you that she probably did not get your email, and that if I said I would be back, then I was probably waiting for you to give me an invitation to come back, which I have not gotten. So just saying that in public is so disrespectful. So I'm asking you to, when you address us, please don't do that. I would not do that to you.
Okay.
If we didn't get it right, then let us know and we'll come back and try and do our best.
Ms. Hamilton, this is the problem with us black folks. You
Okay.
black just like I am.
Okay.
And y'all don't got y'all these positions.
I'm not going to debate with you.
And you all are taking it.
Mr.
and stepping
Chavis,
forward.
you are finished. Your time is up,
I
and I'm
know.
not going to debate.
You tried to talk to me, and
I'm not going to debate with you.
I'm not going to debate with you either, but I'm going to let you know how I stand about you.
Okay, that's fine. So we have two other speakers, virtual. Robert Chapman, is he on the line?
Hello, my name is Bob Chapman. I live at 2525 Lanier Place in Durham, and I just wanted to give you a quick update on the Simplifying Codes for Affordable Development text amendments. I'm part of the team that worked on this project for nearly a year and met with many civic groups, and on March 20th, the City Council considered the amendments and decided that they should have a more thorough analysis. And we very much appreciate the planning department taking the task of going through the proposal item by item and providing additional information, which will be presented to the council on May 1st at a public hearing. In the meantime, the team members are offering to meet with anyone who has questions. We've had a number of meetings already, and we look forward to the next few weeks being able to address all of the concerns, questions, suggestions, and going first to the City Council after the report is done, and then coming before your board. And I just wanted to give you this quick update.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Our next speaker is Dwan Langley. Is he on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair Howerton, Vice Chair Jacobs, and Commissioners Burns, Alum, Carter, as well as County Manager Dr. Sowell, and welcome to Durham. I haven't had an opportunity to welcome our new County Manager, Attorney Andrews. First, I would like to thank Ms. Joanne Pierce. 2 years ago, throughout COVID, I was frequently asking the commissioners about the My Brother's Keeper initiative, as well as the MBK equity framework. And Ms. Pierce met with me, told me a lot about what was happening internally within Durham County, and I just appreciate her for informing me and ensuring that a lot of the recommendations in terms of adopting the equity framework, filling the vacancy with My Brother's Keeper, and the continuing work that is ongoing with the Community Intervention and Support Services Department. So I just wanted to publicly thank Mrs. Pierce for that, as well as the commissioners for their continued support of My Brother's Keeper. And I firmly believe with the creation of the board and revised local action plan, we will have an opportunity when implemented to have an aligned and sustained ecosystem that improves education, health, employment outcomes while reducing the likelihood of justice involvement. This local action plan, when built and sustained, will be a transformative ecosystem to serve as a living, breathing document that guides the work and is reported out on and assessed and evolved as necessary. But I'm also here as the volunteer executive director of the Charles Hamilton Houston Foundation. I was heard a lot about the surplus that Durham County will have available this year through increased revenue, and I'm just requesting, especially considering this last week where we had 5 young men of boys of color victims of gun violence here in this community, for an investment of $250,000 for our career exploration and development programming that will provide career and skill-focused mentoring to boys and young men of color in Durham County. As we may be aware, this population is disproportionately represented in areas such as low academic proficiency, college and career readiness, short and long-term suspensions, dropout rates, acceptance to college, life-sustaining career opportunities, perpetrators and victims of gun violence, juvenile petitions, and representation in the Durham County Detention Facility. Our program seeks to address these disparities by providing career exploration and development opportunities for boys and young men of color through skill-focused mentoring, academic enrichment, and leadership development. With your investment, we plan to expand our reach to a larger number of participants because we know that a workforce development strategy increases the likelihood of boys and young men of color making better decisions when they understand and see the connectivity between their lives and the opportunities that are relocating and expanding in our community. By providing these additional resources for programming activities, we will be able to build our capacity to ensure our program's long-term sustainability. Through our programming, we aim to equip boys and young men of color with the skills, resources, and support they need to achieve academic and career success, improve their social economic outcomes, and become productive members and contributing members of our community. Your investment will help us make a significant impact in the lives of the boys and young men that we serve and broader Durham community. So thank you for this consideration, and I'll be reaching out to each one of you to have a meeting to share about our programming, our outcomes, and how we can collectively partner to ensure that boys of color and young men of color have opportunity to seize all the greatness that is happening in Durham. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Hearing none, thank you for all of you sharing your comments. Stop doing that. So we're down to our consent agenda, and we have about 19 items that the board will go through, facilitated by our manager, and see if there are any questions or concerns with these items. Manager Sowell.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So we will begin with Agenda Item 230094, Budget Ordinance Amendment Number 23BCC 00082 for the Department of Social Services to recognize funds in the amount of $473,659 from the Low-Income Household Water Assistance Federal Program as part of the program's ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act funding, and America Rescue Plan Act administration funding to provide emergency assistance to low-income households to prevent disconnection or provide assistance with reconnection of drinking and wastewater services. Questions? Okay. 230192. Capital Project Amendment Number 23 CPA 00020, appropriating $875,000 of future taxable limited obligation bond funding (LOBS) to the 500 East Main Street Downtown Parking Deck Capital Project 47302635 DC 151, as well as authorize an increase in the owner's contingency in the amount of $875,000 to execute any necessary change orders for the deck development agreement with ZOM Living for a total not to exceed of $32,701,100. 230193, Durham County Sheriff's Office contract approval with J&A Engineering LLC in the amount of $145,520 for the electric security system replacement project at the detention center. Okay. 230197, Budget Ordinance Amendment Number 23BCC 00077, appropriating $300,800 of general fund balance to fund a contract with Child Care Services Association for provider selection services for the operation of the 300 East Main Street Child Care Pre-K space, as well as authorize the execution of the contract with Child Care Services Association for the provider selection services in the amount not to exceed $300,800.
Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you. Well, I really just wanted to highlight this issue because this is like really exciting. And I'm just wondering, I mean, how many counties nationally are creating child care centers, and not just, you know, child care centers, but model child care centers. So my question is really, how can we lift this up as a model for, you know, just our whole community, I mean the business community, because we really want our businesses to take the lead from us or to do this. You know, we just had our incentive with the company from Norway that said they would open a child care center in their facility, but I guess you don't have to come back to us now, but I guess I would like to hear more from staff about how we could really hold this up as a model and a pilot, and share the practices that we are following by engaging CCSA with, you know, looking at that scope of work, and share out just, you know, how we can just leverage this for our whole community, really. So that's just what I want to say. This is like a really big deal, and I'm really proud of what the county is doing here.
Say ditto to that.
let me
I
just-
think it's great. Great
I want to
suggestion.
just respond to what Mr. Jacobs just said. NACO is always looking for initiatives to highlight, and this could be one that they could highlight nationally. And because we got emails on this weekend, or it might have probably was Friday, they're looking for things that they can highlight in their newsletters. So we can do that one. Yeah. Commissioner,
That was literally what I was about to say, so ditto.
same thing? Okay. All right.
I mean, I am excited about highlighting it at the national level, but I'm more, frankly, I have a greater sense of urgency around highlighting it locally in the ways that Wendy was describing.
Yeah.
We can do both, of course, but there's never been a more important time, frankly, to increase access to high-quality child care in our country, in our community. I'm feeling it personally with my own daughters who are seeking child care for babies, for infants. So it's after the pandemic, it just seems like things have only worsened. And this in particular can affect working women. So there are just so many reasons. We all know that's why we're opening. But what more can we do to get the business community involved and on board? I think that's a fantastic suggestion. This is a 6-year contract. They'll be the scope of work will continue for 6 years to be sure that there's excellent staff development for the teachers there, the providers there. It's going to be super high quality, and this is exactly what we need to have happening throughout our community. You're so right, Commissioner Jacobs.
Yeah.
I thought somebody else was going to highlight it. I just want to elevate that this is, I think, our second major investment in daycare downtown. And we talk about food. Well, individuals in here talk about food deserts all the time, but we don't think about the fact that there are daycare deserts in Durham. And I know that's offensive to some people, but there are black women who have daycares that can't get into our system. We have individuals who are low income who come downtown to work in these buildings, to run these buildings, and then they don't have access to child care. So I do want to highlight the locality and that there's a geography to the lack of access to child care. So I do appreciate the fact that we have put 2 of them downtown. One was the recent ribbon cutting over to American Tobacco, and now we have this one. So we talk about modeling it nationally. Again, I have to agree with Commissioner Carter. I think we need to be modeling this locally because there's a lot of affordable housing going up, and they have not taken the step that we've taken to put it here. So for me, I don't know if anybody else is looking at it this way. I'm actually excited because I think we talk about 300 and 500 so much that some people are like, well, I see a parking deck, but I don't see the building yet. And so I just hope that this also signals to the community we would not be taking out a 6-year contract for daycare if we did not think the building was coming. So I do also want people to see this is coming. This building is coming, this housing is coming, and we want to make sure that folks have a safe place to go for their children when they come to work in this building and any of these other buildings downtown. And I'm hopeful that we can get some more folks in the pipeline and that as we recruit the teachers and the students who are going to be in this space, we do so locally.
So let me just say why I say highlighting nationally. Highlighting nationally means that there's money available. This is a national conversation. It is the #1 conversation that's being lifted up. Affordable housing and childcare.
Commissioner,
It is being lifted up so that when I say nationally, I'm thinking the money that can come into our community to help the businesses that are coming here that are national businesses that can help with child care. So I'm not thinking.
I agree with that, ma'am.
Let me finish, please.
Wait, you try to clean up what I say. I wasn't talking about you. I just wanted to make sure the city knew to do it.
Let me finish, please.
Well, you going to clean up all my statements today?
So when I want the community to understand why I say what I say is that, when I was in DC, there were childcare centers almost on every corner. Now, for us to do that, it takes the business community to partner with us to get that done. And when you got companies that are coming here that are national companies, they need to know that. They need to know that this is a conversation, not just in Durham, but it is a conversation in other places as well. So that is not I'm not taking it from that I don't see it happening here. I live here. This is where the people, this is where the people elected me to make sure that we are doing everything we can to take care of their community. So just to clarify why I said nationally.
Well, we will certainly, we hear the charge and the
Yeah.
directive. We will certainly look at what we can do to highlight this both
Yeah.
locally and nationally. So thank you all so much for your passion and for making sure this was something we incorporated.
Yeah.
It's really exciting to see us get to this point. So thank you all for your commitment to this. All righty, 230200, award contract for feasibility study of Durham County Farm Campus, RFP 23014 to RH&A Advisors.
Mr. Jacobs?
Well, this is also something that's really awesome. I just had a question. I looked at the scope of work, and I just want to make sure, I know part of it will be looking at, possible locations, but I did want to just specify that I would request, if it's not already being done, that includes looking at all of the publicly controlled land. So that means, land that the county owns, the city, and also Durham Public Schools. Because, off the top of my head, I think about the location of what will soon be the former Northern High School. So I just want to make sure that we're also assessing those properties. Thank you.
Absolutely. Commissioner Carter?
I just want to say how excited I am about this item. And this this farm campus idea was lifted up recently at the Duke Health Summit, which was all about the urgency of now around food security. And also, increasing land ownership and food entrepreneurism opportunities in communities of color, communities that have historically been excluded from those kinds of opportunities. And so I just am very excited to see this taking the next step forward.
Okay. We'll move on to 230201. Increase the 500 East Main Street Affordable Housing Redevelopment Master Development Agreement through PAYGO funding of $10,618,417 for loan number 4. Execute the revised lender commitment letter for the loan in the amount of $10,618,417, as well as approve an amendment to the Master Development Agreement for the project.
I know you're excited. I know what so we're all excited here about, go ahead.
I just had a question. I think, first of all, this project shows how expensive it is to execute these projects, because we keep coming back and allocating more funding. I guess I just wanted to get some clarity on some of the changes, because it says that it's now going to be, the 500 is now going to be 195 units, and I wasn't clear on how many we were supposed to be, or what was previously planned. So just getting clear on that, and also just wanted to be clear on the total amount of money that the county is providing for the affordable units in both projects at this point? I know they're considered loans, but they're going to be forgivable loans, is what I understand. So could you just clarify that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Good morning, commissioners. That's a great question regarding the number of units. Quite honestly, the number of units was never previously defined, and that's the reason we're bringing this item to you. When we originally crafted the MDA, we had a number of 4.1 million for the financing loan gap, knowing that we would have to come back at some point when the design was further along to really nail down what the development would look like. And so now, obviously, the design has progressed to a point where we're comfortable with bringing forward an estimate for you. And so that is why we're showing that we have 195 units of affordable housing that will be provided on the 500 East Main Street development. Obviously, that number is, for that project, is $10.6 million for the county's financing loan gap. I would remind you, on the 300 East Main Street developments, we have 110 units, and that number currently stands at 11.3 million. And so those basically are the two numbers, plus there's some additional numbers. You remember through the ground lease of the child care space, the county is actually going to ground lease the space to Laurel Street. Laurel Street will oversee the overall development, and we're basically giving them, well, not giving them, we're basically entering into a contract with them for just over 2.5 million for subleasing the space back so we can get a child care operator inside that space. So that's another number that should be accounted for. And not, we should also mention the parking that we're providing to both developments. Basically, that parking is through just a commitment from the county. You know, the county is basically going to be providing parking for the 110 tenants, plus some shared parking for visitors that will be coming to this to visit them at that location, sort of after hours and on weekends. And so we saw similar numbers to that with the 500 development as well. So the county has made just a considerable amount of, I guess, financing and participation commitment toward affordable housing, and this project just totally exemplifies that. So there are a lot of numbers there, but it's a lot, and it all should be recognized. So.
Thank you, Perry.
Yes,
So we're looking at 305 units total for
Correct.
affordable housing, and a very significant investment in the child care and the parking and the affordable housing.
Yes,
I just think it's important for the community to know and how challenging it is to execute these projects. And thank you. We look forward to the groundbreaking for the affordable housing part.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Anyone else? And we always appreciate, Perry, the work. This has been a major undertaking. Thank you. And all the staff that's been working with you on this project.
Okay, 230202, Budget Ordinance Amendment Number 23 BCC 00076 for the Department of Social Services to recognize funds in the amount of $13,230.36 from the Adult Protective Services APS Essential Services Funds to arrange for essential needs on behalf of an individual receiving protective services for adult planning and mobilizing services. 230203, approve the purchase of VMware Site Recovery Manager license in the amount of $151,150 using existing CIP funds. 230204, approve renewal of Durham County's contract with Gather Consulting Service in the amount of $161,800 using existing funds. 230205, renew the current license agreements and continue our enterprise license agreement for DocuSign and DocuSign Contract Lifecycle Management, CLM, in the amount of $97,742.05 using existing funds. 230206, approve the usage of existing funds in the amount of $99,844.31 for the renewal of AvePoint cloud governance software licenses and online support services.
Manager, could you, just for the public, would you say what you mean when you say existing funds?
It means that we already have funds in the budget to use this, but we still need to get agreement.
The funds for this are already located in their budget.
Yep.
So we will not have to appropriate fund balance or any other source.
Yep.
Yeah.
But we have to get your approval for the contract.
Thank you. Okay.
230213, Budget Ordinance Amendment Number 23 BCC 00078, appropriating $4,030,961 of general fund balance to purchase 11 replacement ambulances through the SAVIC Cooperative Purchasing Agreement for the Office of Emergency Services EMS Division.
Commissioner Long?
Thank you so much to all of the staff who worked on this. Jim Groves, was really excited to read this item, especially looking into like the details about the new system that's in place regarding the idling of the vehicles that lowers the emissions. I know Commissioner Carter's probably very happy about that as well. But I was really excited about that because when I was first sworn in, or before I was first sworn in, me and Commissioner Burns went on a tour with the Sheriff's Department, and we had learned that one of the biggest issues that causes them to have to purchase new vehicles so frequently is because the cars have to be left idling, and that ages the vehicle so much faster. So I was just wondering, you know, with this new technology that they have, does that increase the lifespan of these new ambulances from what we've seen before?
It could. We do not have any of these units in service yet, so I think that's to be determined. But we believe that a diesel engine just idling creates a lot of wear and tear, and obviously it will make the vehicle wear out sooner. However, if this is successful and Stealth Power is able to maintain the environmental controls and making sure the equipment is charged up on the ambulance, then this could significantly extend the life of the ambulance, right? And make an incredible impact on our carbon footprint, right? So we're really excited about the opportunity to put these in every single new unit that we have ordered to help the county meet their environmental goals, but also to help it a little bit better for our folks as well, right? So we look forward to being able to come back and give you a report on how this is doing and see if it's meeting our expectations in the future.
Thank you so much, Dr. Groves. And I had one question for Manager Swell also on this item. I know that DEQ has like grants available through the state for when local governments or entities are purchasing electric vehicles. I know this isn't an electric vehicle, but could we look into see if they have any grants available that could support the cost of these, since it is an environmentally friendly vehicle?
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Let you know, we have reached out to Tobin, and we continue to work with Tobin very closely to see if we can find grants that support this as well.
Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes, I just want to also highlight that the supply chain issues, and I appreciate the staff planning ahead, and just to note that there are 7 ambulances that we have already approved that are going to be delivered, I think, within the coming year. So just for the public to know that we are trying to get ahead of this issue, because there have been some previous concerns about the condition of our vehicles, and I just want to acknowledge that you all are trying your best, are clearly trying to address that issue. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And I thank the board for that. I'm sorry, Ms. Manager.
I was just going to add thanks to Jim and his team, especially those in the business services units, because we really have stabilized our ambulance fleet to make sure we do have vehicles on the road now. And they were successful in recruiting. I think we have 2 maintenance staff positions filled now, correct?
Yes,
so that when they need to be repaired, we can get them repaired and back in service as soon as possible. So thank you all so much for the work on that.
Just a quick follow-up question on that. Do we know how much we save when we have a maintenance person on staff versus, I know we had to contract it out? Like, what are the savings when we have?
I believe we could put that for you. We don't have it right in front of us, but from talking with our business services manager, when we've had turbo issues or transmission issues with the existing ambulances, every time we get it back, it's a 6,000 plus bill. So you look at the vast number of ambulances that we have, you could infer that we could pay for at least 1 FTE, but we're happy to put that together and bring it back to the board.
Any other questions? All righty. 230222, Budget Ordinance Amendment Number 23 BCC 00081, Public Health, to recognize funds in the amount of $53,723 from the Division of Child and Family Wellbeing, North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, for Durham's Innovative Nutrition Education Dying Program implementation, including using the funds to support a new .52 FTE nutrition specialist position to expand the dying program. Okay. 230223, interlocal agreement with TJ Cog for low to moderate income solarized program.
Commissioner Jacobs.
Yes, I mean, this is such a fantastic program, and I just was wondering, I guess I'm assuming from how much it costs, $10,000 per unit, and that we allocated $55,000. I just want to get a confirmation on how many residents have been able to be assisted with this, and whether we're going to continue or expand this program, and what the interest was that was unmet.
I think Monica Tobin may be on the Zoom link. She's not. Okay, well, she previously informed me that I know she has 4 participants slated for this 51st tranche of $55,000 that we have. And I know the request is in the upcoming budget request. And so that's something, obviously, engineering has not met with upper management yet, but we will be reviewing that this week, actually. And so we hope to continue that. Obviously, this contract with TJ Cog, they're going to be administering the actual funding for the county and going through that vetting process, and also making sure that we have the appropriate quality insurance on the installations. And so that's what the interlocal agreement is for.
Did I also hear, Vice Chair Jacobs, you'd like to know if there were residents that we could not fund for the program?
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll be helpful in the budget, when we're going through the budget, to know if we should increase the funding for this program. So.
Absolutely. Tobin did mention that there were others that were interested in the program, and so I don't have the exact count in front of me, but we certainly will get back to you with that, and we'll be speaking with the manager this week about that.
Okay,
Yep.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Perry. Moving on to 230224, Durham City County Appearance Commission Interlocal Agreement Renewal. 230226. Approve the purchase of ServiceNow professional services in the amount of $204,000 using existing funds to provide technology strategy support and training. 230228, execution of the contract amendment with DTW Architects, Inc. for the Utilities Administration Building in the amount of $182,250. Project 7100 SE057. 230229, execution of the contract amendment with Metcon, Inc. for the TWWTP Utilities Administration Building in the amount of $43,340. Project number 7100 SE057. And 230246, application for funding for Triangle WWTP Rehabilitation and Upgrade Project for Utilities Division. Okay, Madam Chair, that concludes the consent agenda.
Thank you, Manager and staff, for responding to Commissioners' questions prior to this meeting and this meeting. Commissioners, we're going into our discussion items. Is there any adjustments that Commissioners have to these items? Commissioner Carter.
Chair Howerton, I was going to suggest that, I'm trying to get down to the number, it's after lunch, it's the last item. It's the item related to a letter regarding socials, a statewide plan for, thank you. It's 23-0251, a letter to our Durham delegation supporting modifications to Senate Bill 156, House Bill 340. I would suggest we delay the discussion briefly, not too long. I do think this is time sensitive, but we received some additional information on Friday that I've not had a chance to discuss with the manager.
Yeah.
I had suggested we put this on the agenda, so if everyone's okay with pulling it for today so that we can confer with the manager and others perhaps offline before we have public discussion.
Sure.
How does everyone feel about that?
Okay, so we'll delay that one.
Yeah, I would just suggest, though, that since it is time sensitive, that we would get it on the April 13th meeting.
Yes, I was hoping that would happen. It could roll over.
We'll,
Just give us this week.
So we'll have a conversation with the manager, even if we have to do 2-2 with the manager within the next week or so, and then see what is recommended.
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
It is no indication of its lack of importance. It's hugely important. I just think we'll have a better discussion if we delay it slightly and have some more discussions with me.
All right. All right. So our discussion items will head into 230230, and that's Greater Triangle Commuter Rail feasibility study update. On this item, we have Ellen Beckman, Durham County Transportation Manager, is here to introduce her team. And that is a 45-minute item. Okay.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Ellen Beckman, Durham County Transportation Manager. Here today is Go Triangle staff, Chuck Latuka, CEO, and Catherine Eggleston, Chief Development Officer. So the Board of Commissioners last received an update on the Greater Triangle Commuter Rail feasibility study in September when the feasibility study results were released. Since then, Go Triangle has conducted public engagement, so they're back with the results of that public engagement, and there's been additional financial and technical analysis in the presentation. So I do want to remind everyone that no decision is being requested today. The questions at the end of the presentation are to prompt discussion and are for your consideration, as well as the DCHC MPO and the Go Triangle Board in the decision-making process. The Board of Commissioners will ultimately have a role in deciding this through the approval of the transit plan. And then the new interlocal agreement also specifies that the Board of Commissioners approves the annual budget, so any appropriation to take the project to the next step, as well as a cost share agreement between the counties. So with that, I'll turn it over to Go Triangle.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for having us back again, and we're pleased to share this update with you. We've been through the public outreach process, as Ellen has just said, and we have some good results from that to share with you today. I'd just like to open up here as to why are we looking at the commuter rail to help us move people around the region. As you see on the map here, the 2050 population, vehicle ownership, and congestion. Populations in the Triangle region will be over 3 million by 2050, and they're going to bring more than 2 million cars with them by 2050, and the impact on the roadway network is going to be quite severe, as you see in the red. That's with all the plans that we know about to expand the roadway network, this would be the impact of having that many vehicles on in the Triangle on the roadway network. So it's quite severe. Next slide. The job growth is also going to go, very favorable for the Triangle for the next 30 years. We're going to add 800,000 new jobs by 2050. And if you see on the left, on the green line, the squiggly line there, that represents 1 mile on either side of the North Carolina Railroad corridor where the commuter rail would be built over time. And you can see a lot of those jobs, more than 350,000 of those jobs reside within 1 mile of the corridor. So the corridor is ideally located to accommodate a lot of the new jobs and get people to work in the future. Next slide.
Okay, so thank you, Chuck. And for those of you who were here in 2020, you'll remember that we started this phase of the feasibility study with an open-ended engagement process, asking people what their priorities were for a rail project, what benefits they would want to see, and what information they believed was important for decision makers like yourselves to consider when we got to this point in the process. This took place early during the pandemic and included a mix of online engagement, in-person engagement, particularly with current bus riders at bus stations throughout the Triangle, and partnerships with direct service organizations that were open and serving customers and clients during the pandemic. More than 2,700 people participated in that engagement, providing more than 5,000 comments. Interest in reliable all-day service was one of the key pieces of feedback that we received from that round of engagement, as well as a lot that we've heard throughout the study, and we've tried to incorporate that as much as possible into our planning. We recently completed a second round of engagement, which this was around the results of the feasibility study, and we had more than 6,000 people provide feedback. In this round, we were very forthcoming about the results of the feasibility study that, due to high costs and technical challenges identified in the corridor, particularly in Durham, that delivering the full project all at once is not feasible at this time. Despite those challenges, more than 80% of respondents to the survey expressed support for continued planning for the rail project, with more than 70% indicating strong support. This level of support closely aligns across key demographic breakdowns. This graphic disaggregates the responses by county. As you can see, the level of support is very similar. Those bars are for Wake County, Durham County, Johnston County, and Orange County, all with more than 70% of people in the strongly support category there on the left, with an additional almost 10% in the somewhat support category. We don't have slides for every single demographic breakout, but the basic takeaway holds for all of the demographic breakdowns that we have looked at. I'm just going to run through a few of them. For race ethnicity, for people who indicated their race ethnicity as Black or mixed race, including Black, those numbers were 86% of respondents expressing support, with 72% strongly support. For Hispanic or Latino, that number was 88% expressing support and 77% strongly support. For the lowest income category, $20,000 household income or less, 89% support, 79% strongly support. For the lowest two income categories, $50,000 or less, 87% support, 76% strongly support. And then for respondents who said that they currently ride the bus, which of those 6,000 people, almost 1,000 indicated that they currently ride the bus in somewhere along the project corridor. 85% expressed support, with 74% strongly support. In your packet, you have additional disaggregated data for responses that are just that subset from Durham across those breakouts. Those numbers that I just listed off are for the corridor, for the total respondents by category. And then again, in your packet, thanks to Ellen, we were able to get that in there. That shows just the breakout if you're looking only at Durham, if you are interested in that deeper level of disaggregation. So you may remember that the first phase of the feasibility study looked at a larger area of the corridor, all the way from Mebane in Alamance County to Selma in Johnston County. At the conclusion of that earlier phase of the study, this board participated in a decision to look at the area between Durham and Garner or Clayton to find the most feasible project for a first phase of implementation. Recognizing that it would take many years and multiple extensions to build out the full vision for rail in the region, including Orange County, Johnston County, that's in the 2050 MTPs, or Metropolitan Transportation Plans. In this phase, we've looked at a number of different options for implementation. All these numbers here are provided for your reference. I'm not going to read them all out loud, but just to orient you to what you have here, our base case, if you will, is in this first column. Building from West Durham all the way to the edge of southeast Wake County all at one time. That was determined not to be feasible at this time due to challenges including rail infrastructure issues, uncertainty of federal funding, and limited resources balanced with local needs for shorter-term improvements to the bus system. We've identified a couple of implementation options that would be affordable with local revenues and federal loans to be able to pay for the project over time. The smallest, lowest cost option is the option in southeast Wake County. That's in the second column, Auburn to Raleigh Union Station. The option that we're hearing a lot of support for is what we've called the central option, from Raleigh to RTP or potentially a little further into Durham County. That's in the third column. We've also looked at an option at the request of the capital area MPO to understand the financial feasibility of building the full Wake County portion at once. Based on our current assumptions and current understanding of costs, that would not be feasible within 10 years without additional revenue outside of the Wake Transit Plan or reprioritization of the projects within the plan. We'll get back to some specifics about Durham and the Durham Transit Plan in a few minutes, but first I want to briefly recap some overall findings that are relevant to this discussion. First, on cost. The primary cost driver on the project is new track and track-related infrastructure. While using the existing rail corridor does have benefits, it is still going to be an expensive project to add rail service to the shared corridor where the freight and Amtrak intercity trains are already running. The current base year for the cost is 2022, and we've assumed 4% annual escalation. That assumption is consistent with the assumptions in the Durham Transit Plan as well as the Wake Transit Plan. We also have reasonable contingencies included in the cost estimate for the feasibility phase that we're at right now. But it's important to keep in mind that these all are estimates. We're making assumptions. And we should expect these cost estimates may change as the project advances, particularly as decisions are made about station locations, design elements, and so forth. On ridership, you've seen a graphic like this before when we're looking at the full corridor from West Durham to Auburn. In that scenario, we see in the ridership projections robust bidirectional travel when we have both downtown Durham and downtown Raleigh in the project. This graphic is looking at just the initial implementation options. And what we see here is a different pattern. Here we see a more conventional suburb to city type of pattern with a lot of park and ride activity at those end stations, RTP or Auburn, going to downtown Raleigh, to a lesser extent NC State. There's another key finding on ridership related to the decision that this board is going to be focusing on in Durham, and I'll circle back to that in a couple slides coming up. First, on funding, it's previously been the intention that this project would seek up to 50% of its funding from the Federal Transit Administration's New Starts program, which you've all heard us talk about before. The feasibility study has identified that based on the current cost and ridership estimates, it's not clear that the project would be eligible for this funding. Planning for jobs, population density, and affordable housing in the station areas may make the project or future extensions more competitive in that program in the future. If decision makers in the region do want to move forward with an initial phase for implementation now, it's going to be critical to identify local funding for the full cost of that project in the short term. The timing of implementing future extensions is really dependent on a number of factors, but a major one driving that is going to be identifying additional funding. If more additional funding can be identified, then those extensions may be able to happen sooner. Moving forward with any project, even a smaller project, is not going to be without risks. There's significant railroad coordination issues to resolve in the corridor, particularly west of Raleigh Union Station, where in addition to Norfolk Southern, we also have more Amtrak trains operating, and we have CSX in the portion between Cary and Raleigh where the S line overlaps this corridor. And then, of course, as we've talked about at length here, additional concerns in Durham where we have an active freight yard that really constrains the capacity of the corridor to support additional passenger service at those increased frequencies. Railroad coordination issues can cause schedule delay, frequently cause schedule delay on projects like this around the country. We know that delay costs money. So ultimately, if a decision is made to move forward with any project in this corridor, it's going to be critical to secure buy-in from the host railroads early in the process, really as part of the next step of the process, to be able to begin documenting their requirements in legal agreements. So let's focus now on the issues specific to Durham. As you've heard from me before, the cost of the western portion of the project, the Durham portion, far exceeds the financial capacity of the transit plan to be able to deliver it in the next 10 years, or even 20 years without additional revenue from grants or other sources. Currently, in the recommended Durham transit plan, there's around $200 million for rail capital costs and about another $100 million for rail operations. Looking at the central portion of the project as potentially the first phase for implementation, to date we've looked at two options for the western end of that, either Raleigh to RTP or Raleigh to Ellis Road, which is further into Durham. The total ridership, and this is what I mentioned before, we would circle back to, the total ridership is very similar in both of those scenarios, with more than 80% of the ridership at that station, either RTP or Ellis Road, coming from Park and Ride. We've also looked at, in response to some requests from Durham stakeholders, we've also looked at a potential station location a little bit further north of Ellis Road, closer to Andrew Avenue, near Glover Road, which is highlighted on this map, kind of in that green bubble there. We see that doesn't substantially change the total ridership either, although we do believe a station is feasible in that area about a mile north of the Ellis Road station. So what that tells us is that regardless of where an initial implementation phase is able to get to in Durham, whether that's RTP or Ellis Road or this green bubble a little further north closer to Andrew Avenue, park and ride access is going to be important. The first mile, last mile connections, planning for microtransit, planning for non-motorized access, people walking to the station, people being able to bike to the station is going to be important. And it's going to be critical to provide high-quality bus service, potentially BRT connections from Durham Station and other key areas in Durham. I don't have slides in detail on the bus service piece, but based on requests received last week, I do want to highlight a few additional points on that for you all to think about. In the event that a decision is made to move forward with an initial implementation option where RTP is the west end of that, we can significantly improve bus service connections to RTP within the next 10 years, regardless of rail. So right now, today, Go Triangle operates our Route 700 and 100 that provides service between downtown Durham, RTP, and Raleigh every 30 minutes all day, hourly in the evenings and on weekends. We also have the DRX service, which provides a direct trip between downtown Durham and downtown Raleigh more frequently during the peak hours of the weekdays. We, within the next 6 to 12 months, want to get our Saturday service back up to every 30 minutes. We have funding for that. We've just been struggling with operator shortage, so we are beginning to make progress on that. Hope to have that delivered within the next 6 to 12 months. There's also funding in the recommended Durham Transit Plan to increase the span of our service on Sundays, so increase the number of hours that we operate on Sundays as well. We're looking at options to rework the schedules for Route 700, 100, and DRX to be able to provide a more consistent, direct trip between Durham, RTP, and Raleigh without requiring a transfer. That we hope can happen within the next few years. As part of the bus plan and Go Triangle short range service plan, we are looking at that potential restructuring of those routes to make that more direct service available pretty soon. That would operate every 30 minutes all day, 15 minutes at peak during weekdays, and then maintain, hopefully by then, the 30-minute service on Saturdays and hourly service on Sundays. The recommended Durham Transit Plan includes funding to take that to every 15 minutes all day within the next 10 years. That's slated currently in the recommended plan for 2031. So all of that together really represents a lot of improvement to the regional connection between Durham, RTP, and Raleigh within the next 10 years, really regardless. Yes, ma'am.
I just have a quick question, though. But will they be operated as a bus priority or a BRT type situation? Because if they're not, they're still sitting in traffic like everybody else. So I think the key point is how to make them fast and reliable and not sitting in traffic. So I would like to hear more about that.
Yeah, great. That is the next 2 points that I have here. So one improvement that is already funded that will help the bus speed and reliability for the 700 is relocating the regional transit center from where it is now, which is not right on I-40. It's some distance away. Our buses do get stuck in traffic at peak. When roads are congested, they have to go through a lot of traffic lights between I-40 and the current location. So The recommended Durham Transit Plan, as well as the Wake and Orange plans, do have funding for relocating the Regional Transit Center to a permanent home at the site of the future RTP rail station, so that location that you see on the map. So that will improve at the RTP end our bus speed and reliability. That's a location very close, much closer to I-40, and we'll be working with NCDOT to look at options for potential priority to get buses quicker from 40 into the station and back out. So that's one piece. That's, just one project, one small element, but that is a way to incrementally address this challenge as traffic increases. So the other piece is that the recommended Durham Transit Plan does include funding for a bus speed and reliability study. That's going to be led by the MPO, and that is going to start looking at the potential for BRT corridors that can help us address the reliability of that bus as the traffic on 147, 885, and I-40 increases. It's already bad. We already have issues with on-time performance during peak times. So working with the MPOs, working with NCDOT to really figure out how can we address that 147, 885 corridor or alternate corridor between Durham and RTP is going to be really important. Again, regardless of rail, and this is already an issue that needs to be worked on incrementally going forward. So we are in conversations with Ellen as well as the MPO about how we can support that study, and we're really looking forward to that getting underway here in the short term. Again, really regardless of what we're talking about on rail, that is very important to move forward. And then on the rail side, your staff, Ellen, is coordinating with NCDOT to look at options to increase Amtrak service. NCDOT is already planning to increase the Piedmont service that runs between Raleigh and Charlotte, passing through with stops in Cary and Durham. They're already planning to increase that by one trip this year. And then they're applying for funding for looking at service improvements in a number of corridors statewide, including this one. So that, again, is already underway, and we'll be coordinating and supporting that however we can moving forward. Go Triangle is also partnering with your staff and the MPOs to move forward with projects that will offset the cost and reduce the complexity of bringing more frequent rail service to Durham in the future. So we've recently supported Durham County to submit 2 applications for federal funding for the Durham Repair Study, which is looking at how to address some grade crossing issues identified in East Durham, which would be critical to being able to get rail service or more frequent rail service through the area that we're looking at on this map here. We've also identified a substantial list of additional improvements, additional opportunities for Durham County to partner with NCDOT, NCRR, the MPOs, and others to seek funding for double tracking, station enhancements, and other corridor improvements in the coming years that could meaningfully offset the costs of implementing the infrastructure improvements that were identified in this feasibility study. We're also working with TJCOG to support development of a regional vision plan, which that is for land use, affordable housing, other components that are really critical to improving the region's competitiveness for future grant funding opportunities. So we're really looking forward to helping TJCOG to identify a funding source to be able to get that study kicked off, that planning exercise kicked off here in the next year. So ultimately, within the next 3 months, we're working towards a regional decision on whether and how to move forward with this project. The 2 MPOs have established subcommittees to work with Go Triangle to support the decision-making process, in particular to identify the initial implementation phase and then look at the options for how the transit plans would share the cost. If a decision is made to move forward, as Ellen mentioned earlier, Go Triangle would work with the MPOs and the counties to complete the procedural requirements necessary to commit the funding to the overall program, and then get funding identified in the current annual work plan or FY24 annual work program in order to support those next steps. So this is the information we have prepared for today. We would be happy to answer your questions, receive your comments, and we'll continue to work with your staff as this effort moves forward.
I would just like to add, I think the subcommittees at the NPOs who are meeting jointly should provide some information back to us, hopefully by the end of June.
Questions, comments? Commissioner Alam?
Thank you so much for this presentation. I have a question regarding the cost. I know we're not sure what type of funding we're going to be able to receive from like federal grants and everything, but for the plan that, you know, you really went into detail about the Ellis Road connection, do we have an idea for the weight of the cost that Durham County would be carrying for relative to the distance that's going to be within Durham, like it's 7.25 miles versus the distance within Wake County?
Right. Let me switch back to that slide that had the table on it with all the stats. We sort of start to get to this in here. So for that third column, the Raleigh Union Station to Ellis Road column, the total capital cost for that portion is $878 million. And that's a very specific number that's tied to a financial analysis scenario that we've pulled together. The stats on the bottom of this show the miles in Wake County, the miles in Durham County, and then that percentage split by the mileage in each county. We also have that for Auburn to RTP, which is that final column over there. Looking at that, you see that breakdown as well, where if the Wake County portion is longer, going all the way from southeast Wake County through Raleigh, Cary, Morrisville, and then just over the edge into RTP, you see that percentage split there. So mileage by county is not the only way to split the cost. That's one possible way. That's something that we've heard interest in, which is why we put it on this chart just as sort of a starting point to think about. But so we don't have those numbers like totally calculated out here, but certainly can provide that. And typically, will provide any type of stats that you're interested in looking at as part of the cost sharing discussion.
You're saying that in that Ellis Road example, that Durham County would be responsible for 23.8% of the $878 million.
In a situation where mileage was the basis, it would be the 23.8%. That doesn't necessarily need to be the basis for that calculation.
Okay.
I think that's going to be a large portion of the discussion at the subcommittee level at the NPOs on how to address the county cost shares and whether that's based on mileage or for some other basis. So it could go down. Who knows?
And let's Commissioner, do you mind if I do a follow-up? Because you might have others. I'm noticing all the words y'all are saying, but I actually want to, I have the same question she has. You all keep saying if that's the path we take, if that's the recommendation we take, if that's the way we choose to calculate it. I notice these percentages, but I would be interested, and I imagine that my constituents would be interested. Let's just say we did take this third column, Raleigh Union to Ellis Road, right? So that gets us into RTP, that gets you to the new grocery store, doesn't get you to downtown Durham, but that's 23.8%, I get that, of what we would build. I would really struggle to go to my constituents and say that we're going to pay 50% when only 23% of the road is there. So I would be interested in hearing what are the other ways in which you would calculate it, because you keep saying, well, if we calculate it that way, what other way would you calculate it?
I think akin to the discussion and cost sharing that was developed for the light rail between Orange County and Durham. There was a negotiation there where, where it wasn't necessarily based on mileage.
Right. Get that.
So that's a discussion that hasn't taken place yet.
Right.
I think once the project is further defined, and then that discussion can take place as to what the cost share should be between Durham and Wake for the percentage of the project that is in Durham, for sure. So I think that we can't answer exactly how that discussion is going to take place because it's going to take place at the MPO. But if this is a very rudimentary way
Right.
of looking at it, I would say, this
Right.
23%. It's based on, I think, kind of like an old idea that, you have this many miles, this number of stations, this much ridership. So when the project first started, it was like, okay, when we were considering the whole 37 miles, 2/3 was in Wake and 1/3 was in Durham. So it was a 2/3, 1/3 split, very basic. But I think that I think this discussion that's going to be held at the MPO levels is going to be critical as to how Durham finds, how much it may have to contribute to the project for the miles that are based in Durham.
And just to follow up, y'all gonna keep, I get that, I don't have a problem with you, sir. Some of your staff, they don't like the questions I ask, but I get this seat, so I get to
Sure.
ask it, right? So I recognize, for us, we make investments, for our constituents. So it's not gonna be, we're only gonna do 1/3 because we get 1/3. Like, I wouldn't do that, especially if it was in the best interest of my constituents. Like, I'm smart enough to know that. So we might at some point have to be burdened with more than what somebody might think is our equivalent share. That being said, we have to ask these questions because we are now 10 years down the road. We are past light rail. We want BRT. Now we want, everybody does not get to sit in those rooms. Like, everybody's not on all these boards. And there are 338,000 people in Durham. So I think that you have done a decent job in being transparent, or at least coming here and answering our questions. But it's going to be like this every time, only because we want to make sure that the people who eat, sleep, and breathe here and who are going to utilize this bus feel comfortable with this investment in their tax dollars. That's it. And I think you understand that. I need your staff to understand that. But I personally feel like you understand that. So you're going to keep getting questions like that from us. And I don't have a problem if we have to go over our percentage, again, if it's in the best interest of my constituents. Because you're looking at a bus rider. When I didn't have a car, the only way I could get to downtown Raleigh was the bus. So I get it.
Yeah.
And the day I don't have a car, I'll be on that bus again. I might be on that train again. But I'm not going to do it by burdening folks. I want to do it to benefit folks.
And I think Durham has some very significant bus expansion needs that they're looking at in their transit plan. I think that you've done a great job surveying the community and how what they want. And certainly you can bring this discussion point to the MPOs and the cost sharing because you have priorities that you want to meet for your constituents. At the same time, Durham is going to want to participate in some manner on the commuter rail. And I keep saying commuter rail. I think the name is going to change over the next period of time because because of COVID. I think we're looking at all-day service now, and it's not really going to be just commuters anymore, right? So I think that's also going to change in how we talk about the project.
Catherine, could you switch to the Durham slide? Just to put the percentages into actual numbers. I want to make sure y'all saw this, the box in the bottom center is saying that if we based it on mileage and went to Ellis Road, the capital cost for Durham would be around $210 million. And in our transit plan that you've seen, many times, we have about $195 million. So it's pretty close when you're talking about numbers that big, right? I think that is financially feasible for Durham to do. I think it's important for you as a board is to consider, what we're doing with the rest of the money, right? And that we are improving bus service substantially in that transit plan. That's the number one priority. We are doing that bus speed and reliability study. We have some funding set aside to implement the recommendations of that, but it really depends on what comes out of that study, what it might cost Durham to do a bus rapid transit project or other improvements to determine if we have enough to really do that, to do whatever project or projects come out of that. And then, I had another point I made my blank on, but I just, overall, look at this in terms of the system and all of the improvements that are being provided to Durham. And if it only goes, this is my point, if it only goes to Ellis Road, it will be critically important, or RTP, it will be critically important that we provide that connection to downtown Durham and the Go Durham bus network. That's where the majority of riders are, and that really would make it accessible to more residents of Durham.
I just want to quickly piggyback on your comment, Ellen, before we leave this slide, because I think the key issue, though, is that when you look at the ridership numbers, there is no difference between Ellis Road and RTP. So for me, that is actually the key consideration. Is it worth investing 290, I guess, the additional cost between stopping at RTP and going to Ellis Road? Could you clarify that cost? Are we saying it's an additional 115 million? So is it worth 115 million to go another, 2 miles or something, and we don't get any increase in ridership? Or can we use that money in a better way? For instance, and I'll make further comments later, but I just want to highlight the issue is about the ridership and the cost to only go another 2 miles for a park and ride lot. So I think that's the key issue.
And you may also want to consider the road network and how best you can connect buses to either Ellis Road or RTP. It actually may be easier to connect RTP on the bus network, on the road network, but I think that's something we need to take a closer look at.
You want to go ahead? Did you finish, Netta?
But now it slipped my mind because I was looking at the numbers. So I'll come back to me.
Okay.
Wendy can finish.
Whichever one. Okay, you want to go?
I think Ellen did a great job of summarizing how we need to organize our thoughts about this. And to me, and it sounds like this may be what others are thinking as well, are really the only two options we would consider are Raleigh to Ellis Road or Raleigh to RTP, and I guess that means Auburn to RTP. Because there's not a column just for downtown Raleigh to RTP, but maybe that's immaterial for us. We're assuming it would be 95 million for us, and so that's probably what our share is that shorter distance, I guess. And I think it's a really important point that it doesn't seem like there's a benefit for us to go to Ellis Road unless I'm missing it. I mean, I guess that would be a question I would have is what benefit is there for Durham that we would get for that additional, $100+ million it would cost to go to Ellis Road versus just going to RTP? Do we have some thoughts on that now, or?
I think, yeah, just very briefly, I think that would be determined by what the land use planning and connection planning to that Ellis Road station is over time. Go Triangle owns a piece of land at the Ellis Road station. Part of that would be used for park and ride. The remainder of it could be developed for other uses, including affordable housing or some of the other more public uses that were being discussed earlier in the meeting during your consent agenda. So, accessing publicly controlled land there could be a benefit. That is not to say that it wouldn't be a benefit in the future either. So I think, the ridership model ridership model is just based on what you put in now, based on what's in the MTP for those future year population and employment projections and the roadway network connections. So more work could be done to really do small area planning around that location to maximize the benefits if a decision was made to move forward with the Ellis Road Station as part of the initial phase or as an extension.
I see and so in that regard, the TJ-COG study will be very important to get that off the ground.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to working with TJ-COG on this critical study. It'll pull a lot of all the different transit and transportation elements into it, in addition to the land use and housing, which is something that the region really needs, especially as we continue to seek federal funds. It's nice to have a unified snapshot of what we can show folks that are providing us funds in the future.
Right. Right. Do we know anything about sort of like implementation timeline or cost differential if we were to go with the option of having it go from Raleigh to just RTP first? Then how long would it then take to extend, further into Durham, Ellis Road, Glover Road, whatever? Looking at the chart, it's 10 years to go either to RTP or to Ellis Road. So presumably it wouldn't take 10 years to go from RTP to Ellis Road. Would it be quick?
It really depends on funding and then sort of what we know about that timeline in advance. If the planning and engineering work is done at the same time and it's deferred for future implementation, that could make it happen more quickly. On the other hand, if you wanted to consider it as a standalone project that you're sort of weighing against these other uses of the funding, like BRT, the recommendations from the bus speed and reliability study as an example, it may take longer. The railroad negotiation piece could make it take longer. But I think it really comes down to the funding and when funding can be identified for that implementation is going to set that start point to be able to deliver it. I think there is, particularly if we're talking about Ellis Road or the slightly more north location, Glover Road, Andrew Avenue, there is definitely an opportunity to position the double tracking of the corridor that would be needed between RTP and that location. You could position that for a standalone grant opportunity because that double tracking is going to benefit the freight traffic and definitely going to benefit the intercity traffic. NCDOT has previously submitted a grant application for double tracking that portion. It wasn't successful last year, but that doesn't mean it wouldn't be successful in the future. So in any case here, we would be working with Ellen and working with the MPO staff to identify what are those opportunities like that can bring grant funding to the corridor and reduce that, that number that it would cost to implement the commuter rail or increased passenger service, frequent service component to the project.
I think if Durham were to invest in the engineering portion cost of getting to Ellis Road or a little further, maybe Anger, then you have a shovel ready, right? So if you have work going on in the ground between RTP and Raleigh, then there's a notice of funding availability from the USDOT, then you have a shovel-ready site project that would connect to another project that would make it very attractive. So, and I think, and this is kind of how DOT is advancing the S-line. They're in phases, their projects. So it's, I think the engineering portion here, and that the value of that work would be with us for a long time. It wouldn't just expire after a few years. For instance, like an environmental analysis might. So whatever the engineering is to get to Ellis Road or further, I think that would be. I think Durham should have an interest in perhaps having that part done.
Okay, that sounds reasonable. Do we have a cost estimate for that?
I don't offhand, but it's something we could pull together and.
Okay.
Yeah, fraction of that.
Fraction, yeah, okay. Yeah, so when we're thinking about big numbers, it's almost like, oh, whatever. I mean, I am encouraged by the possibility of having, moving forward with commuter rail. It seems like there's a clear consensus among all the counties, among all the demographic groups, including bus riders, that we continue to move forward with passenger rail, increasing passenger frequency on rail as one of our transportation options, one of our regional transit options. And it's really encouraging to hear about all the bus improvements already happening regionally with the 100 and the 700 and the DRX. And it's hopeful to think about the possibility of beginning the commuter rail to RTP, and knowing that the sort of benefits so far that we know of as far as ridership goes will be the same as going to Ellis Road. But if we only go to RTP, we have over $100 million left to perhaps invest in the results of the bus study that we're doing. And those last mile connections seem super important. Otherwise, we're really not going to be able to maximize the benefits for Durham residents by building the rail out. So I, at this point, based on what I know, am leaning towards the Durham to RTP option for implementation first. Thinking that, continue with the engineering studies to Ellis Road so a project would be shovel ready should some other funding opportunity come along. I do think it would be good for us at some point as a board to home in on specifically how are we going to make this decision? Like, what's our framework for decision making? What's it based on? What priorities do we say to ourselves? Does it hit this? Does it hit this? Does it hit this? Then yes, or no, so not this. So, okay, that decreases our likelihood of investment here. I just don't feel like we've done that. Sort of, what are our values around how we make the decision? I'm not suggesting we figure that out necessarily.
Yeah,
but I
so,
do.
so there are some elements, Heidi, that Commissioner Carter, that we have discussed at the Go Triangle Board that this board don't have privy to yet. So there are some other questions that we are discussing at the board level, at the Go Triangle Board level, that at some point I need to have a conversation with this board about. We just haven't had the opportunity. There's some information that I've requested. So you've got the mayor, myself, and Stephanie Williams on the Go Triangle Board for Durham. And there's some questions that we have not gotten the answers to yet. So for us to say, yes, we're ready to move forward, we're not there.
I mean, I personally feel like I'd be ready to move forward with commuter rail in some way. How limited the investment is a different question, and I think I've indicated that right now I'm kind of like the most limited of the options that we've seen. And really am glad that the transit plan options that are coming forward are prioritizing bus service a lot, 75% or something of the. So, but we need both, and how to do both is what we're trying to puzzle together here. And I just think a framework for decision-making would help me. And one question, just another little question really, but is have we, are we assuming when we have the commuter rail ridership number projections, are we assuming that we're going to continue to run the regional bus service at the same level of service? Because it seems like if we don't, maybe the commuter rail ridership numbers would go up, which would increase our chances of getting funding at the federal level, make it look more appealing. I don't know. Just a thought I had.
Yeah, I don't have, we've run a number of different scenarios, so I don't have offhand the answer to what is the bus network assumed in that particular ridership case. But in every time that we're running a ridership model, Go Triangle's service planners, which also do the planning for Go Durham, are looking at what are reasonable assumptions to make for what are those bus services that connect with the stations. So there's a lot more work that would need to be done to figure out what that network actually would be when it opens, but there are reasonable assumptions based on what we know right now about what those bus services would be.
Thank you. I may have another question or two that are small, but that's all I can think of for now. Thank you so much. Really, really interesting, important information. Very well presented, too. Thank you.
Can I just make one comment to Commissioner Carter's request? So we are working with, we have a group that we've contracted with to help guide the framework you were asking about, to help guide conversations and help this board come to a consensus of how we want to move forward and answer some of the questions. So DCM Jones and I were just talking about this Friday. I shared it with him. He thought it was a good approach. So we'll be in touch with you soon to schedule meetings to have those conversations.
Thank you. Thank you. Netta, you have, okay.
Yes, I remember my questions. I wrote them on my napkin, so I wouldn't forget this time. Yes.
All right.
The first one, going back to the initial question that I had about the cost sharing, I know you had mentioned that the cost sharing decision would be made later down in the process. I was just wondering if we know, like, at what point in the process and, like, how much will have been spent and invested in this project by the time we reach that decision-making point.
So the cost sharing discussion is going to happen over the next 3 months, and that's going to happen in the MPO at the MPO level, and in the investment to date for this feasibility study. The county's committed $9 million, of which most of we have expended in order to get the feasibility study completed. So if we hit at the end of June, I think you're only in it for $9 million. So, but we hope that there's a very active discussion about the cost sharing over the next 3 months. At the MPOs, we're going to support that discussion with DCHC and Campo, and I'm sure that we will probably be back here before then to talk more about that.
And then my second question, this is kind of jumping off of Commissioner Jacobs and Carter's point about the Ellis Road versus to RTP, of figuring out, is that extra $115 million worth it? Do we have a cost estimate, or can we work on something of what it's going to cost to expand bus rapid transit to Ellis versus what it's going to cost to expand bus rapid transit to RTP? Because I think that would also help our decision of which option to go towards. Like if
I think it's considerable, and I'll let Catherine give you the real expert answer, but I've done some BRT in the past, and you need a lot of study looking at a corridor. If that's your corridor, you have to first of all figure out if that is the corridor. Certainly you want a strong bus connection to the rail, whether that be a BRT or conventional bus connection. You know, and then once you get into a BRT where you want to have a vehicle running in its own right of way or its own lane for the most part, certainly that will require considerable investment, I believe, on the county's part. But Catherine, you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I would say on the service side is where we would have the most concerns. That in the network today, Durham Station is the location where all the Go Durham bus routes come into Durham Station. The Regional Transit Center, or what will be at the RTP rail station, is where almost all of our regional routes come in. So the route from Durham Station that we talked about earlier, the 700 comes in there, but as do routes from South Durham, the 800, which goes from downtown Chapel Hill through South Durham to RTP, and routes that get to places in Wake County that are on the rail line now, but also some that are not. So we have already two pretty substantial hubs in our bus system, both the local bus system and the regional bus system, at those two locations. So to add an additional location at Ellis Road may result in some need for duplicating service if you're really trying to drive connections at those locations. And I think Ellen alluded to earlier, that connection at Durham Station where, everything comes into is really the one that's very important for ensuring access to as much of Durham as possible. So to try to duplicate that at Ellis Road would be very expensive.
Thank you.
But we should also look at the corridor to see how it performs today. I think today it may only be a 20-minute bus ride between RTP and or Ellis Road and Durham Station. And I think determining if some investment is made in the corridor would signal priority and other improvements, you could get that down a few more minutes. And then after that, how much do you want to invest in order to get perhaps a 10-minute ride out there? And but I think right now we really need to take a good look at the time it takes for a bus to get to those potential station sites and kind of report that back to our board and to you.
So Commissioners, this is such an important issue. We slated 45 minutes for this item. We're approaching an hour already. So I know you have quite a few questions, and I do too. So I may have to hold my questions for the board meeting. So you go ahead and ask yours, and I'll hold mine till later.
Can we just hear what Ellen was about to say?
Were you finished? I'm sorry.
Ellen was about to say something. Can we just hear?
Yeah, go ahead, Ellen.
Yeah, I was just going to add that during the development of the transit plan, we looked at a bus rapid transit scenario. So we have some very high level cost that could be shared of what that would cost. So we could come back with that when the transit plan is brought forward in the future item.
Let me just ask this one while you're talking about cost. I haven't heard just mentioned anything much about Austin Road. It's been RTP. So I'd like to know what the cost would be to go to Austin Avenue.
So we have on this map the RTP station location, the Ellis Road station location, the possible location for a station near Glover Road, and then
Andrew.
Okay. Yeah, Glover or Andrew Avenue, and then the East Durham station, which is at Alston Avenue. So what we've looked at would be the incremental cost to move that Ellis Road station up to the Andrew Glover location. That's in the range of $50 to $70 million for that additional 1 mile. On the $50 million end of the range, if you're moving the station from Ellis Road north, and more on the $70 million range if you're adding a new station. So retaining the Ellis Road station, adding another one at the Andrew Avenue Glover Road location.
Okay, I just needed to know that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to first of all let the board know that I am representing the county on the MPO's work group, the DCHC MPO and CAMPO subcommittees that are looking closely at this issue. And we had our first meeting, I think it was last week or the week before.
Yeah.
But I think first I just want to go back to the big picture here, which is that the slides that we started out with, that this corridor is a very important corridor. This is where, major population growth, 8 out of the 10 job centers. So this is we're lucky. We have a very important corridor to manage our growth and also access to jobs. So for me personally, what is most important is investing in this corridor, and not just around transportation, but also around land use. And I don't think that we should be talking about transportation without talking about land use. And that whatever we do moving forward, we need to have a plan and a strategy that integrates both. So I think it's really important that we also get back from you. I would like to get information about how much land is publicly controlled around each of these stations that are on the Durham side, okay? So West Durham, downtown, East Durham, Ellis Road, because the whole issue around managing our, the issues that Durham is facing right now, the conflicts around growth strategies, how we can have high-density development around the station areas, but most importantly, affordable housing. Because if there's publicly controlled land, we can pursue public-private partnerships like we're doing with 300 and 500, leverage those to do affordable housing. The second thing that I think is really key is that the job growth for 2050, the most jobs are going to be in Raleigh, downtown Raleigh. And for me, sitting here as a county commissioner right now, I do not want Durham residents to be left out of the future. I am really concerned about making sure that our residents, that we're not just meeting the needs for now, but we have got to make sure that our children and our grandchildren are going to be able to get to the jobs in 2050, which are going to be east of us. And the third thing I want to say is that it's important to know, to think about, just heard Jarrett Walker speak, who's a international expert on transportation, wrote a book called Human Transit, where he said, it's not about the mode. It's about what you're trying to achieve, connecting people to opportunities. So for me, I think it's really important that we adopt this corridor regionally as a first step, and the station areas, and then figure out a land use plan around the station areas that we adopt for transit-oriented development. Because to get the funding from the federal government, we have to increase our ridership. That's why we're not qualifying right now for FTA funding. We're not qualifying because we've got to get our population up at the station areas. That will help us do that. The second thing is that I do want to know, and great questions that my fellow board members were asking, we need to have a better idea about how we could do a strategy around BRT buses, not only directly from downtown Durham Station to RTP, or from downtown to downtown Raleigh, but also something that incorporates the station areas so that we can start doing the TOD. And to understand whether it may not be a designated lane. We may not be able to afford that. Or it may be something we have to work with DOT over time as they make improvements on the roadways. The third thing is we have to remember the context that's happening around rail. We have, as was mentioned, the Biden administration, all the money right now is in FRA funding. It's in passenger rail. It's in Amtrak. So we have to keep in mind the passenger rail and the S-line and how we go after those improvements, which are going to help us for this more local rail service. And I would like to see, you mentioned a plan for how we can chip away, working with NCDOT, Rail Division, and also FRA, chipping away at those pieces. I would like to see that plan. Fourth thing, I just mentioned those are together, but then the next thing is we haven't talked about, which is the rail yard in East Durham needs to go. It is not an appropriate place to have a rail yard in East Durham. And that is costing, that's $1 billion, a third of the cost of the projection for the commuter rail. It's not safe. Talk about environmental justice issues. Talk about what just happened in East Palestine, Ohio, which was our partner, Norfolk Southern. That is not an appropriate location. So we need to have a long-term strategy, conversations with Norfolk Southern about moving that rail yard for the long term. And then lastly, you mentioned the regional transportation vision. So important. We learned at the joint Campo and MPO meeting last week that the last time that we had a regional plan for our was in 1969, when there were about 440,000 people living in our region. So it is time to do that. I really look forward to the next steps in this process. Thank you.
So, I think there are a lot of questions this board has. I have a lot of questions, and there's so many things that this board has mentioned that we've brought up at the board level that we need more information, more research done, more is to say that we are even anywhere close to moving forward. We're not. And one of the things that Commissioner Jacobs just mentioned was that the ridership and going to DC with FTA and hearing from them that we do not have the ridership to move forward. So there's a lot more to be done, a lot more questions to be asked and answered. And I'm not going to prolong this meeting today because I'll be with you guys in another week or so at another meeting. So I'll get some of my questions answered then. But the one thing I do want to, just mention for the audience is that TJ Cobb is planning to do a plan, because right now we really don't have a plan, and we've got to do that. And that was one of the things that that was mentioned in DC as well, is that we don't have a plan that they can give us money for. So there's too much that's unanswered right now for us to even move forward. And so we thank you so much for your presentation today. And will you be providing answers back for the questions? Ellen, will those answers be forwarded back to the commissioners that were asked today?
Yeah, I'll work with them to.
You'll work to get those answers back. And I will ask a lot of my questions at the board meeting. So thank you so much. If you've got something else that you want to say, otherwise we will see you at the next meeting. Thank you so much for being here this
Y'all just
morning.
remind me when we make a decision, Brenda. When are we?
We don't know when we're going to make a decision yet, because there's too much uncertainty right now.
Is it when we approve the transit plan, though? Would that be the decision point?
We've already done that, the transit plan. What do we need to do with the transit plan?
I'm hoping that it will come forward for public hearing and then approval by the three boards May, June. We were waiting on the governance ILA to be approved, which that goes to the MPO board next week.
Yeah, we got a little conversation to have about that. So the ILAs for the three counties have not been approved yet. So that's the stalling right now. We've got some more conversation to have with, am I right about that, Chuck?
Orange has been approved. Wake hasn't approved one that's in existence. And I think our board last week approved the ILA. I think it's up to the MPO. I think it's the last step, right, Ellen?
Yes, yeah, the approval by the MP of the Durham ILA by the MPO is the last step.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought that Durham and Orange had already approved theirs and Wake has not.
They're not up.
Well, we all had, Durham and Orange had existing ILAs from way back in 2013, 11. So this is the Durham and Orange ones have been, greatly changed and revised.
But there's some questions about Wake's.
Wake is, I don't think their ILA expires for another 17 years or so. Yeah, 2035, I think, is when the Wake ILA expires, and will have to be reapproved.
But there are some other questions that I understand that has to get answered.
So there are some, there have been some questions about the differences between the Wake ILA and the Durham and Orange ILAs, you know, and which is have come up at our board level.
Right.
And especially how you treat certain revenue streams that Go Triangle has. And I think we have a solution for that. Although
Okay.
we may not agree, we believe we have a solution to that.
It was always about, it always bumps down to money. Okay.
It really does.
All right.
I just want to
Question?
clarify to Commissioner Carter's point, though, that we will be making a decision on this about in June, and it may be a joint thing where it's CRT and BRT, but I personally do support moving forward and our board being able to come back and give direction.
I believe the subcommittee, the MPO schedule, I believe, kind of does, for the most part, match up with the transit plan, Durham transit plan schedule. So I think there'll be some good information coming out of the subcommittees and the MPOs that will help inform the Durham transit plan.
So you said you wanted to move forward in June with what?
We're gonna. I do support our board weighing in on the issue by
Weighing in, yeah, well, I agree with that, weighing in, yeah.
Yeah,
But without all the information, I can't say we are going to make a decision to move forward, yeah.
we will. It's going to come back. The subcommittees' work will be ending, I think, around in June, and come back with a recommendation. But that our board will need to move. We need to weigh in on this.
Okay.
Yeah, so whether the Go Triangle board weighs in at the end of June and the counties come in August or all at the same time, I think more remains to be seen in how things are progressing.
Yes.
The
All right.
transit plan is high level, long term, how we prioritize our funding over the 20 years. So that's first, that will come first, and we can describe it in a way that kind of gives us some flexibility, perhaps. But the next step on any engineering studies or, you know, design studies with Wake County, that will require a budget amendment, and we'll have to have some agreement on how those costs are shared. So that also will come to this board, but it would come after the transit plan. Does that make sense?
Okay, all right.
There's a lot to coordinate.
It
A
is,
lot of
it is.
steps
We're going to be
and,
back here a
many
lot.
boards.
We got that. So thank you for being here this morning. Thank you for your report, and we'll see you soon. Okay. Our next item, Commissioners, is 230231, an annual reporting update from the Greater Durham Black Chamber of Commerce, the Greater Durham Chamber of Commerce, and Downtown Durham, Inc. So they will do it in that order. And we will start with the Greater Durham Black Chamber. Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'll just briefly start us off with a few comments to get us started today. Andy Miracle, Director of Economic Development with Durham County. So much of the work that we do in economic development, just like the rest of the county, is done through partnerships. And so we've been trying to bring some of our partners forward over the last couple of months to provide some updates. Today we will hear from, as the chair noted, 3 updates from those organizations. And so to start us off, we'll have DJ Broderick.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm going to go over a little bit of our work with Durham County in the last year or so, but also share a couple of things about our organization for those that haven't had a chance to work with us or hear from us before. Have a short presentation for you all. The first thing I'll share is just about our organization. All right, so about our organization, right? So we are a nonprofit organization that's been around for about 15 years. They really, our big vision is to make sure there's Black economic freedom in Durham. Our mission as an organization is to support the growth and development of Black entrepreneurs, Black businesses, and the Black business ecosystem In that mission, we provide advocacy, access, education, and opportunities through various efforts. Our organization right now is comprised of over 200 members from various backgrounds, various industries, and our board of directors is who leads the strategic development of our organization. It's a 17-member board of directors that operates across 5 committees, including development, finance, marketing, membership, and programming. And our work is executed by a small staff of about 5 people, and myself being the leader of that staff as the president and CEO. You'll see here a showing of a lot of our board members that lead this effort and have been doing so for many, many years. Again, I mentioned we're a 15-year organization. I want to just kind of highlight the big picture, and then before I get into the work that we've done in the last year and a half or so, because this is our second annual year contracting with Durham County and the work that we do. But I want to highlight the big picture and just kind of bring it back to focus into how what we do supports our solutions, right? So the big picture here is that as a result of systemic racism everywhere, Durham included, there has been a large amount of economic inequity as it relates to shared prosperity, inclusive economic development, all these different things. And so this is a lot of the work that we work in. You may have heard terms like the racial wealth gap and just huge other disparities, but they all focus on this root cause being systemic racism and how it's affected all of us over many years. Well, while that problem existed and we were trying to solve that beforehand, the coronavirus pandemic really highlighted and exacerbated a lot of what these disparities were doing. And so we're happy to partner with Durham County as a function of that pandemic to help solve some problems that a lot of businesses were having in Durham, and as the county was looking at different ways to ensure that businesses weren't shuttering and closing for good, we were able to partner with the county in some services to help solve that problem. Some of the things that we learned from the coronavirus pandemic included a lack of businesses being able to maintain adequate financial records to actually get some support from a lot of federal, state, and local support efforts. And many businesses missed out on opportunities because of a lack of profitability in businesses. A lot of businesses missed out on opportunities because of a lack of understanding of their business, not just in what they do, but in running their full business. Lack of maintaining compliance with local federal laws, lack of relationships with regional and national banks, a lack of appropriate certifications, and also lack of access to timely information or also capital. And so looking at all these problems, we have been a part of a solution with Durham County over the last, 18 months or so to help businesses, the entire small business community, not just our members, but the entire small business community in Durham to have resources in doing so. So in summary, what we've done a lot of is provide trainings, right, and consulting. Right, and a lot of what we've done is to provide trainings, broad trainings to help businesses solve those problems I just listed there, but then also the one-on-one consultations beyond those trainings to help them apply those theories to their businesses. And our goals here is to help our businesses not just survive the pandemic, but to thrive beyond the pandemic and to also prepare for future disruptions, future economic hardships, and any other things that may pose a threat to them and their businesses. So in the past year, I want to walk through some of the things that we've been able to do through this contract and some of it outside of this contract. But just, again, one of the tasks at hand was to give you what we've done with this contract, but also give you a little broader information about who we are and what we're doing. So I'll list them here. You'll see one-on-one technical assistance, business plan support review, financial software review and recommendations, financial review and support, business development, boot camp workshops, grant and loan provision and assistance, local, state, and national certification support, referrals and networks building enhancement, leadership development, economic development consulting, and workforce development consulting. And I'll get back to those bottom two in a bit here. This is one of the ways in which we do it is through getting information from online resources, right? So we have a form on our website and also through different partners through their websites that promotes small businesses promotes our capacity to assist small businesses in getting support. And you'll see one of the snapshots of that form here, where we share that Durham businesses are eligible to get free business assistance through us. We've also designed, based on the list of problems I listed earlier there, we've also designed some digital webinars that we've conducted, 3, and we're in the middle of our 4th one right now, 3 so far for businesses in the area at no cost to them. They just sign up and they can come to one session, or they can come to all sessions. We make this information available to them. And I listed some of those sessions here. Refining your business idea. Same thing, refining your product and service, your target audience, setting goals in your business, understanding compliance, laws, taxes, et cetera, understanding your business finances, being ready, the importance of sales, managing your business, scaling your business, and also succession planning for your business and exit strategies. And so in presenting these various sessions, we are also collecting a lot of information from businesses about which of these topics, or even topics that are not here, that are affecting their businesses and have prevented them from being able to sustain or grow their businesses. And so the next slide here shares with you some of the things we've done in addition to just those sessions. We've done sessions on crowdfunding for your business, certifications I mentioned earlier, how to scale or grow your business, and we've also spent a lot of time also promoting a lot of city, county, regional, and national products that also help businesses as it relates to getting access to capital. We've promoted the Durham Opportunity Loan Fund and other services like that that I think have been interesting. Here are some results that you can think about from our partnership in this last fiscal cycle. We provided about 200 hours of one-on-one technical assistance to businesses. We've connected 49 businesses to grant opportunities, 28 businesses to loan opportunities, helped 44 businesses apply for certifications, helped 21 businesses refine their business plans, 52 businesses refine elevator pitches, businesses seek joint venture opportunities, 34 of those, connected 49 businesses to local contracted opportunities, helped 87 businesses launch their marketing campaigns, and helped 12 businesses connect with bookkeeping services. A couple key lessons that we learned that I want to point out that I think are really important in this 18 months. One of the key things, in addition to some of the services we've been providing, one of the key things we realized is that bookkeeping has been at the crux of what is affecting a lot of businesses that that have not been able to receive or apply for help. And so we've been in the process of designing a pilot program that we're about to launch right now. A couple of our key partners, as you all may know for sure, it's tax season right now. So we haven't released the product yet because a lot of our key partners are saying, well, wait a minute, don't release this yet because we're not ready right now. We want to make sure we can get through tax season. But we're going to run a pilot pretty soon as to what it would look like to be able to offer complementary bookkeeping services for early on or small business ventures, so we can start to ensure that that we understand some of the needs, right, and some of the theories that we're testing around how businesses may survive and be able to access resources if their bookkeeping was in order. So we're going to collect some data on that. This pilot program is going to cost us about an additional $16,000 to run, and we've looked at a couple different opportunities for that. But next year we plan to run the full program with key lessons learned from that pilot program that we think will also be able to expand the program a little bit more. Another key thing that we've learned is that although we focus on this, we have a contract right now that focuses on technical assistance, again, mostly trainings and consultations. I do sit on the Economic Development and Workforce Development Board for the city and county, and I always stress, and we've been coming to this organization, Durham County, for a few years now, stressing the opportunity to get involved in more economic development and workforce development, planning and execution. And I think that one of the key things we realize is that a lot of the data that we're getting from small businesses and the people that we're providing, a lot of what that points to is that economic and workforce development, our ability to be further engaged in economic and workforce development in Durham would be very, very advantageous to these businesses' present situation and future. And so that remains, I think, one of the biggest key lessons learned. And so in summation, we're excited about the work that we're doing. I think it's been wildly successful. And I think two things that we want to push for that I think are really important to increase that success is that we would like to request some more funding for bookkeeping, service piloting, and a plan for that long term, so that our businesses in Durham can be assured that that there's an organization or a community commitment to helping them really truly get access to some of the things that are really hurting their ability to build viable businesses. And when I say business, I mean organizations wholly, not just for-profits, but nonprofits as well. And then the second thing is, I think there also needs to be institutional representation in our economic and in our economic and workforce development that is inclusive of small businesses, minority businesses that are right at this time in Durham's history have, in my opinion, not been adequately represented in their process. So those are two things I think that I want to highlight for moving forward. But again, a big point is that I think we're doing a lot of great work together so far. And with that, I'll yield.
Commissioners, so bring with one organization up at a time. If you do have questions for CJ, now would be the appropriate time.
Okay, questions, commissioners? Commissioner Burns?
How you doing, Mr. Roger?
Hey.
Yeah, let's see, if I'm not mistaken, is that your board chair in the back?
Yes, our board chair, Mr. Larry Borders, is here.
Thank you. I don't know
Another
if
board member is here as well.
who?
Another board member is here as well.
Well, welcome to our chambers. I thought I recognized you all. One, thank you for the numbers. We like numbers. We like to invest things and see numbers back. But I'm going to push a little bit further. It would be really cool if we could see some success stories too.
Yeah.
And I know you have those.
We do.
So at your leisure, that will be helpful, because we want to know how these dollars are really impacting folks. And I think for me, when you have a success story, already right now you have an investment from a body like us, right? You have numbers now. Once you get that, I would love to see you all be in a better position to not just get capital from us, but from some of your other partners. And I know y'all are working on that. I bring it up because McKinsey put out that study. Post George Floyd, what was it, $380 billion. They said they wanted to invest in black business. We are 2-3 years post that now, and $280 billion of those dollars have not been given away. And so now you see financial institutions saying that we want to reallocate those dollars. Before they reallocate those dollars, I like the fact that we've invested in you. I want to see somebody else invest in you, right? Because now you got a track record. So I am hopeful that we're going after some stuff like that. I know you spoke about the Workforce Development Board. I see a couple of people in here who are on the board. I know you chair one. If there are nominations that you feel like we should be taking into consideration, bring I will say this, other people make nominations all the time. So this body makes, we vote the same way the city votes. I can say for other boards and commissions in this county, when folks, and I was about to say one, they'll say, well, this is the incumbent and the board feels strongly that blah, 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 blah should be on there. If that is how you feel or other folks in the community feel, communicate that to us, especially if you see that that is a gap. The other thing I wanted to point out, I'm excited about the technical assistance piece, because I think a lot of times people say we don't need technical assistance, but they do. It's just people need different levels of technical assistance. And my question, I think we're always talking about access to capital, but Melody Hobson brought up in her Forbes article, she was like, the real issue that we're going to have post-pandemic is not necessarily always going to be access to capital, but access to customers. In your survey, are you seeing that that is one of the things? Like, we can give people money all day, but if they can't access customers, are you seeing that in your data, and where can we fit in that narrative?
Yeah, you made a couple of great points. So I'll go back to the beginning. I think one of the more important things I'm seeing is that I think is necessary, and I know all of you have been doing a lot of great work for years, but I think one thing I've seen that I think is novel is that there have to be institutional partners that are well-versed in how you can better deliver your services to that community, right? So we happen to be, I think, an organization that, again, focuses on economic and workforce development and business development, and we have a 200 plus member organizations that we're getting data from all the time, right? And so this is one case of an institution, right, in our organization that can be a great partner to you all in delivering, inclusion and equity as it relates to economic workforce development. But I think that what's novel, I think, is that same thing doesn't exist as it relates to a lot of other industries, a lot of other topics that you're working on, per se. And I think that when you mentioned nominating folks for the for Workforce Development Board and those kind of things, right? I think it's important for us to think about people and individuals, right? I think, but the more important thing is to think about institutions, right? How do we work with and contract with an institution and organizations that's their mission, that's what they're going to do, because the individuals will leave, right? They'll be, they'll go do other things, right? And so one day, sooner or later, I'll go do something else, right? But how do we create a relationship that ensures that inclusion and equity are front and center as to how you are able to do your work, and that you have access to a wide range of thoughts from a body, right? And so I think that's important, right? And that segues into the other point you made, I think, about how do we design a Durham that everybody can benefit from, right? And so, when it comes to building an economy of the future, right? When it comes to building a X of the future, right? We have to find and partner with in a meaningful way organizations and institutions that can bring the voices of their constituents, in ways that have not been done before. And I think in many cases, the blueprints have been defined for 50 years, 60 years, but I think as all of us learn more and more about how to practice equity, how to practice inclusion, we can start to make sure that we're doing things like that. And so that's my big push for how we can do that work. And yeah.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Commissioners, we've got a couple more minutes. If there are any other questions, try to give each one of the groups 20 minutes each for 60 minutes. Trying to get through this. Okay? Yeah, if you've got a question. Commissioner Carter.
Yes. Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm really glad we're working with you, and appreciate the numbers you've provided, and appreciate Commissioner Burns' suggestion for success stories. Look forward to seeing those too. But your numbers look really solid, really strong. It's clear you've provided a lot of assistance and a lot of connections, which makes me think about the fact that it feels like you're trying to improve the equity of our entrepreneurial ecosystem in Durham. And if I'm right about that, I'm wondering if you're connected at all to the person who came to us to present from Forward Cities, I think, on EEE, equitable entrepreneurial ecosystems, to help businesses of color be successful and get off the ground and succeed. I don't remember that person's name. Andy's nodding a little bit. I remember being very impressed by that woman when she came. I just am wondering if you're connected to her at all.
Short answer is no. Right? So, but what I will say is this, right? Is that, again, I mentioned that we've been around for 15 plus years in Durham, building out, and we've been to this body for 5 years in a row asking for access to not just entrepreneurial. The problem we're trying to solve extends well beyond just entrepreneurial development. We've been doing that for 15 years, right? The thing that I think is more impactful, right, for us as a community thinking about is bigger than that, right? Is improving equity within economic and workforce development. Much of what you all have been advised on and continue to be advised on is the ways in which, organizations that have had access, right, or bigger organizations that have resources that can hire 2 or 3 people to say, hey, this is what our economic development plan is. This is what we want the county commissioners to know. That has been done, right, for 100 years, right, and you all have access to that. What you haven't had access to is smaller businesses, right, disadvantaged businesses, understanding what that plan looks like, what it feels like, and how they can get engaged in what that process looks like. You have business owners that have been driving by vacant land in their neighborhood for 50 years and had no idea that there's a process for how they as a community can develop that land and so on and so forth. That is the work that is not being done, and that's why you have such a huge disparity in Durham and other places around what's happening now, because the people that live there and experience that community have no idea what these processes look like and feel like. And so when I'm talking about institutional representation, I'm talking about organizations, unions, whoever, that represent people, right, that have access, that you all are working with in a meaningful way. Contractually, they're saying, look, bring us numbers, bring us data, but also provide information, provide resources, provide that education that's necessary to show people what these processes and procedures look like, so everybody can benefit from that, right? And so, in short, that's the more full picture, right? Is that I think that produces a lot more impact, and I think it produces a lot more inclusion and equity, and obviously a better quality of life for everyone. And I think, and so I hope that answers your question there. But to your other question, I'll say this, right? And it ties into something that you both have shared. We are part of a national network that is working on this, right? Working on these issues. We do also do work, with the SBA on this. We've been fortunate to be partnered with the North Carolina Department of Administration on this work for some time. The North Carolina MBDA office has also obviously just been funded and been a part of our community. We're entering into an agreement with them to do this work also. So to your point, Commissioner Burns, the need is huge, and I think many organizations are starting to work with us in that way, and I think our county has an opportunity to benefit from that, but to also think about what works for us as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's helpful.
Thank you, CJ. We appreciate you bringing this to us. And when you talk about institutional wealth, it's important that we embrace this conversation. Thank you so much for your presentation. And we need to move to the next group. All right.
Can I just ask a question?
We need to move to the next group.
Well,
And if you can ask it really quick, Wendy, otherwise we.
And he could follow up with an email.
Yeah, he can follow up with you. Okay.
Yeah, I was really curious to know more about how you're working with the SBA, because we heard Vice President Harris speak recently about how much money the Biden administration is investing in the SBA in credit unions and community development banks. And so it's an unprecedented opportunity. So I would love to hear more about some of the successes that you've had with getting people connected to those resources. Thank you.
Thanks so much. The next group is the Chamber of Commerce.
So today, with the Chamber of Commerce, we have Matt Gladdick, who's the Vice President of Economic Development, and Brian Fox, who is the Vice President of Public Policy.
Yeah, thanks. Just very briefly to try to get back on track. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
We're also joined by our Vice President of Community Investment, Angelique Stallings, here. But really, just on behalf of our President and CEO, we're glad to reintroduce to many of you and introduce to some of you Matt Gladdick, our Vice President of Economic Development. I think you've got the clicker. So just very briefly, we've already touched on some key points that we all collaborate on in general, and you're all familiar with the traditional role of chambers of commerce. Matt, maybe one more slide. We've had some great events recently and upcoming, and we look forward to continuing to see many of you there, but we are here to focus on the economic development piece that we are all working together on, so I'll turn it over to Matt.
Thank you, Commissioners. It's great to be back. It's nice to meet some of the new commissioners who weren't here before I left. So I'll be very quick and brief. I know you've had a very long day and have a long day ahead of you. These are the 4 major areas that we're working for in economic development, looking for software and IT companies, life sciences companies, clean tech, and advanced manufacturing. We've had a lot of success in these groups. We have a lot of specialization in our universities that helps to attract these, and we have a great workforce that goes along with them. We've had a record-breaking year in the state in general. The state put out these numbers with 28,690 jobs that have been announced through JDIG, which is the state's incentive program, $19.3 billion in investments, and $104.6 million in rural grants. The CNBC has rated us the #1 state for new businesses. Looking at for our numbers, over the last 3 years, these are a selection of some of our big announcements that have come out. 11,000 jobs, $3 billion in investment that has come through there. Not all of these required incentives to get here. These are Google, Meta. Can you remind me of the other ones since I've only been here for 30 days? Fidelity and Biogen also didn't need incentives to come here, but selected our community on their own. To get here, we respond to requests for information through Economic Development Partners of North Carolina, EDPNC. Some of the interesting trends that we've seen moving forward is that we responded in 2021, 116 requests for informations, 21 to 22, 95. And so far, we've only hit 22 in this past 2 quarters. And a lot of that is some of the changing trends that we've seen. The pandemic really pushed a lot of information to come through the RFI process versus site visits. So we only had 10 site visits in 20 to 21, but we've already had 21 site visits in the first half of this year. So we're seeing a lot of shift coming back to site visits, information coming through brokers. We're seeing a lot of what is coming through thanks to a lot of the federal initiatives. So the onshoring chip manufacturing, the Inflation Reduction Act that put a lot of stuff that requires U.S. made has brought a lot of advanced manufacturing and clean tech to us that are looking to locate here and to bring in new sites. It's made our RFI processes a bit more involved, more site visits, more communication, less just done through EDPNC. But we've seen really, really great increased regional collaboration. It's been really exciting to come back to Durham and see how much we get to work with Wake County on this, and we're not competing with, but we're working and presenting together. Especially around the NC Biotech Center has been a really fantastic collaborative partner as well. We're projecting, based on what we've seen and where we're going, that we're looking at about 8,000 new jobs that we think will be primarily in manufacturing, technical research, consulting, and healthcare. Those 8,000 jobs will bring about 14,000 secondary jobs in it. So people that will be serving those jobs that we bring in, more commercial service, reaching a wide group of Durham's population. These are going to be living wage jobs for the most part, resulting in a $1.4 billion economic impact that leads to more local opportunity. It's really important as I come in here, understanding Durham and having lived here for a long time, that we want to make sure that our economic development is servicing everyone in the county. It was really great to hear CJ and all the work that he's doing to really focus on that from a equity and inclusion standpoint and working with small businesses. We hope to be very collaborative in working on those issues. Can keep this really tight, and I'm going to end with any questions.
That was really quick.
We're doing our best to help you get on time. We're happy to answer any questions and anything we can do.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's start on this side this time.
Thank you so much for this very long and thorough presentation. I have a question just regarding, and this is not something that's in your presentation, but just came to my mind because we were all at Wolfspeed last week, and I know that they're expanding, and this is also ties into the transportation conversation we had earlier, since they are a Durham-based company and they're building that really big facility in Chatham County. What type of work do you think our board and that we're going to be doing to make sure that Durham County residents can also benefit from those jobs that are coming, whether it's investment in public transportation in that area or just job training opportunities that maybe we could partner with Wolfspeed for our Durham Tech students, for our DPS students to be trained for those jobs?
can get us started.
Go
I'll just make one quick point. Part of the promotion for that event last week, Durham Tech was really able to showcase the partnership that they have in place with Wolf Speed and a number of training opportunities. I think it was 8 to 10 different kind of program area certificates. So that has been in place since 2020. At the last time that Wolf Speed, then at the time Cree, was looking to expand for a new project they had. And while some of that investment did go to upstate New York, there was a substantial investment in Durham as well at that time. And so those trainings have been in place since that time. So you may have some additional.
No, I think that's great. I mean, I think, working on the transportation infrastructure, and I think, bus service is going to be really important in terms of being flexible and how, jobs change and move, and it's going to be important. And Durham Tech's training that serves both Orange and Durham County has been really important. I think a lot of the Chem Power and bringing those 600 jobs here and the skill set that they require. And I think about the investment in Durham Tech and the life sciences and Novo Nordisk bringing their investment to bolster the county's bond is really important as well.
Yes, welcome back, Matt. Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
And thank you for the presentation. Only 30 days, boy, it just flies off your tongue. You talk really fast. One question I have, it's kind of related to community benefits that businesses bring in addition to jobs, clearly, and the growth in our tax base. And the one that's uppermost in our minds maybe is child care, access to child care services for workers. And if we're going to have inclusive economic development, that's going to be really important. Just wondering if you guys already have or could, help us think about how to better engage the business community around that key issue of child care and how.
I know this has come up in conversation since I've been here already, but I'm going to let Brian handle that since he has been here longer.
Yeah, I know we've already had a little bit of conversation about this morning, and really feeds into some of the regionalism and other aspects that Matt mentioned earlier. We are blessed with folks who go all around the region on a daily basis, and so there's a few different factors that all sort of come together: transportation, healthcare, childcare, housing, education. It all fits together, and I love the opportunity that we have today to try to help connect some of these high-level economic development trends into the work that's happening on the ground through partners like we've already heard from and will. There's a statewide child care coalition that's been formed to look at some of the public policy needs at the state level and some of the connections into the federal level. But ultimately, we're seeing a lot of businesses, particularly larger institutions, taking on some of this work themselves. It's not always something that they're going to commit to in the course of an incentive process, but it is something that we are seeing national trends, and we're starting to see locally, as was discussed earlier today. So we will absolutely highlight the child care as one of those emerging needs within the business community in both what we're working on and how we're connecting into the local, regional, and state efforts that are happening around this issue. But I really appreciate you raising it, and we can, in the course of some follow-up, include some information on what's happening and what's happened and what we think will happen.
Yeah, well, that's really encouraging, to hear. And as we continue to try to build this, ethos that in Durham, our corporate partners are going to help with our main goals, and that certainly is one of them. And I also, what you said about housing, transportation, healthcare, and education, I really appreciate the Chamber focusing on those sort of social determinants of success and, and success in the workforce. They're all connected. And I really appreciate also the Durham, the Chamber's, what I've perceived as increased interest and focus and support for Durham Public Schools as far as workforce development goes, and really hope that continues and expands as well. But anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to kind of chime in on that a little bit. When we talk about child care, this board is committed to maternal health. So if we're going to help healthy babies be born, then moms and dad will have to go to work, and they have to have somebody to take care of babies while they're working, and then they had to have great housing to take care of them, and jobs. So it all kind of fits together. So thank you. I'm going to pass it over to Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you. Welcome back, Matt.
Yeah.
I first want to say that I really appreciated the Chamber's recent event at the Carolina Theater. And I personally felt like it was the best gathering, yearly event that I've experienced. And I really appreciated the focus on the issue of talent development and education to jobs pipeline, and that we need to grow our talent from within. Investing in the people in our community and connecting them to the good jobs that we have here. That was just the theme that I heard over and over again from the NCCU football coach to highlighting Novo Nordisk's investment in Durham Tech. So I guess my request is that we really keep focusing on this with a laser focus, because at the end of the day, the reason that we are attracting jobs is because of the talent. So if we don't keep investing in the talent, it's going to stop. And we also need to really make sure that the priority is internally investing in Durham residents, investing in our children, investing in adults who need opportunities. And so I hope that you all can share, again, the model of the partnership with Durham Tech that we've seen with Novo Nordisk. Companies like Fidelity that do so much with Durham Public Schools. And now we've got Kempower, who is going to have childcare at their facility, the Norwegian company. So we've got examples here, but I think that we need to keep building on it. And thank you for mentioning transportation, Commissioner Alam, because the S line is going to go down to that direction. And so that's where we get back to the regional transportation system and how we want to make sure that Durham residents can get to the S line, which will go through Cary Station and go south to Chatham and Lee counties. VinFast, the Wolf Speed, there's a lot of jobs that are going to be down there. And I grew up in the Northeast where it was very typical for people to be on a train. It's still today for an hour, 40 minutes, 45 minutes to get to a good job. So thank you all for helping us make sure that, we're moving in this direction. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Burns.
I would say welcome back, Matt, but I don't know you. But I did see the press release, so welcome. One of the things that I did want to point out, we've seen some of those numbers about, what the state has bought in, what we've bought in. But I don't think anybody would disagree that you look at Wake County and they have, an economic development partnership, right? And you look at Mecklenburg County, and they have an economic development partnership, and the state has one. Charlotte's is so strong, it's 16 counties. I think 4 of the counties are down in South Carolina. I would never say that I'm not going to push to say that we need to have something in writing much like they have. I think between you all and our Black Chamber and Discover Durham, I see Susan Amy, and I think between DDI and the Research Triangle Park Foundation, everybody has really great work every day, every week. And workforce development also. But I think, and I'll go back to something Mr. Broderick said, we bring up an interesting point. We are at the precipice right now where everything we bring in is a false multiplier for something else, which is a beautiful thing, right? Every time one big plant comes, 10 other little things pop up around it. Tammy Hall is here now, but, if it wasn't for her, Durham would not have gotten back the MBDA Center. So we talk about commerce, we talk about SBA, but the MBDA Center is actually here in Durham. It is welcome back home. We have all of these really great partners that do great events. I just want to see everybody working together because I really think if we work together on everything, it'll be for our good. So to my colleague's point about talent, in the event that we don't start working together every day, all day, every day, there's nothing that's going to say that folks won't cross the line, the same we're willing to cross the line to go out of there. So I do want us to work as specifically as we possibly can. There was a map that somebody made, 36 different counties come into Durham every day to work. Every day. There's over a third of the counties in the state come into this county to work every day. And our folks are struggling to go out when we bought in 11,000 jobs in the past couple of years. So I'm not going to beat that dead horse, but I want some folks to start having some conversations. I want some folks to start meeting more regularly. Like, I'm one of those folks, I don't have to like you to work with you. I don't know if y'all notice. I don't need you to like me to work with me. I need you to not have low self-esteem. I need you to be respectful. And I know a lot of times in Durham, we work in our own silos. We done brought too much in to keep working in our silos. So I am hopeful that when this is done, y'all out there in this foyer trying to figure out how you all can work together and then I'll stop here. Kim Power coming in, they got to build that building. Apple coming in, there's a food truck rodeo that's going to be across the street because those folks got to eat, right? So clothes have to be clean. There's a cleanest. Things have to be printed. I'm pretty sure in CJ's organization, there are folks who do printing. There are folks who do a whole bunch of different type of work. I'm sure Tammy, even though she just started, can give you a laundry list of the Hub certified companies that are right here in Durham. I'm pretty sure that folks are going to need service workers. They just did a hospitality one. Who has the best list is Susan Amy. I just want to see all of that working together, and that doesn't take us. So that's what I want. Matt, welcome back, but that's what I want to see from you. Is that fair?
That's absolutely fair, and I think one of the benefits I have of coming back is a lot of existing relationships. We used to work for Nicole and know Susan Amy, and I've met CJ before when I was a peon at DDI, so I look forward to working more with CJ. But yeah, I completely agree, and I look forward to meeting Tammy as well.
And
Thank you.
just very briefly, let me applaud Durham County and particularly Andy and his department because they are helping catalyze a lot of that work. So thank you.
Thank you both. And Angeli, Ms. Stallings back there with the chamber. So thank you all for your report. We look forward to continued working with you.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Now it's Downtown Durham, Inc.
Okay, we've got Nicole Thompson coming up.
Yeah, she's on her way up.
President and CEO.
Hey, Nicole. Good morning. It's all.
Intro take two, everybody. Nicole Thompson.
Take two, let's go.
President and CEO, Downtown Durham.
You all look like you needed a little bit of a laugh. Good morning, glad to be here. Very happy to see you all. Happy to have this opportunity to speak with each of you and share a little bit about what Downtown Durham Incorporated is doing and has done over the last year. To address the question that was raised about the partnerships and collaboration, I will say that we are working very closely, having conversations as we are aware of opportunities to collaborate, to bring interesting, innovative things into the community, whether that be downtown or Durham or the city. So we're having those conversations, all of the entities in this group, in this room, in fact. So your words are certainly encouraging for the work that we're already doing, and we need to continue to do that, and also make sure that you're aware of some of those conversations. All right, I have the clicker, right? There we go. DDI, we have been around. We are celebrating 30 years. This is our 30th anniversary. We started in 1993, and I won't read our mission and vision statement. It hasn't changed much over the last 30 years. Basically, we are here to make sure that the downtown footprint is vibrant, continues to grow, and continues to be welcoming and inclusive of all who want to be in the downtown area. Our district, for those who may not know, we probably should have included a slide, but our district includes, it's 3/4 of a square mile. It is from the old ballpark to the new ballpark, and it is from Golden Belt to just shy of East Campus. So a relatively large footprint, but one that we continue to focus our attentions on. Our goals within the within Downtown Durham Incorporated, or DDI, we continue to be the entity that handles clean and safe in the downtown area with our 11 ambassadors. We monitor the streets, making sure that public trash cans are emptied, trash is picked up, and that graffiti is removed in a timely manner. We also offer hospitality services to individuals, directions, maps, things of that nature. We are also working closely with the HEART team to address the unhoused population within the downtown footprint. And then we also work very closely with the police department to address the growing threat of aggressive panhandling that does exist in the downtown area. Our team, though, is a eyes only. We are not a security force, so we have very close connections with the Sheriff's Department, the Police Department, and the HEART group. Economic development, that is something that we have done since the beginning of the creation of DDI, focusing on equitable economic development in the downtown Durham area. That economic development includes working with property owners, developers, investors to bring new development into downtown, but also very much focused on keeping the local vibe that we currently have, focusing a lot of our attention on the small, locally owned, independently owned businesses in the downtown area, our street-level businesses. We're happy to report that we have 70% of the businesses, street-level businesses that you see, were started in Durham, and 90% were started in North Carolina. We like that. We like that feel. We know that that brings a different feel to the downtown area. Placekeeping is something that we are stepping more and more into. That is bringing events, festivals, partnering with event managers to bring activities into the public area. We are doing some of our own now. That is something new that we have started, but we also work to identify other groups that we can partner with who also bring diverse groups into the downtown area in a more laid-back festival event kind of way. Marketing is a big foundation of what we do. It is how we push out the information and the things that we are doing, but also how we market downtown, whether that be to a business owner who wants to start a business in downtown or a larger economic development project that is interested in developing in the downtown area. We also do quite a bit more of communicating with our stakeholders, ensuring that we are maintaining the level of service that they're interested in and also keeping on top of things that they would like to see us accomplish in the downtown area. Just a little bit on, I will stop there and say that we have, over the course of the last year, and these are numbers through December 2022, because you have to come to our State of Downtown Durham event in April to get the latest and greatest numbers. But at the end of 2022, we had served over 1,000 clients. Those clients are artists, art groups, businesses, both new and expanding, as well as existing and businesses we're trying to retain, property owners, commercial developers, brokers, residential developers, anyone and anybody who wants to do anything in downtown will typically come and speak to one of us at DDI. So office square footage, the number on the left, right, I don't know how you're looking at this, the June 21 number, those are the last numbers that were reported to you. December 22, we had a total of 4.5 million square feet of office space. Between the two years, the only commercial development that we had to complete construction was the Roxborough at Venerable, 202,000 square feet of office space that is located next to the historic Venable Center. That currently sits vacant, but they're actively working to fill that space. It was built spec and it started before COVID, so it's one of those that was able to start, but it is now, given the industry and commercial development, kind of slowing down a little bit, but we do have every confidence that we will see a tenant in there and many additional tenants in the near future. A little bit about in the pipeline. As you all know, Meta announced just a few months ago of their presence in downtown, and for office developments in the pipeline, we have the ATC Phase 3, or the expansion on the Ford site, the Durham ID Phase 2, which is located behind the Imperial Building, and then the Gregson, which is a Wexford development that is being constructed by the Pettigrew Parking Garage that is adjacent to the Brightleaf Square area. Residential units, this is the thing that is really leading development in the downtown area. The cranes that you currently see out of the ground are residential developments. As you see, we have 4,700 that were completed in December. Total amount is 8,768. That is what we have built, planned, or under construction. And what we saw come online over the last year was the Ramsey, a couple of townhomes called Corporation Townhomes, and Cityport. We also want to acknowledge that while we don't really track rehab, in October of 2022, we were very appreciative and thankful and excited about the rehab of the J.J. Henderson, which rehabbed 177 affordable units. And we're excited about hopefully the opening of the Joyce in the next few weeks. Actually, April, I think, is when they're doing their grand opening. But on that note, these are the pipeline developments that are the residential development that is in the pipeline. Those that are in red are what is deemed affordable housing, and the rest are market rate. Most of these are, in fact, multifamily, but there are a few condos. That is an interesting thing that we're seeing, that we are seeing a bit more ownership opportunities in the downtown. This number also, or this slide also recognizes that we are tracking residential development outside of our district. This is one of the few statistics that we actually go outside of the boundary that I mentioned earlier, because we know that people are coming into the downtown. So it's a bit difficult and a little deceiving if we don't include that information. Merchants, these are the street-level merchants. You cannot compare those two numbers. In June 2021, we were not including professional services in these numbers. We were just reporting on restaurant, bars, and retail. We have now started to report services, nails, hair, personal trainers, things of that nature. So the numbers cannot be compared. I will share that my slides are out of order, which is a problem for me, but somewhere I have, don't know where that is. 25% of that 255 is minority, and about 48% of that 255 number are woman-owned. So we are very proud of that, and we continue to work with our partners and work with businesses that are interested, and especially giving a lot more hand-holding and technical assistance to minority-owned and women-owned businesses. On that note, I will say that, as you may know, we have some retail space adjacent to our new location we've been there over a year, at 307 West Main. It's about 300 square feet, and we are working to solidify a partnership with a local organization to put a small retail space in that space, with the hope of emphasizing or encouraging and supporting either a minority or woman or minority women-owned business in that area. That is not so much a pop-up, whereas it would be more an establishment, and then hoping to get them to grow in the downtown area and find another location for them to grow into. So more news on that in the coming months as we solidify that partnership. Since I don't know what's happening with my notes here in front of me, we'll just go off of the slides here. These are the merchants that are in the pipeline. I will say that a number of these have opened. Glory has opened. That is an African-American female-owned business. Manga Indian Grill has opened in the Durham Food Hall. Milk Lab has opened in the Food Hall. And Weldon Mills has also opened. Oh, and Zweli Zakaya has opened. So we're excited that a number of these are open. Yonder Lust has opened. They have a coffee shop, and the outdoor retail spot will be opening in the coming weeks. And a number of these are underway. And you will see a few of these, or be in the space of a few of those, when you come to our State of Downtown Durham event, April 19th. Major initiatives. So these are some of the big things that we are working on. We continue to work on permanent outdoor dining. We have 5 businesses that are still participating in that. They are the structures that you see within the downtown core that are currently protected by the orange and white construction barricades. The city did make this a permanent ordinance, a permanent program a little over a year ago. We continue to work with the city to determine what the structure needs to look like, and most importantly, what the pricing will be for those, ensuring that businesses will be able to afford and can reasonably ensure that they can afford into the future the use of those spaces. But right now, Luna, Copa, Mothers and Sons, Mateo, and Queenies are using those spaces, and if you were to walk around downtown, you will see that they are actively used throughout the evenings. Another major initiative that we have been working on for the last year has been parking solutions with the city. The increase in the hourly rate has put a burden on our hourly workforce, and we continue to work with the city on how best to address that so that we can ensure that we keep that very vital and important group within the community and ensure that we have places for them to park that they can afford. The Fayetteville Street reconnection, we are working actively through a number of resources to look at how we reconnect downtown with the Hayti community. We are doing this in a number of ways, but working very closely with Angela Lee and her team at the Hayti Heritage Center and very closely with DHA through their Choice Neighborhood Initiative funding. We are one of the lead partners on that around the neighborhood connection through the Choice Neighborhood Initiative. This is something that is of great interest to the DDI board, recognizing that 147 severed that relationship and how we can rebuild that and ensure that we maintain the authenticity and the feel and the wants of that community, but how we can also support and uplift that community based on the successes that we've had in the downtown area. A huge major initiative, as many of you may know, and this took quite a bit of our time, was the creation of the Bullpen, our social district. I won't go through the pound of flesh that has been left for us to get this across the finish line.
I've been waiting on this one.
This one was, this is near and dear to my heart. I dream of this in the evenings, late at night. I am happy to report that we have had no issues.
Good.
In December, when the police gave their report, they had no issues whatsoever. We have not seen an increase in trash. We have currently, I believe, because again, oh, well, looky here. 74 of our businesses are serving, so they're participating by serving drinks, and 33% are allowing drinks in. We are hearing quite a bit of interest in this. We have a few that are still holding off just to see how it goes, but this has actually been quite a success. We do recognize, though, that we started this December of 2022. It has been a maybe unseasonably cold winter, but it has been a winter season. The Durham Bulls have now have opened up. They will be participating, so we know that we will see more activity. We think that's a good thing, but we will continue to monitor and manage the use of this, the compliance of this. It's a difficult job, but ever so often the team has to go out and participate and make sure that they're completing the necessary requirements by putting dates and things on there. But it's a hard job, and someone has to do that, and we have taken that on. But I am happy to report that this is doing quite well for the businesses. Those who are participating are very excited about it. They are seeing a bit of an intake, and they are pushing it out as best they can. We are doing events. We will never lead with the social district, so it will never see from DDI, come down and enjoy the social district, have a drink. But if we do an event, we will say, and while enjoying the event, partake of the social district. We did that with the opening day party that we had last Friday, where it's come on down, come to CCB Plaza, and while you're here, you're in the Bullpen, make sure you pick up a drink if you'd like. Other major initiatives, and all of this is under driving traffic into downtown. Without the office workers, we are seeing that some of our small businesses are struggling during the day, so we are trying to find ways to drive people into downtown. So our desire to bring the Bullpen into the downtown area was to bring people into the downtown area to support those locally owned businesses that we have in the downtown area. Other things that we are doing, we have a spendable program, which is an e-gift card. We have about 52 businesses that are participating in that. The Downtown Durham Feast, we run that in the winter. It really is more of a local program. Come, eat downtown, turn your receipts in, and you'd be entered into a drawing to receive a gift basket comprised of gifts from the local retailers. We have a downtown map that I think all of you all have seen. As I mentioned, 307 West Main. We do a number of holiday events. December 3rd, the big kickoff of the social district was probably one of our largest. We had 10,000 people within the downtown core over the course of that day from 11 to 10 that night. So quite a big event. Shop Small Saturdays, third Friday, and of course the opening day for the Durham Bulls. So we are doing a few things on our own, to drive people downtown. And finally, I'll end with what we're going to be doing in the future. In 2023 is our Downtown Durham Blueprint 2023. That is, as you know, we do a master plan. This is a new name for a master plan. We are looking to what can we do to ensure that that downtown continues to grow, it continues to be this thriving place that everybody wants to be, but how do we also protect what people love so much about it? The authenticity, the local ownership, the local feel, the fact that Durham is very different from our neighbors, and we're very, very proud of that. So this report will be looking at that. I'm very happy that the county manager, along with the city manager, is serving on our steering committee to help us as we move through that process. With that, I will end with Woolly Bull, because with that, you probably won't have any questions because you'll be enamored with that picture.
Thank you, Nicole, for an awesome report. You answered my question about the social district, and I guess the only other question I have is, are you going to be closing the streets again this year with the restaurants?
Yes, we are looking at what the streetery, whatever variation this would be, with a full-time placemaking person on staff. She's taken a look at where we might be able to do that. I will say that this focus will be much different than what it was in the past. So it would have more of a block party feeling. We would have a few artists performing, but also we are going to be working closely with the businesses that they would be coming out and offering specials and deals. So it would be more of a block party feeling versus just a place to come and hang out. So the pieces of that are a bit more difficult to coordinate, but we're hoping to do that in the cooler months. Possibly one before the end of our fiscal year, and then later on in the fall months. We have learned a valuable lesson that nobody, including us, wants to be outside in July and August.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you, Nicole. And I just want to really thank you and your staff for the great work that you do and are doing to really still deal with the impact of COVID and the change in work trends with not having the office population still downtown. When I listen and read about nationally what's happening with downtowns all over the country, it's still it's a big struggle. And I feel really fortunate that here in Durham, everybody is working together, and the work that you all are leading, partnering with people like Susan Amy, Discover Durham, but really making sure that we keep our downtown vibrant. This is the biggest source, our biggest per capita source of tax revenue is downtown. We cannot forget the economic importance of downtown Durham to the county. And I just also want to mention not only the struggle with the pandemic, but also with the national crisis about having our people dealing with mental illness and substance use who are living on the streets. And again, I'm hoping that Durham is going to keep staying above the trend by investing in permanent supportive housing. The HEART program, which we've seen has made a difference with you all partnering with the HEART program. I just listened to a podcast yesterday about what's happening in Phoenix, and it focused on a local business, a sandwich shop, that is being devastated by a huge homeless encampment. And we have to stay above that and in front of that in Durham. And that's why permanent supportive housing is so important, because you can't just get people into treatment. You have to have somewhere for them to live, or else it's a revolving door. So I know personally I'm committed to that, and I know we have a great opportunity soon before the city and the county to help with that. But that's vital for our small businesses downtown. I would love to hear, I love that you were working on the Fayetteville Street reconnection, and I guess I wanted to know if you were involved with the study that the city is supposed to be doing right now, looking at the reconnection, undoing the damage of 147 And I don't know if, Ellen, you have any update on that, but you all should definitely be involved in that study, which is supposed to lay the foundation for getting federal money to look at what we can do to undo some of the damage at 147. So, Ellen, do you know anything? Hate to put you on the spot. Do you know anything about that?
Why don't we put that on the agenda for an update so the staff can get us the information?
Yeah. Just
yeah.
make sure that you are plugged into that.
Yeah, we'll do that later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Alum?
Thank you so much, Nicole, for this presentation. So some of us were chatting about this earlier, me and manager and business manager Hager. So yeah, this weekend I was very lucky to be able to go and to Raleigh for the Dreamville Festival, and you know, it was an amazing time. But seeing how many people from all across the country came for this weekend-long festival, and were there not just for the weekend but the whole week, and buying and spending in the local businesses in Raleigh. And it really made me think of, you know, the Art of Cool Festival that we used to have here. Is there any efforts that are being made to revive this festival? I know the last one was in 2019 with COVID and everything, I'm sure. Like, what will it take for that to be revived if those conversations have been being had?
So it has lots of pieces to it. I will say that Durham has had in the past festivals and events on par with Dreamville, different in its feel, but on par with that. We are disappointed to know that the Full Frame Festival wasn't coming back. You know, that was a vital festival around this time of the year, a little too cold to be outside, but people were moving about. So we are hopeful that something will come in 2024. The Art of Cool, you're correct. Their last, the last Art of Cool was in 2019. The last of everything was 2019. Not sure how that's going to come back. It is no longer owned by the Durham resident who was kind of spearheading it. It was purchased in 2018, I believe, by a group out of Raleigh. I don't know what their plans are to bring that back. We also lost the Moog Fest. That was another large event that brought people from across the country into the downtown area. And into Durham. At this time, we don't have, and Susan Susan Amy with Discover Durham may have a little bit more knowledge of other events. We work closely together, but I think it's going to require the collaboration that was mentioned, but that collaboration also needs to be intentional in the way events can be handled in the downtown area. You know, we're happy that Centerfest is still here, so that will come back. They had their first Centerfest since COVID this past September. There are plans for that to come back, but there are challenges now in closing streets in the downtown area. We don't have a big park like Dorothea Dix where we can run shuttles back and forth, but it's an interesting concept to consider what we could do. But I think we have a little bit of time to really decide how we can be intentional and how we might be able to go out and recruit. I think there is some interest, but making sure that they are getting the support, the event managers are getting the support to bring those things. Because Dreamville is not something that the city does. It was brought to them by a private group. So making sure that private groups know that as they approach the city and the county to do something similar, that they have the support and the individuals at the table who are willing to think big picture and try to make those things work.
And I know Commissioner Burns sits on the Memorial Stadium board, finding ways to use that space more.
Yes.
I think would be great.
Very, very excited though on that what the Durham Sports Commission has been able to do with the events that they've brought there. So there's quite a bit of enthusiasm around what they can do there and the possibilities of what they might be able to do with another facility if and when that happens.
Mine is really
So the time has expired for this conversation. If you've got something that you can do real quick, appreciate it. And so we can move on.
I had a bunch of questions, but Nicole, I'll just call you on the phone since time has expired for everyone but me. My big question is, could you give me a percentage, if you have it off the top of your head? Because this is the most important question of available office space. I feel like we usually get that at the state of downtown. And it was, I think one time you told us 93% of all space was being used up. But now we see that folks are at home and maybe not coming back. So I don't know, is it tilting the other way? Is it not tilting the other way? So just, do you have a number, maybe approximately, of like what might be available downtown?
Well, our office vacancy sits in the low 90s, I believe.
Still, okay.
I'm pulling that off of my head.
Mhm.
But if you
Pretty
come
smart
to the
head.
2023 State of Downtown Durham event on April 19th, I'll have the exact number.
Yeah.
Got a plug. But I think it's in the low 90s.
Still, okay,
total.
even with the new
but
stuff.
Your question is, that is, those are people who are leasing space. That doesn't necessarily mean that the office workers are coming into that space.
Right.
Or the hybrid nature that we find ourselves in. So the number of people in the downtown, we're trying to get a better handle on that using a database that we have called Placer, which kind of tracks phone movement, location and phone movement. So some of that information will be presented because we're digging in that information now for the state of downtown Durham. So there are two questions there. Yes, when the official report says the low 90s, I think. Interestingly, the last time I looked, our Class C office space was actually close to 100% occupied. So there was very little vacancy with Class C office space. But we do know that we have a 202,000 square foot building that sits empty. So that you're asking two questions, and there are two ways to answer that. But on paper, it's the low 90s. The other question, hopefully we'll be able to shed some light on that.
Thank you, Nicole, for your excellent report, and we look forward to seeing you on the 19th at your meeting. Heidi, is it something that you have to ask today?
I can just get it out there and maybe get the answer later.
That would be great.
Thank you, Nicole,
Thank
first of all, for all the different components of work that you do, keeping Durham safe, clean, fun, authentic, all those things, strong economic engine. My question is about the social district and plastic. Does Downtown Durham Inc., in the development of your Blueprint 2035, do you think you'll be focusing in some way on sustainability and, some sort of reuse approach in the district, in the bullpen? And you can answer later if you'd like. Or
I can very quickly. I'm sure it will in some way. Your question about the bullpen, we did look at how we might be able to have the cups be sustainable. That was a difficult thing to do, and the burden on the businesses was too much. We continue to work with organizations like Don't Waste Durham on what we might be able to do. We do know that a few businesses are upcharging a little bit so that they can have compostable cups. It was not a requirement that we put on it, but we do know that was a question that came out quite a bit when we were launching the social district. We have not solved for that. Okay. I don't know what the answer is. With the city and the county not accepting plastic cups, that has just made it that much more difficult to solve for recyclable. Paper cups don't work for beer and wine, so it's a difficult thing.
I like to drink beer out of it. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm glad you're thinking about it. Yes. I can understand the answer is difficult, but thanks for continuing to ask questions.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole.
Thank you, everybody.
See you. Thanks.
See you all on April 19th.
And thank you. Why don't we go ahead and do one more before we take lunch break. 220212, informational report for the BOCC on Durham County's emergency preparedness. And we have our emergency management director here, Jim Groves, to lead this conversation. It looks like he's got his whole team.
Afternoon,
Good
Commissioners.
afternoon. You want to come here, or you going to stand over there?
We're going to have everyone else up there. I'm going to let them have the stage.
Okay.
But I wanted to just to do a brief introduction about the topic. We received a request. I'm sorry, Jim Groves, your Emergency Services Director.
Thank you.
Received a request to talk about Durham County's preparedness for potential rail incidents, hazmat, anything like that. So our Chief Emergency Manager, Elizabeth Schroeder, will be giving the presentation, and she has a lot of our response partners here in the city and the county to be able to field your questions should you have any once the presentation is done.
Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for having us today. My name is Elizabeth Schrader. I'm the Chief of Emergency Management here in Durham County and for the City of Durham.
You want to pull the mic up a little bit?
Yep. Is this better?
That's better. Thank you.
I am joined by several of our response partners. I will allow them the opportunity to introduce themselves.
David LeBar, Sheriff's Office.
Bram Tong, Captain, Durham Fire Department Hazmat Team.
Darius Thompson, I'm the driver on Engine 3 for the Hazmat Team.
Mark Lockhart, Chief Paramedic from EMS.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are here today to respond to your inquiry regarding the Ohio train derailment and hazardous materials release and talk about our preparedness and response if a similar incident occurred here locally in Durham. First of all, I want to thank all of you for your question and concern, and also for the opportunity to talk in the work session today about this really important topic. So today we will provide a very high-level overview of some of our capabilities. We'll also talk about a few of our gaps that we've identified and a few strategies that we've mapped out to address some of those gaps. So for individuals that may not be aware, back on February the 3rd, there was a train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio, that resulted in the release of hazardous chemicals that seeped into the air, water, and soil. This was a relatively large incident that the media is still covering because there continue to be impacts. Unfortunately, we do not have a lot of control over the railways or what passes through on them on a daily basis. So no matter how well we prepare, there will always be that risk. However, we do continue to develop and expand our capabilities to mitigate these risks. I want to point out a couple of differences between the incident in Ohio and one that we might have here in Durham. First of all is the difference in train speed. When traveling in a rural area versus a suburban one, the speed is based on the location of the rail and what the main line is designed to handle. So in general, the speeds for a passenger train max out at 75 miles an hour, whereas a freight train maxes out at 50 miles an hour. It's also important to understand the types of commodities that pass through our area on a regular basis. We have conducted commodity flow studies in the past, which provide us that snapshot in time of some of the threats so we can more appropriately plan for and mitigate these potential impacts. And we also know that through our Tier 2 reporting, which is an annual federal requirement for companies that store hazardous materials, that there are 275 reportable quantities that are stored here locally. But most importantly, we want to emphasize that every situation is unique and it must be treated that way. So these situations are very dependent upon a multitude of factors. That includes the location, so where a derailment might occur, in its proximity to other businesses, homes, etc. It also depends on the type of chemical or chemicals that are involved, the amount of that chemical or chemicals, the weather, including precipitation, humidity, temperature, wind speed, wind direction. Additionally, there may be some situations where it's safer to let a particular chemical burn off opposed to allowing it to form a plume. So even though every situation is unique, the initial response is still going to be the same. Public safety personnel will respond, they'll don the appropriate PPE, they'll assess the situation, and they'll make appropriate notifications. An incident of this magnitude would elicit an immediate activation of our Emergency Operations Center, or EOC, for high-level coordination and to obtain that common operating picture. It would also qualify for us to issue a local state of emergency. I'm happy to talk about this process if there are questions, but in respect to time, I'll continue to move on. So I am very proud to report that we have a lot of local capabilities right here in Durham, especially embedded with the Durham Fire Department. to include subject matter expertise, personnel, and equipment. Durham is extremely fortunate to have a specialized hazardous materials or hazmat team that resides with the Durham Fire Department. They possess extensive experience and knowledge that requires hours of training, education, and frequent continuing education. They have 16 hazmat technicians that are spread throughout the city on every single shift, and they also engage in frequent training throughout the year, including regular training on real-based incidents. Additionally, the fire department has an extensive amount of equipment, including drones, meters, suits, remote monitoring capabilities, and something that is very unique to Durham, like nowhere else in the country. They also have a highly specialized air monitoring device or sniffer that attaches to the drone that helps collect additional data that is used for that critical decision making. Additionally, through a recent Duke Energy grant, emergency management is building an all hazards drone program that could also help support one of these responses. Emergency management also has a lot of capabilities. One of our primary functions is coordination, and the type of incident that we're talking about is highly complex and requires extensive coordination with a large volume of local, regional, state, and federal partners. Locally, we have a task force that's comprised of public safety chiefs, the sheriff, as well as some executive command staff and subject matter experts. We meet on a regular basis to discuss, test, and plan for complex incidents. Through this task force, we have developed strong working relationships and a mutual understanding in the importance of unified command so that all of the decision makers are co-located, communicating face-to-face, and are on the same page with how to manage the incident in the safest and most efficient manner possible. Currently, the emergency management team is comprised of 5 individuals that provide a 24/7 on-call coverage. One of our team members specializes in hazardous materials planning. Additionally, we have capabilities for sending community-wide messaging. We have a tiered alerting system that allows us to target specific geographical areas or reach everyone through IPAWS, which is the Integrated Public Alert and Warning System. This uses a wire emergency alerting system that is similar to an Amber Alert. Additionally, we have capabilities for mass sheltering. We do have a plan in place. We're well equipped, and we just executed a successful full-scale exercise on March 28th. If evacuations and sheltering were required for a local incident, the location of the incident, among other factors, would drive the decision for the specific sheltering location. We also participate and provide an extensive amount of training. We participate in training with our hazmat team locally. We also run our local emergency planning committee, or LEPC. They are actively working on expanding that group. They meet quarterly and review incidents, and they're working on developing an exercise subcommittee that will facilitate an annual tabletop exercise. Additionally, emergency management has a lot of very strong partnerships. We have county to county as well as statewide mutual aid and access to an abundance of resources that could be brought in to assist in one of these situations. Our strong positive relationships can be evidenced by a recent search and rescue operation that took place back in October. We also have access to the North Carolina Regional Response Hazmat teams located in Raleigh, Greensboro, and Fayetteville. They can come in to assist with containment, confinement, and mitigation. Furthermore, we have positive relationships with Durham Water Services, NC DENR for monitoring air and water quality, as well as the Environmental Protection Agency. Furthermore, we have a lot of plans in place, including our emergency operations plan that has a hazmat annex. We have our continuity of operations plans for city and county departments. Our all hazards planner is currently working with individual departments to ensure appropriate updates and testing of plans. We also have emergency action plans that outline evacuation versus shelter-in-place activities. We're in the process of revising our EAPs to make them more user-friendly for our employees, and also working on developing online modules to become an annual requirement. So at the beginning, I mentioned that we have a lot of capabilities, and I feel that we are well equipped for one of these incidents. However, I'd be remiss if I didn't also address some of the gaps that we currently have. You can never have enough training, and more for awareness than anything else, our team has applied for a $25,000 grant to support a regional train derailment hazmat exercise for this fall. We do currently have an evacuation plan in place for East Durham. However, it is outdated. We are working currently with a vendor to develop an updated plan that will address a 5-mile radius out from our Brentag facility. The plan will take around a year from start to finish because they will have to develop traffic models at different times of the day during different seasons, taking into consideration the public school system, hospitals, RTP, et cetera. We're selecting Brentag because it does have the highest concentration of chemicals. It's near underserved communities, waterways, highways, downtown. So we do take that area very seriously. I am also happy to report, though, that Brentag does engage with regular training with our hazmat team. The last two areas are probably of the greatest impact for our gaps. Currently, our team is a little limited in personnel as well as bandwidth. We're comprised, as I mentioned earlier, of 5 individuals who rotate 24/7 call. Oftentimes, due to the breadth of our responsibilities in taking this all hazards approach and due to the complexity of our threat profile, we may only have 1 or 2 emergency managers in Durham on any given day. We currently also don't have the capability of launching that immediate messaging because we don't have enough individuals to sit and monitor for situational awareness. So this is something we're hoping to obtain. To address this gap, we have requested some additional FTEs to support our team so we're able to fully carry out our mission and more safely and appropriately address the threat profile here in Durham. And finally, our Emergency Operations Center. We are currently functioning out of a building that was constructed back in 1946 and never intended for use in that capacity. We're understanding that it may be considered as a capital improvement project. To help support that, we have submitted an initial application for a congressional earmark grant in which we have requested $3 million for our Emergency Operations Center. So in closure, we are immensely grateful for all of your support and concern in ensuring the best interests of our community. I will pause for a moment to see if any of our additional stakeholders have anything to add, and then we will open the floor up for questions.
You've done such a great job. They are... Nothing else for either of you to add? Okay. We'll open it up for the board for questions. Do you want to start with you, Heidi?
I just want to thank Elizabeth for the report, how thorough, somewhat technical, but still accessible to lay people like me. And I feel it increases my confidence that our community is in good hands regarding these situations of emergency. I appreciate you bringing forward the information about gaps and how some of that requires local funding. It's really important for us to hear. And thank you all of you, for the different work that you're doing in all the different areas. I'm glad you're all here today. It's good to see you in person, every one of you. Don't always, and so thank you so much for your very, very important work.
Okay, Commissioner Long.
Thank you.
Yes. Ditto to Commissioner Carter. Thank you all so much for all the work you do, keeping us safe and healthy in so many different ways. In addition to the staffing capacity issues that you mentioned, have you seen from just how the response has been to the East Palestine issue or disaster of, with the water pollution and all of the follow-up issues that have been had, of any areas that your team would need more support in to be able to respond to those type of disasters?
That's a great question. Nothing specifically. I think having a little more bandwidth for our team, just so we can assess really the magnitude of the situation and appropriately coordinate the resources. As I mentioned, just given the all hazards approach that we're taking, even though we have 5 individuals, that doesn't mean we have 5 individuals sitting waiting to respond all day, every day. We do have the 24/7 on call, but we are spread out across the county and sometimes going into other counties to support their missions as well.
Okay, Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you so much for this excellent report, and I would hope that anyone from our community who listens to it would feel some sense of comfort to know that we are really cutting edge in terms of the hazmat team and the training and the equipment that we do have. It is definitely a source of comfort for me to know that. And I hope that with the upcoming budget, and this is a city-county issue, that we do really look at what the gaps are and what we need to do, because, you know, the fact of the matter is we have a railroad cutting through the middle of our downtown, major population areas. We have the East Durham rail yard, and companies, chemical company Brentag, operating right there next to where people are living. And unfortunately, the issue with East Palestine has really brought to light just how many train derailments do happen every year. And so one of my questions is how I'd like to understand more about what kind of information are you getting about exactly what types of chemicals are on those trains every day. I would like to understand how much information you get, and could there be better communication and collaboration with NCRR and Norfolk Southern, who's operating those freight trains, about giving you all a heads up to know the schedules and when things are coming through. So that's one of my questions. The second one is, from what I've been reading, there's been a lot of, and I know the federal Congress is going to be looking at this, but about things like braking systems, increasing the strength of the cars themselves, funding that's needed for regular maintenance of the brakes and the other types of things that evidently there hasn't been maybe sufficient investment in just regular maintenance. And then the other thing I've learned about is issues with the tracks themselves being properly maintained. So I would just like to understand I understand what you all are doing, but how much help are you getting on the other side to know,
Yes. So as far as the quantities of what's coming through, there's a flow study that can be done to see what typically comes through. But on any given day, it's just like the road. You're going to get chemicals coming through that's going to a different part of the country that you won't necessarily know exactly at any given time what's coming through. If there is an incident, we do have tools at our disposal to say, hey, we know what's in this car. They're going from a more paper-based version to apps. So if something wrecks, we can find out what's exactly on that a train car or roadway, something like that. But as far as what type of chemicals are coming through, every chemical or every company that you saw on a couple presentations ago with all those companies, those big companies that throw millions of dollars, they use chemicals that, if they get out of their facility, are going to be bad for everybody. But it's just the nature of.
So in other words, it's not just the trains we need to worry about. It's
well, if you start thinking about it, it's everything. It's going to be road. It's going to be facilities. It's going to be
yeah. Well, I guess I hope maybe with the county manager's leadership team looking at this, and just any opportunities to improve the sharing of information with not just the Norfolk Southern, but even all of the facilities that use chemicals. I mean, I know you do that anyway, but it just feels like this is really important. And the other issue, I think, is I wanted to ask about the Alert Durham system and how many people we actually have who have joined it, and whether we have a siren system. My daughter lives in West Arkansas. She literally the tornado that came through just missed her apartment complex, and a lot of people she knows have lost their homes. And the fact that they actually had a siren go off and a very good alerting system, her partner, her fiance, was able to get from their apartment with their 3 dogs to the federal courthouse, where she was sheltering in the basement, because of the advance notification. And I believe, I would imagine the death toll would have been higher in Arkansas, in Little Rock, if they had not had such a good notification system, because the physical devastation has been enormous, but the fatalities have been thankfully not as high as you would expect. So I'd like to understand how many people are really, it feels like something we might need to really improve on.
Certainly, Jim may remember the exact numbers, but I can say that we have continued to see an increase in individuals that are registering for Alert Durham. It's a very positive trend. We also refilmed our Alert Durham promotional video on Friday, so we will be pushing that out to increase the publicity there, increase awareness of the platform. Do you recall?
Yeah, I think we're roughly 65,000 people that have opted in through the online portal to be able to receive all types of information. But emergency management has used a new feature that's provided by Everbridge, or the company that actually hosts Alert Durham. And I think we have 407,000 numbers. That includes individuals and businesses, homes, that greatly increases our capability to reach out and deliver a message. So the Alert Durham system, and if you look at the resident satisfaction survey, it continues to inch up in a positive way, not making huge leaps and bounds, but it's showing a positive trend, and I believe we're well above the rest of the country in that, which I'm very proud of the emergency management team and their work on that. To answer your question about the sirens, when I first worked here from 93 to 2003, the sirens were being decommissioned in the late 80s, early 90s. And so those were the old civil defense kind of air raid sirens that were used for weather. And the reason that was explained to me then as a young emergency manager was that there was not the return on investment to keep the sirens up and running, right? So I think another thing that we can use to maybe give us some level of comfort is most folks, not everyone, but most folks have a telephone with them, a wireless telephone. And so the Weather Service can give a wireless emergency alert, or WEA, well before a siren would ever go off. So we do have a good way of reaching our public for a hazardous weather event, and we don't have to take any action whatsoever. It occurs on its own. I hope that helps answer your question.
Well, I guess to Madam Manager, maybe we can think about ways to kind of push out the Alert Durham, to the community, especially with recent events, and also just with climate change and having more severe weather and things like that. And unfortunately, gun violence, we've had to use that a few times. So it's a great system, and 65,000 is good, but we still have a lot of people that aren't on it. But thank you all so much.
Thank you so much for this update and report. I think we're all have been having a little anxiety when we heard about what happened in Ohio, especially when you've got friends and relatives who live in the area, because you start to think what happens if it happens in your area. So thank you so much for your report, and we appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, so commissioners, our lunch is ready. If the board would like to take a 30-minute for a lunch break, or 15 minutes, whichever the board prefers. So, you want to take 15 minutes or half an hour? We want 15 minutes?
15.
Okay. I know. We got to try to get through because we got close session.
How do? Welcome on in. Good. You doing all right? I am better than y'all doing.
How are you? Depends on which one. I send a lot, if you hadn't figured that out. There's a lot more to that. It is. I'm not going to not advocate. Oh, you know that.
Yeah, my staff.
Okay. All right. Your crew is coming in.
Come on up.
All right. That's all right. Welcome. Okay. So, Dwayne, you want to take it off and introduce your team?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Board. Dwayne Brinson, Assistant County Manager for Community Safety. We have a presentation, as we do annually here, for the Board, just a market update. This particular presentation, I'm going to focus pretty heavily on revenue neutral and what that means once we get into budget season after the revow. Have some esteemed staff here with me today. I'm going to take a little bit of this presentation. They're going to run through some of it. I'll allow them to introduce themselves, and then we'll get started. And guys, make sure that the button is pushed to activate the microphone. We'll start with Mr. Moore right here.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Manager Sowell. Thank you all so much for this opportunity. I'm Corey Moore. I'm the Staff Development Supervisor in the Durham County Tax Administration.
Okay.
And good afternoon. I'm Kiara Doyle, Division Manager, Real Property.
Starlin Beatty, Deputy Assessor, Real Property, and I had to read that to make sure I was the right one.
Okay. All right.
All right. So just wanted to bring everybody up to speed and talk a little bit about reappraisal. I'm sure you all know what that is, and we are embarking upon that experience here soon. A reappraisal is required by law at least once every 8 years. And I know that you all have had plenty of conversation with regards to our next reappraisal, some of the things that have happened over the, last few years with regards to the pandemic and the cyber attack. They have delayed the reappraisal, and then you had discussion to bring it back again. So we're excited to, that we're embarking upon that. Now, the purpose of a reappraisal is basically to equalize the tax base. When I say equalize the tax base, we're basically bringing everything up to market value, 100% of market value. Dwayne will talk more about the revenue neutral piece of it, but we follow the North Carolina Department of Revenue's reappraisal standards that were established in 2017. It's a manual based on the International Association of Assessing Officers, their standards with regards to how to carry out a reappraisal in a jurisdiction. So we do everything from, the initial data studies, the frequency of the reappraisal, development of the reappraisal plan, data collection, valuation, development of the schedule of values that you all will have to approve, sending out the notices, the appeals, all of that stuff in accordance with this North Carolina Department of Revenue's standards. And just a slide that'll show you our most recent reappraisals, going back to 2008. Of course, 16, 19 is the one that we're operating under currently. And then, the conversation with regards to the one for January 2023, moved to 26, moved back to 25. So we're kicking in gear and getting ready for that one, and we're excited about it. So January 1, 2025 will be our next reappraisal date.
So with that, we're going to move into the discussion on revenue neutrality and what that means when you conduct a countywide revaluation. I've got a couple slides here to actually work through some numbers to show an illustration of how this may look with some hypothetical examples. We'll start at the 10,000-foot level, and then we'll break it down into how some potential taxpayers may experience the revaluation with different increases in their property value. As Mr. Moore just said, the goal of a reappraisal is to equalize the tax base. It's not to generate revenue. And that's where the revenue neutral, the RNTR, comes into play. The RNTR, it's intended to show the tax rate that would keep the local government's revenue neutral, given its new tax base. So if you experience an increase in your tax base due to a revaluation, you would have an offsetting revenue neutral tax rate. It's kind of an inverse relationship there. The tax base increases, revenue neutral will be lower. Back in 08-09, when the tax base is contracted severely, the revenue neutral rate was higher than your current tax rate. So it's an inverse relationship there. NCGS 159-11E requires RNTR, and I have emphasis added here, to be included in the submitted budget. It is not required. It is not required to be adopted. Now, this is the reference point for your new tax rate. So any deviation from revenue neutral would be a decrease or increase, but it is not required to be adopted. It only needs to be shown and included in the budget as a reference point. So here's our 10,000-foot view of what I mean when we say revaluations are designed to be revenue neutral in and by itself. Some hypothetical examples. So going into the revaluation, the budget season going into the revaluation, the tax base is $55 billion. We do the countywide reval, and the tax base increases up to $71.5 billion. So what you do is you take the $55 billion, which is the tax base from last year, just before the revaluation, and you take last year's tax rate, and you move on, and I wish I had a laser with this, but you move on down to the very middle row of that chart there where it says revenue generated. Oh, look at that. Okay, there we go. All right. So with the tax base and the tax rate from last year, you're allowed to compute the revenue generated. All right, $397,210,000. All right, that's the information that we have used from last year, hypothetically. Now, this is I won't say it's a complex calculation, but it's more involved than what you see on this chart here. The local government is allowed credit for its natural growth that it's gotten since its last reappraisal. So when we calculate the revenue neutral rate, we're going to look back to 2019, and we're going to figure out on average what that average growth in the tax base has been. For purposes of this illustration, I've plugged in 4%, which is not unrealistic. Based on that percentage growth, you apply that to last year's revenue generated, the $397 million figure, and you're allowed a revenue for the revaluation year of just over $413 million, right? So basically what that's saying is that even if we didn't do a revaluation, if all we had is average natural growth, then the revenues that we would generate, the revenues we'd be able to budget for, $413 million. Now from there, to calculate the revenue neutral tax rate, you take your new tax base, the $71.5 billion, and you take your new revenue allowed as if you didn't do the reappraisal. And the product of those is your revenue neutral tax rate, the 57, and I have this in full decimal form, but the revenue neutral tax rate, 57.78 cents. So let's break this down. The tax base increased 25, 30% maybe in these numbers here. Last year's tax rate for 24-25, and that is our current tax rate, for illustration purposes, last year's tax rate, 72.22 cents. Because we have a larger tax base to account for now, we're able to, the revenue neutral rate is lower than the previous year because we have a bigger base to adjust that from.
So it could feasibly go down 15 cents.
Using these numbers, it would go down, the revenue neutral rate would be 15 cents lower than the previous year.
You are a good teacher.
So that's what we say when we say it's designed to be revenue neutral. Basically, the only way we can generate revenue from property tax is through a tax rate increase. We have natural growth, but even in, I see David back here as well, but I've had Keith explain this a time or two as well. But when we show tax rate increases year over year, for the reval years, if there's a tax rate increase, it's based off the revenue neutral tax rate. Right? So this looks like a 15-cent decrease, but that's actually your new tax rate. Yeah, your tax base would be inflated, right?
Commissioner Jacobs?
Yeah, related to this, I would just say I've been through the 2016 and 2019 revals, and I don't think we kept the neutral rate. I mean, if I remember correctly, that was where we started, but that's not what we adopted. And so I just think it's important to note that's, and you said it in your presentation, that this is the starting point, because the real reality of it is that we're always going to have needs that we have to meet that are not going to be covered really realistically with the revenue neutral rate.
Absolutely.
I just think it's important to say that because that is what happens in practice.
Yeah. And can I just follow back up again? And I can appreciate that. I can appreciate that context. But in preparation for this presentation, I did look at other counties, and I know you got to finish, and I don't want to prolong this, but I do think it's nice to see that we have wiggle room, which is what I'm trying to highlight. So even if we don't hit 57, if we hit 60, we have still made a bunch of money, lowered it some, and it's still revenue neutral. So again, I know this is advantageous. Like this would be like, oh, but again, and thank you for breaking this down like a fraction. That like I feel smart. But thank you for that context also.
Okay, so that's the 10,000-foot level. I'm going to take it down to what, and again, hypothetical examples, but to show you how different taxpayers in different situations in different parts of the county may experience the revaluation and the tax bill differently. So here you have taxpayer A, taxpayer B, taxpayer C. Taxpayer A, the value of that property, of taxpayer A's property, it increases 17% after we do the 25 reappraisal. And again, this is using revenue neutral tax rate, which, like I said, does not have to be adopted. This particular taxpayer whose property increased in value 17%, the tax bill with the revenue neutral rate would actually decrease by $144. Taxpayer B had a substantially higher than average increase, 125%. And again, using the revenue neutral tax rate, that particular taxpayer's tax bill, it almost doubles. It goes up by $1,155. And then taxpayer C had an average increase, 25%. And applying the revenue neutral tax rate, that particular taxpayer would experience no change in the tax bill. Once the new value is combined with the revenue neutral tax rate, there'd be no change in that taxpayer's bill. So you can see there will be different impacts to taxpayers throughout the county, depending on what's happening in their neighborhood in that part of the county. There will be very different impacts to our community members. And this is just an example showing that. Question?
Oh, you're looking at my face. Did I have that, what does that mean? I was trying to figure out if revenue neutral in B, but they still got a tax increase.
Right, so the county adopted a revenue neutral rate. That uses the average increase countywide.
Right.
Right, so the average,
Right.
the increase to the tax base in the increase to the tax base in this previous slide is 25%.
Okay.
Right? So any taxpayer whose increase is lower than 25%, using these numbers, would experience a decrease in the tax bill. Any taxpayer whose increase is larger than 25% would experience varying degrees of an increase.
Okay.
Right? If they had 50%, it'd be an increase. This particular example here, 125%, that's an exaggerated example, hopefully.
Right.
But it just shows you how, because we have different pockets in the county. Right? We have very popular areas. We have areas that are experiencing less demand right now. And depending on where you are in those areas and how your property is appreciating, that ultimately at the taxpayer level, that's going to determine your experience with your tax bill after the reval.
Got it. Okay. Commissioner Carter.
This is a really great slide, and I think it is relevant to our long-term low-income homeowners program, right, where we're trying to protect homeowners, long-term homeowners who might be in the neighborhood with taxpayer B that's probably gentrifying, and we're trying to help those people stay in their home because their tax bill has gone up inordinately and disproportionately more than the others, and so that's why we adopted that program, and this is a great slide to illustrate it, and it it's just, I just think it's nice to call that out, right? And this is a good demonstration of why we needed to do it.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, if there are no more questions at this time on revenue neutral, we'll turn it over to our real property managers here. Have a few more slides. They're going to go into some stats about where we actually are. And, the sales ratio that we talk about so often with the board, it has continued. I won't steal your thunder. It's continued to drop. But I wanted to show you, these slides first so we have a good understanding of these numbers we're going into.
Okay.
Durham County market trends, and I usually don't need a mic. And you can see here where we start comparing the sales in the county from 18 through 22. If you look at that from the year of 18, if you look at the blue line, which is our average sales, we had an average valuation of a sale in for $287,000 in 18. Then we went to 297, 316, 362, and last year in 22, our average sale price was $419,000. That was a 45% increase over the average sale price in 18. Then if we look down at the second line, that is our median sale price, which means the number that's in the middle, not trying to be elementary, but the number that is in the middle, and that's $399,000. But you see in 18, it was 264 to 273 to 287 to 331 to 399. That is a 51% increase in the middle number of our sales. So you can see how our values in the county have, and that's overall, that's everybody lumped in, no neighborhood consideration, just the entire county at one time. You can see how that is going to have an impact on overall value. So just that simple explanation there would tell me that, gee whiz, we're looking at a 51% increase. But that may or may not so necessarily be the case, because things that did not sell may not have that type of increase. So simply they may be not desirable or something of that nature. Any questions on this particular slide?
I do want to mention one thing really quickly. When we came to the board in early 2021 and asked for consideration of delaying the next reappraisal so we could update our tax software, we were looking at the 2020 sales data and the trends from there. Right? Nobody could have predicted what happened in 2021, 2022, the astronomical increase in sales prices. We were thinking modest increases, just as it's always been. And then, if anything, during COVID, we're talking about recession and 20% unemployment, but things have just skyrocketed since then.
Okay, and here we have a slide. We're going to talk about the North Carolina Department of Revenue, the reappraisal standards, and what our timeline is for adhering to that standard. Doyle?
All right, so the staff, the real property division, we're responsible for trying to make sure that we get everything in place and get these things and processes in order to make sure we hit these timelines. These are the timelines that are standard for this upcoming 2025 reappraisal. So we have the random sample data review begin, and that was January 15th, 2022. That was basically a process of staff going out and doing their job, collecting the data. That data is processed, reviewed, and analyzed, and that all helps us go through with this process. But that started, or that data review began January 15th, 2022. And that's just a date. We really start, these are things we're doing day to day. But January 15th, 2022, data review results submitted to North Carolina Department of Revenue, September 1st, 2022. Reappraisal plan due to North Carolina Department of Revenue, January 1st, 2023. And the internal reappraisal work begins January 1, 2023. And again, that's just a date. These are things that we're constantly reviewing and looking at day to day throughout the data that we receive from the wonderful job that staff does day to day to go out and pick up these listings. And their job day to day creates the data that we use to review and analyze to actually show us these sales and where we are with these items. North Carolina DCO tax reappraisal timeline for our county is kind of reflective of what we just showed, but this is the field GIS desktop reviews, January 2023 through 2024. This is basically the 2 years prior to January 25, basically. This is the 2-year period that we use for the data that'll be heavily weighted for these particular analysis. So that work started January 1st. As far as the actual data we can use. Extenuating circumstances, you do tend to go into 22 and whatever you have to based off circumstances, but the true scope is the 2 years prior to January 1, 2025. So the field review and GIS desktop reviews have started January 2023. Staff is already working hard daily to continue that process of collecting the listings and doing their part. Analyzing the sales is an ongoing thing, but especially focused on in this 2-year time period between January 2023 to December 2024. Building the actual schedule of values, ongoing process, but focused in on more between March 24 and August 24. I'll tell you now, that's something that we do daily. Now, we already started that in 23, so we're already looking at what types of changes we have to do, but it'll be focused on more intensely March 2024. Land pricing, again, big critical part of what we're doing for this 2025 reappraisal. The dirt in Durham, completely different than it was in 2019. Improvement pricing, August 2023 through July 2024. That's the actual structures, the buildings. Final edits, July 2024 through December 2024, and adoption of schedule of values, September 2024 through October 2024, and that's when we'll be hopefully presenting you all with that schedule of values to be adopted. Notices should go out January 2025, February 2025, and there should probably be some preliminary notices or just communications with the public prior to that, but those are the notices that will be definitely for the public in regards to the actual January 1, 2025 reappraisal. The appeal process should start March 2025, through July 2025, and hopefully it will not be overwhelming. We hope to have a pretty good appeal system, and we can get some pretty good values out there to the public. So that is the timeline for the reappraisal.
What does the schedule of values look like? Is it a list of, I don't know, sales ratios? I mean, what is it?
It is it's a lot more than just a list, but we actually have access to our 2019 schedule of values, actually on the website. But it is for lack of a better description, a Bible of all the characters. It's basically a footprint or a actual blueprint of what was used to go into the 2019 reappraisal. You could go into that particular document and find coding, you can find pricing, you can find land pricing, structure pricing, neighborhood information, but it's pretty intense and it's pretty long. It's some. We do provide it.
I wanted to see what it actually
Yes. You could actually look at the 2019 one. It has been online since January 1, 2019.
So the one thing that it doesn't show you, to be clear, it doesn't show you individual values, right? So the schedule of values, the good way to describe it, it's a toolbox of everything that we can use to arrive at a value. If there's ever a code that we are to use, a landline we are to use, the classification of personal property versus real property, it has to be in the schedule of values. It's not what you use for any one individual property, but when we print it out, it's a binder of all the codes, all the language, all the methodology that you can use to arrive at a value of properties. And I can send a link to the 2019 to the board for reference as well.
And it would have a large, it's a bunch of numbers, very little words, but it's a bunch of numbers. And those numbers are the things that we use to create the individual value, but it doesn't tell you that your property will be valued at this. You have to go through the process to get that value out of those numbers.
Got it.
So just in terms of, for our board's information, can we go back to that previous slide that had the schedule, the one right before? In terms of the action that our board takes, are we involved with approving anything related to the new values before? I'm looking at the fall of 2024. Is there a decision point that comes back to us as a board?
The decision point for the board is going to be regarding the schedule of values.
Okay.
That will occur October-ish timeframe. And I think it's a 51-day process where we present it to the board. It has to be open for public inspection. You have to allow for public comments. And then after a certain period of time, after it's presented and put on display, the board can approve the schedule of value. That's the decision point for the board.
Okay. So the board will approve, because that will be this board, because I'm going to make the point that there's going to be a new board sitting here after the first Monday of December of 2024. So just to be clear on the process of what this board is going to vote on and decide will be the schedule of values. Now, then that goes out with the property value notices to the public will be in January, is what you're saying?
January to February.
Okay. All right.
That's when residents in Durham County, property owners in Durham, that's when they actually receive, here's your new value.
The value, but then the tax rate will actually not be set until the new board is sitting here, and we'll do that as part of the budget process in June. So just, yeah.
That's right.
And then are you planning to do what was done last time? So the 2019 reval had a tool, a web-based tool where people could see their property and the comps were there, right there for them to look at the comps, like, you know, other neighbors' properties and the latest sales data. So are we going to be doing that again too?
Right. We've continued that.
Okay.
We've actually, I'll say that we've improved that since then, because now you go on that site, and if there are differences between the properties, like if, you know, one property is 1,500 square feet, the other property is 2,500 square feet, they aren't really comparable. You have to adjust for that difference. And the way we have it programmed now, it'll go in for the taxpayer, and it'll make apples to apples. Okay. It does appraisal based on our schedule of values for them. So we are continuing that. I think that's a great product in a lot of counties. We are continuing that.
Okay. And also, because I've seen some things like on Nextdoor, are you out in the field right now, physically out in the field, looking at properties? Because I've seen things on Nextdoor, like people saying, I saw somebody, you know, taking a picture of your house. And then, you know, people will say, oh, they must be working for, you know, the tax office or whatever. But just wondering kind of what you all are doing now and how you are identifying yourself to the community, because I think that's important. People are hyper vigilant about, you know, keeping an eye on everything, and then, you know.
That's good.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yes, we should definitely still be out every day, every work day, picking up listings, and that does entail photos at certain properties. The appraisers wear Durham County apparel, and they should also be wearing vests that acknowledge that they are with the tax office.
Okay. Do we have anything on the cars, like those magnetic stickers or whatever?
They actually have the logo. Yeah, the logo is on the vehicles.
On the vehicles. Okay, great. Thank you.
And that's something that I want to use in the next reappraisal is Nextdoor and the neighborhood-based methodology of Nextdoor. So when we go out into neighborhoods, we can let them know ahead of time that, you know, between these dates, we're going to be in this neighborhood, because that's such a great resource that we can use.
Yeah.
And we learned from the survey that we just did, the city, the county, and Durham Public Schools, that more people get their information from Nextdoor than they do from from Durham County, you know, stuff. So, yeah.
Commissioner Burns.
Really, y'all so sharp. Thank y'all. Because I complimented Dwayne. He feeling himself because he got a new title. So I needed to compliment y'all. He put respect on his own name when he started. But I'm picking on him because congratulations, brother. I really am excited. I'm so happy that Commissioner Jacobs went through the timeline, because that was the exact thing I was going to ask, so I can go to my last question. I do think it's important for us to think about, we're going to be the ones that adopt the SOV, but the next board will be in a position to make changes if they so choose to the tax rate, right? So I would love to see, and I do see people taking pictures of these slides. Dwayne, thank you for putting hypothetical on every slide. I'm going to say this to the folks in the audience again. These are hypothetical numbers. These are not numbers for you all to email back to us and say, you all need to do this because Dwayne said this. That's not what it's hypothetical. So I'm watching y'all and I'm pretty sure on YouTube it still says hypothetical, so it's hypothetical. But I would love to see, and this is for my edification, and could you send it to our board, this is a request of mine, what it would, I want that same exact chart that you have with the 72 and the 57 cents and all three of those. But you know what I want? I want a third column at the bottom. I want you to show me how, this one right here, I want you to put 2025, but I want you to keep the tax rate at 2019. I want the world to see, since it is going to be up to the next board to make that change, I want the world to see what it would look like for somebody who had a $200,000 house to stay at that same tax rate, and that tax bill is $5,000. That's what I'm making, Dwayne, I saw your brow furry, but we saw it double there. It's going to change for everybody. I just want to know what it would look like in 2025 if we kept it there, because Commissioner Jacobs brought up a good point. Like, it doesn't always work that way, but I want to have that somewhere on the record so we can see how devastating it could potentially be. Maybe not for A, B, and C, but it's going to be devastating for somebody. And I want that, and it goes along to the point that Commissioner Carter made and that we both made last week. You know, we sitting here with this kind of the lean tax system, and we robbing Peter to pay Paul by putting money through DHHS and DSS to make sure that we keep our low-income tax program up. So I don't have a problem doing that. I'm one of the people that's fighting to keep it where it is. But if we maintain, if the next board, whoever is blessed to sit in these seats, keeps it at 72, and that person's house does go from 200 to 450, we're going to be looking at more than $2,500 or $2,600. So I would like to see that. If you could share that with our board later, like what could potentially happen if we do not lower the rate at all.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
We have one more slide.
Thank you.
All right, as we conclude our presentation, wanted to just give you all an update on our software conversion, and we're happy to announce that we have converted. I got to the tax office like 5 years ago, and the first thing I spoke into the atmosphere was there has to be a better way.
Got to be a better way.
And this man was then brought on board, and he agreed that there had to be a better way. And so we've been working with the North Carolina Property Tax Solutions Program, Farragut, based out of Durham. And we've been working with them since 21, really February 8th, when you all gave us to go ahead. And we have converted both our LR and CAMA, which is our land records, and our residential side. You know, both of those are real property. And then the billing and collections, which is our personal property and collections side. So LR and CAMA, they went live a few months back. And we just went live with billing and collections, and we're so happy. It's been a big learning curve, but with the leadership that Dwayne has provided and the positive attitude that the folks in the tax office has, brought to the table and demonstrated every step of the process, we did it, and we did it successfully. And we are there now, and we are slowly but surely putting our old DOS-based looking system, One Tax, to sleep. So thank you all so much for appropriating those funds for us.
I'm sure the NCACC is happy. I've been hearing about that for years. They have come to the Commissioners' Conference and presented, and so I'm sure they are excited that this has happened. So thank you. Wonderful.
One quick final point, then it's a thank you to the board. We were scheduled for a January 2023 reappraisal, and I came to the board, and we had a lot of stuff going on even outside of the old tax system, and I asked for a delay in the reappraisal.
Right.
And the board granted us that, and I'll tell you, and Starlin as well, Starlin is a former tax administrator himself. And I'll tell you, if we would have had to do a 23 reappraisal combined with where we've been the last couple of years with this conversion, and it's consumed, I would not be sitting here. I can guarantee it would have been a disaster. So thank you all for allowing us that time as a business practice, a business need to get where we need to be, and now we head into the 25 reappraisal strong with a good system that we can do good work with and go paperless and environmentally. It's going to be a great thing. So thank you all.
Wonderful. Commissioner Lum?
Thank you. Thank you all so much. You've made taxes very interesting. And Also, just to piggyback what you were just saying, Dwayne, thank you to your whole team for having that forward thinking and being, honest with our board of like, this is what our capacity is, this is what we're going to be able to handle, and making sure we stayed on track and got everything done properly. I had a question it's a slight tangent, but still connected, because as you were discussing, how do we look and analyze how our taxes are impacting our low-income communities the most, and how do we lift and ease that burden off of them? One of the things that always comes to my mind is how much revenue we are losing from Duke University not being taxed. And I was wondering if there's been an analysis of that, of how much revenue we lose a year from them not being taxed, and how we can approach that as a board to look into if the state legislature allows, if the attorney's looking at me real funny, or if we can have conversations with Duke of like a payment in lieu of these taxes, because that would lift a huge burden that is being placed on our residents right now from them not being taxed.
Any takers, or can I have it? So I will. I'll say, just for clarity, that, and I know we know this, but Duke is not a state institution. It is not automatically exempt from taxation. So the Duke University itself does not pay taxes because it qualifies as an educational institution, but Duke does own property that it pays taxes on. The J.B. Duke Hotel, the Washington Duke Inn, they have prorated exemptions. They pay taxes on that property. Duke still has to qualify. It's not an automatic exemption, right? So if it's not used for educational purposes, or if it's not used for purposes outlined explicitly for an exemption, they would pay taxes. Now, there is a lot of property that Duke doesn't pay taxes on because it does qualify. But there are properties that Duke owns where it does pay at least a portion of taxes, some cases the full tax bill. And I'm happy to provide that to the board as well to show you how that looks.
And those exemptions are determined by county policy or state policy?
We are a Dillon's Rule state. We can only do what the General Assembly allows us to do, right? So all 100 counties in North Carolina, we all have the same tax law. So we can only do what's provided for in the Machinery Act, which is our tax code for North Carolina.
This sounds like something we need to assign to our delegation to tackle.
Madam Chair, if I could just take a moment.
Sure.
I think what's been requested, and I hate to restate, but just so we'll know, is an assessment of the revenues that would come if the property that is not traditional education property. And I say that, and I think we all just said that, but I'm restating it because we don't want the headline tomorrow to be that Durham County Board is removing the tax status of Duke University, because we cannot do that. And what we don't want inadvertently to happen, and this is a conversation we have, is for there to be an anti-Durham County move made because of an impression through a headline, which was not well-founded. So what we're looking into is the property that is not clearly educational. You know, Duke and the Duke Trust and the Duke Association and the 15 LLCs buy commercial and residential property in Durham County for whatever purpose. That property could be looked at because it is not clearly exempt. Clearly exempt property, we don't have the authority, probably not even the North Carolina General Assembly, because it's federally categorized. Property that is subject to question can be the subject of litigation. We could say, we don't believe this property meets the qualifications for exemption, and we challenge that, and it can go through administrative processes and then judicial processes. Doesn't mean the General Assembly won't have a thought about that, because the moment you mention Duke, then they have a battalion of lobbyists bigger than what we have, because they're more, you know, they have a bigger budget than we have. So they could deploy them, but that's Raleigh politics things, but we can certainly produce something that indicates, and because it may go public, just be mindful of that when you produce it.
Thank you, Attorney Andrews, for making that absolutely plumb clear.
Sometimes the languaging, once it hits the press, it's a little bit different than what we say. So I appreciate you making that really, really clear. Just a second, Commissioner Jacobs. Were you finished, Commissioner Alum? Okay, were you finished, Commissioner Carter? You hadn't started yet? Well, y'all gonna have to stop. 'Cause, so we've got one of our commissioners have to be out of here by 3 something, and it's already 2 o'clock. So
I'll just put it back on NITA real fast.
yeah, let's try to accommodate our commissioner. Okay.
I wouldn't want to do anything adversarial with our good partners at Duke, but I do think that through the partnership, it's very reasonable for us to, explore this idea of a payment in lieu of taxes, a substitute for not paying as many taxes. And we have so many good programs that align with their mission, especially the neighborhood partnerships, mission. And it would be great if a pilot, PILOT, payment in lieu of taxes program, if Duke participated in that with us, might be something to discuss. Maybe it's been discussed. I've never been part of the discussion, though I think it would be interesting.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Carter. We have so many partnerships with Duke, and we don't want to start any confusion with Duke because we work closely on so many initiatives. So they are our partners. So let's not go down that road. Commissioner Jacobs.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to build on. One way that Duke has been a great partner is in helping the revitalization of downtown Durham, because they have chosen to not own property in downtown and have deliberately been a major tenant in all the revitalization of American Tobacco and also the Durham Innovation District and the Chesterfield, different locations. So that has been a great model for how they have been supporting the revitalization of downtown Durham.
Okay, anything else for you? Well, we certainly thank you for your presentation, and we'll look to see what's next. You got something else?
Sure. I'd say one thing before we get up and leave. I would like to commend our county manager for successfully stealing our leader, him over to this side of the street. And I want you all to know that he will be sorely missed over there. And we cried. No, that was just me. When he gave us the news that he was coming across the street, and I want you all to know that one of the best things that ever happened to Durham sits there in that blue suit.
Awesome. Great. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Our next item is 230232, and that's our the board is requested to receive an update on our American Rescue Plan, and Deputy Manager Claudia Hager will present this item to us. Let's see. And you have to leave by 3, Commissioner Jacobs? 10 to 3. So it is 2 o'clock now. So you won't be able to finish all the items. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Important topics at the end of the agenda. Seriously.
She'll just have to catch up later. This is 45 minutes. Okay. Good afternoon.
Today, we are here to have some conversations about the American Rescue Plan Act, and this has been an ongoing conversation. 1 second, please. Let me get my... last year this time, the board adopted a framework on how we would use our ARPA dollars. And the good thing is that we've been moving down that path, and today we'll talk about where we are, as well as chat about some next steps, because there are steps that will continue until we get to the finish line, whether it's project alignment, compliance updates, et cetera. Grateful for the commitment of this board and my colleagues throughout the county and community partners that have aligned with us with this work. Today, as I shared, we will give some high-level updates with some updates on the community grants contract process, and these will be real quick. I'll give a highlight on our great grant award process, and with our focus today primarily on the joint interlocal agreements with the City of Durham. There are several being 3, which is huge, that we will consider today. There are ongoing conversations that we have with the city. We will come back to the board with some additional ones. Today's joint interlocal agreements, we'll talk about those, and then we'll have some board discussion about next steps. I typically always include these as a part of our conversations with for the public who may be watching it for the first time. This is the categories that the U.S. Treasury originally adopted for ARPA fund use. Those categories did expand, which helps us today as we talk about some of the areas that we're considering to jointly move forward with the city. This is your framework. As a reminder, I said some of my talking points a little bit too early, but it was last May when we looked at how those dollars could be spent in categories that align with the Treasury guidelines, as well as with the board's strategic priorities. And we've been on that path now, and the plan also had dollars that we identified that could be possible set-asides with the use of general fund balance, and that number was about $13.7 million. So if we look at where we are now, this shows high level where dollars have been spent, and it also shows framework priorities moving forward. Our community grant RFP happened we awarded it in December. We started that process late summer. We have about $10.3 million worth of community grants that we're moving forward with. It represents 49 proposals, 45 partners. It's a lot of partners to make sure that we establish contracts with. So staff is working through that process now, and then we'll give some highlights on that. We did, over the last few years, identify places we may potentially fund ARPA dollars, and those categories, those dollars were budgeted in the current year budget as well as last year. We are crosswalking that with Treasury guidelines to make sure we there's a lot of paperwork with that. So although the board identified some areas, we still have to make sure it aligns with all of the necessary paperwork. So I do have a listing of those as well, but those are areas that you've supported. In your framework document, there were dollars set aside for broadband, affordable housing, water, sewer, workforce development, economic recovery. And these are areas that are in process that are pretty significant, or we will bring something close soon as far as for board review. For broadband and digital equity, there's a joint potential ILA that we're considering with the City of Durham, and we'll talk about that shortly. For affordable housing, we are recommending a joint partnership with the City of Durham to support housing. The funds will serve families earning less than 80% of the area median income. There were dollars aligned in the project for water and sewer infrastructure, as well as the plan still focused on workforce development, a board priority. And so we'll bring some recommendations to the board about those categories at the May work session. There is the intent to expand the Bulls Initiative, and we have been talking to the board some time, and that's been in the process of getting fleshed out. So although you may not, for some of these, have seen the activity, there's lots of planning and coordination, which brings us to this point today with some of the ILAs that we're talking about. That second to the bottom area shows an amount of $9.3 million that's available for alignment in other areas. And there's one note that we made about the broadband and equity, digital equity category. There were dollars that we were not privy to that came down the pipeline after we made the board plan. And some were related to digital equity, some related to broadband. And as a result of that, we're recommending that this may be an area, because we're not having to use the dollars at the level we originally planned, for potential realignment at some point later. So we'll move forward. As I shared, we're moving forward with contracts, 49 proposals, 45 partners. We'll not spend much time on these. At the next work session, at your 14th meeting, we will have those contracts for you to consider. There are about 20 plus more that we're still working through. And it's a very iterative process, as mentioned before. I will not go through these. You've seen these and know quite well what those categories are. But just so that you know, as you look at your notes, because you have some big binders with information, although the proposals will be fleshed out in even greater detail, as well as the performance measures, which is where we will be judged by the feds when they evaluate what we do. But just want to show you what will come forth for the 14th meeting, and we'll, again, not go through that in detail. This is familiar information. Another quick update on broadband. It's almost been a year or so that the state has been negotiating with Frontier, and we finally received notification that the state is about to move forward with finalizing that contract. And as we shared, this is an area that originally we thought we would have to budget at a larger level, but because of the state's process, and we've been updating you along the way on this, they are handling this step, which is phenomenal, because contract negotiations related to this type of complex work is quite tremendous. So with them taking lead with that for jurisdictions is helpful for those that did move forward with the great grant. There are 2 other grants that the state will move forward with soon, and we will also put our name in the hat for those, and we're hopeful to receive dollars for that as well. There will be a board action requesting local dollars to offset funds for this. There are a lot of if-then statements with the dollars, and so at your retreat in November, we said versus using ARPA dollars for this particular grant, we would recommend that local dollars were spent, because if you used ARPA dollars or federal dollars, you basically removed yourself for the next 2 types of grants. So this will be on your agenda for the next meeting for that appropriation. So we will now sort of talk about the 3 joint city-county partnerships, and we've had some conversation about some of these for some time. This one, we talked to you at your last work session about the potential joint city-county affordable housing partnership. At the November board retreat, we encouraged the board when looking at investments that if there were shovel-ready projects that had gone through RFPs, considerations occur joint partnerships with the city of Durham. As you know, the city of Durham is authorized to do this work. And as such, we staff, both city and county staff, present to you today a joint effort. And based on your last conversation, this was something that the board did consider. And in your agenda item, the full interlocal agreement is there, but there's a commitment for the county to support up to $10 million as a match contribution to the city's contribution for affordable housing projects. And one of the points that I made earlier is that we, at the March meeting, also talked about permanent supportive housing. There are other projects that we're looking at. One is in the permanent supportive housing space. There is vetting underway with staff, both city and county staff, and we will bring that to the board for consideration in May as far as how we move forward in that space as well as other areas as it relates to housing. The board over the years has also supported efforts for home repair initiatives for seniors. In our efforts 4 years ago to look at options to support our residents that are in low income status that need support with their taxes or rent, there was a recommendation actually from Dwayne for us to expand our land trust investments. The city has used some of their dollars with ARPA to do that, so that's another area that we will consider bringing forth. And so that work is underway. We're moving really fast because the clock is ticking, but I also wanted to make sure I shared about those. I just put in here the guidelines that the Treasury added related to ARPA funds and affordable housing. They did, with the final rule, expand our ability. The housing must benefit disproportionately impacted populations and communities. That means the affordable housing must meet one automatic eligibility criteria, or it must serve an eligible population as determined. And so based on us targeting those at 80% or less of the average median income, we would, in fact, meet those thresholds. The other proposed joint partnership, and we've talked about this in previous conversation, is to allocate dollars to a digital equity fund. There have been efforts underway to look at how do we address digital equity. The city is has moved forward with some partnerships in their ARPA funding, as well as taking on some of these efforts within their department. And so we propose for this effort to happen in coordination with the city on this particular area. We've also received funding in this space from the state, and partnerships are happening with the library as well, not this particular funding, but through other resources. So we feel this, again, coordinated effort is the best approach in serving the city and the community. And then the final proposed joint effort is one that we started talking about last year, again, this time. And this is related to culture and arts funding. This would be a match of $1 million to the city's amount, and the dollars would support large and small local arts and cultural nonprofits, businesses and venues, independent artists through grants, training, planning, and marketing initiatives. And so we're excited about this and excited about the partnership for moving this forward. Receiving federal dollars and the accounting associated with it is a lot. And so I'm grateful that we can partner with the city on this. And so there aren't duplicative efforts, so that entities can leverage the dollars, and it's not they're having to do city and county efforts, but it's a combined, coordinated effort. So we're excited about this recommendation. And so that is the very big overview. We've had conversations about some of these for a longer period than others. We welcome any questions that may arise. And Mr. Johnson is here, and I'm sorry, I just went fast. Reginald is our, is with the city, with the Community Development Department, and he is here to answer any questions. At the last meeting, he gave an update on where the city was in process of reviewing those 4 entities, 4 properties that were being considered. And Reginald, my apologies that I just sort of went on. If there were any comments that you would like to make.
Thank you, Claudia. I would just like to say, thank you for your consideration. We are still vetting those projects. We've made a great deal of progress. As you know, the information that I shared with you was from the last RFP, request for proposal process, and we have been talking with the various projects to get updates. A lot of them are dealing with interest rate increases and construction cost increases, as well as defining them projects. But we've been able to settle on the numbers for the projects, and we're going to be able to move forward, I can say. And I would also say that through one of the projects, the funding for that project is going to come from a development agreement, so it really will be funded in another way. So that's going to take one of the projects off the list, but through the increases that we have, it's still going to be just above $20 million. So we'll still make those projects work. So I'm really happy about it. I trust that you will be.
Reginald, thank you, and thank you, Claudia, of course, for presenting this to us. And as far as this board is more than happy to collaborate with the city around the affordable housing and other projects that we've undertaken. So we appreciate the collaboration and to be able to do that. Also, I'm excited about the Frontier Award grant. That's more funding for?
Yes, ma'am. That is the state award to Frontier, because there are 3 different rounds, and I don't have all my cheat sheets. But the first round of funding that the state allocated were for internet service providers. And Frontier, as well as a few others, applied for funding. And the state awarded that amount to Frontier. So they've been in contract negotiations since the fall. And so
takes a little bit of time.
Takes a little bit of time. And so they have made that award. And we also have an RFP for a provider to assist us with broadband expansion. And we'll come back to the board with additional guidance. This is one that has been a little tricky because we've tried to follow the path of the state as well. And this is just a complex space. And so we have a request for proposal as well as it relates to broadband to also do coverage. In our update a couple of meetings ago, we also shared how one of the providers actually expanded absent of city and county funding in a pretty major way, $50 million between Orange and Durham County. And so we're fortunate. We're just at a different place than we were a year ago, which is phenomenal. And if for those of you who were on the board, 3 of you were here 5 years ago when we were trying to get anybody to just do an assessment of what the needs were.
Yeah.
And no one would bite. So this is exciting. So although it appears slower than we like, I'm just excited because of our journey we've been on trying to get to this space. So in one of the bullets, we stated that if we were timing-wise to come to the board and say, we recommend a certain amount from broadband and digital equity to move into a different category and use local dollars to offset that because of timing. That is because we knew all along the board supported this space, but we're also trying to make sure we are sort of expedite some decisions based on the clock that's ticking with December 2024. So that's additional context.
Thank you, Claudia. You have questions, Wendy? I called on her because I know she's going to have to
I don't
leave shortly, but I want you to go ahead and get your questions asked.
I don't have any questions. I totally support all of the collaborative efforts with the city. I do want to acknowledge the loss that you all have had.
Yes.
In the budget.
Yes.
Staff, so sorry for your loss.
Yeah.
And so just excited about supporting this and other joint efforts that we will be considering in May. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Burns?
I'll be quick also because now that you said it, she has to go. My only question is, and I guess this is not just for this staff, but also maybe for our clerk staff. Frontier, I looked it up really quick so I could be prepared. ACP, the Affordable Connectivity Program, will cover $30 or less of somebody's bill. So I'm excited that the folks that we are partnering with are folks that accept this funding. So for y'all, the great grant money that we're using to explain Frontier here, my quick question is, do we know the other partner that's doing the $50 million expansion outside the grant? Can we find out whether or not, whatever name that is, I'm looking at the list now, I don't know what it is. If they're taking it, I also just want to say to the clerk and to our folks on the PR team, since we are getting this money coming in and expanding broadband, we always think, oh my gosh, we've brought this wire to people, so now they'll be able to access it. We still got to pay for it. So I do want us to elevate in the same vein while we're doing our part. The Biden administration has set up this really great program. Annette Roper-Taylor, that a lot of y'all know, who works at DIT as a state digital equity officer, they're really pushing for people to apply for this funding or put an application in. I know we did it last year. I would really appreciate it if we could. If that is me doing that, y'all, I'm sorry, it's really close. I see y'all looking around. The mic is really close. I just want to elevate that $30 program as we move to expand, because I know the city is doing their part. I know the county is doing their part. And I just want to make sure people can pay for it, since we're paying for it to come here. But I, along with my colleagues, support all these collaborations. I look forward to voting for them in the affirmative, and thank everybody for working together in the sandbox.
Who's doing that? Is somebody rubbing on the mic?
Yeah, it ain't me.
It could have been me. I'm so sorry.
Yours was off. It wasn't you. It's somebody else.
Okay. All right.
The name of that is Lumos. And they, it was in September 2022. They launched, they announced an investment of $50 million to Durham and Orange counties.
Okay. Commissioner Carter?
Thanks to the city. It's always great to work together. I'm glad you wanted to partner with us, especially on these affordable housing units. If we give the $10 million and also adding in the subsidy that we're making for the 300 and 500 block that we looked at this morning, that'll be over $30 million worth of subsidy that we're putting into affordable housing. So that's quite a substantial number, especially when just 5 years ago people thought counties don't do brick and mortar for affordable housing, only services. So anyway, thanks for partnering with us on that. I'm trying to figure out how much money is in the like leftover column still. It was the 9 million. I saw that.
It's the 9 million. So
Okay.
that is the amount that's available. There are, and I will say, and what we've shared with the board is we will give updates because there may be some in the other areas that are even allocated that other dollars come through.
Right.
And then that means we don't use that dollar.
Right.
Or the spending is slower. So for an example, that number where we show, sorry.
The broadband category.
Well, the broadband is one. Sound like Dwayne?
Yeah.
So when you look at the broadband, there is $9.2 million allocated.
Right.
So that is an area potentially because of digital equity. We at one point considered subsidies for families.
Right.
That's available through federal and state options. We also considered that we would have to invest further. We made an assumption with this that we would pay for all of it. Since that assumption was made, additional funds became available from the federal and state pathways. And so what we're saying is that the board's original plan for broadband and digital equity could be refined based on those dollars from the states and feds in that space. In addition to that, there is of course, the amount that is available, the 9.3. But in addition, I will say there where we said in the top two categories, if the spending isn't at the pace it may need to be, we may come back and say, well, it looks like the spending isn't where we thought it should be, and this is an area we may need to realign, or other dollars came through. So this will be an ongoing conversation because right now our deadlines are all funds must be encumbered by December 31st, 2024. Okay. And so that is that. So it's the 9 plus potentially an amount from the broadband digital equity category. And we can come back with a potential recommendation for a number for realignment.
I think it might be like 1 million or closer to 9 million.
I'm thinking it's closer, I would say in the 5-6 million range.
Substantial amount.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, just trying to think about other, proposals we've heard from the community for how we might spend some more of the ARPA funding. And I know that this whole board is interested, thanks to the championship of Nita and Brenda, about the universal basic income, and maybe some of that would need to come from the ARPA. And then this morning, of course, we heard from Jim Zavara about the substantially low-income renters, and there's a way to sort of connect that to the universal basic income. And so just sort of wanting to make sure there's still some money left over. Plus, I thought there were some other proposals from good community partners that were transformative that would require a chunk of funding. And will there be another RFP process then for?
So this is where we need to have another policy conversation.
Okay.
So based on this discussion, it sounds like a staff recommendation for a number to potentially realign from broadband digital equity is something that the board may consider. So we will come back with that number. Then the question becomes, if there are other areas that you desire to do RFPs, and what does that look like? I would suggest that, again, we're looking at transformative space, and we're also must have an eye on what does it look like when 2026 comes around, because right now, in looking at this list, there are about $4 million of potential costs that could be recurring beyond 2026. That's almost a penny on the tax rate. And so when we present our 5-year timeline, but fiscal outlook, that will be something that we consider. We have a model, so we build. So by the time we get to, at least I will coordinate with budget that model. They haven't seen it. By the time we get to 2025, 26, we've already transitioned those items. That's it. So that has to stay in the context of whatever decisions are made with cost.
Thank you, Claudia.
I'm sorry, I heard you say something about the guaranteed income. What did you say about that?
I was just lifting up other ways of spending ARPA funding that we have discussed as possibilities, and how you and NITA were championing that.
Okay.
I was just mentioning it in that regard.
I just knew we hadn't had a conversation about that yet. I just wondered if that was something that I missed.
Heard it mentioned a lot publicly.
Yeah, we've been talking about it. There's been a lot of conversations, and I believe that we are committed to it. We just haven't had the money conversation yet.
You'll have it in May.
So we've got some substantive conversations that we've got to all
There
have.
might be a lot of competition for the little bit of money that's left, and we need to talk about it.
It's never not. What is it? What is it? Used to say, I've got more something than I got money. Something. More end of the month than money. It's something.
Well, since Commissioner Carter opened the door for what are the, if there is more, I just want to say for the record that I think the most important thing that we can spend money on is housing, everything related to housing, affordable housing, supportive housing, transitional housing, rental assistance, because that is foundational to everything else. And this money is not coming back again. So that's my priority personally.
Yeah, and I agree with Wendy. And there are some other pieces that has to go with the housing. And that they have to have money. They have to have income. People have got to be prepared to be able to be sustainable. So we're creating affordable housing, but we also have to look at how do they stay in those houses. We've got to, I think it's dual. It's not either or. You've got to have both and. All right, any other questions? I guess that's it, unless you have something else for us.
No, ma'am. We will, I'll coordinate with the manager with next steps and timing we want to move these ILAs along as quickly as possible so the good work can start. I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge Bertha Johnson, my colleague at the city. She is absolutely phenomenal. We have been in the trenches throughout this, and so I just want to thank her for all of her efforts.
And I also want to mention, you lifted up the cultural arts focus, and that's something I'm sure is going to be coming to us really soon. I'm excited about the projects and the initiatives that they're taking on. Yeah, that's a lot of work. All right, thank you. All right, let's see, what else we got here? Our next item, Commissioners, is 230173, Criminal Justice Resource Center Detention Services. And I saw Gudrun is coming forward to introduce this item.
Thank you, Monica. Thank you, Monica.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners, Madam Manager. Based on a conversation with the county manager several months ago, we thought it would be helpful for you to just receive an update on the level of services that the Criminal Justice Resource Center, soon to be renamed, is providing at the detention center. I know you hear a lot about detention, but you don't hear so much about what we do in that space. And so I have invited 3 CJRC supervisors, and they will tell you about the programs that they operate in the detention center, and will answer any questions you may have. We are determined to stick to our 30 minutes of 20 minutes for presentation and any questions you may have. This is how we laid out, and under detention we have jail mental health, STAR, and pretrial services. And we will start with Tremaine Sawyer, the STAR program supervisor.
Good afternoon.
Okay, there we go. All right, so good afternoon. My name is Tremaine Sawyer, the STAR Program Supervisor. STAR is Substance Use Treatment and Recidivism Reduction. It is a 33-year-old program. I have been a counselor for 3 years. In the last 7 years, I've been the program supervisor. My program started off with abstinence-based, and from then to now, we are gender-specific, trauma-informed, and client-centered approaches. When we started for our screening and referral, we do a different approach. So before, we only provided 2 levels of service, intensive or none. And now we provide an array of services for our substance use services. And that's with the help of WellPath and Public Health, where we increase the substance use screening tools that are being used in the facility, such as the DAS-10. So when the individual comes in, the nursing staff automatically, if they report opiate or alcohol use, they're put on a protocol, and that generates a referral to the SUD team or the MAT team. We work hands-on with the MAT team that's in there. We provide like clinical administrative supervision, assist with form development, policies and procedures as well. So from those screening tools, then it's either additional screening or go to a brief assessment where we then determine which level of severity their substance use is, with a mild, moderate, or severe. When MAT was developed, there were short-term and long-term plans. For the short-term was to those individuals that were continuing on their medication-assisted treatment to continue it in the facility. So during that time, that was our goal, is to support them in that, to rapidly either refer them back to a provider or get them linked with a provider as well. So we do weekly multidisciplinary and clinical team meetings. So during these meetings, where all of the pretty much programs and services involved collaborate with an integrated model. So we talk about what we can do, what referrals are made, what the next steps are, so that we can plan an appropriate discharge plan for the individual. What we just started newly is our STAR SBIRT, so that's screening, brief intervention, and referral to treatment. So that's based on the initial referrals that come in from medical staff. So once the individual is screened positive for a substance use, then for our substance use, that's our first interaction with the individuals while they're there. So we do know there are short-termers and those individuals that stay there longer because of the nature of the charges. So that's just an immediate intervention that we do provide for them. For those that are short-termers, we, again, try to connect them with resources prior to their release. And then if they are released, we do also try to bridge a connection with the provider on that level as well. So this is something new that we started. It's based in motivational interviewing. It is evidence-based. It's public health model for screening, brief intervention, and referral to treatment. And that's something that's ongoing for us. That's what SBIRT, yeah, those are the acronyms for SBIRT. Screening, brief intervention, and referral to treatment. Okay. And it's SAMHSA. Okay. Now the long-term plan, because STAR has always been a closed program, and again, it's gender specific, so we have men and women separate. We do it in the pods now since COVID. There are some restrictions as far as bringing individuals down to the classrooms we have. So now we provide all the services in the pods. And STAR is a closed program. So that's why one of the things that we did was evolve from that closed program to an open program so that we can meet the needs of the individuals that come in the facility. So that way we can still operate on the closed program, but also, again, meet the needs of those that come in short term. So STAR, these are our evidence-based practices that we follow and our modalities. STAR is a precursor to STAR Grad, where you see different level of skills are provided. So STAR is generally the basic psychoeducation, the disease concept of addiction, develop a RAP, which is a wellness recovery and action plan with a peer support specialist, and harm reduction. And we kind of collaborate with North Carolina Harm Reduction. They provide a class where individuals are trained in how to use naloxone. And also, prior to release, individuals are eligible to receive Narcan and naloxone based on their preference. But then it's also those that don't have an opioid use disorder. We also allow them to get Narcan kits too for those that they do know who may be using. So again, to help with the overdose prevention. Star Grad is our continuous model, so we do Think for Change and also other interventions. Working with Jess Bosquet with the DART team, she and I collaborated with developing a parenting class. Well, not developing a parenting class, but using Triple P as a partner to provide those services for our women's program. We use family resource connection for our day-to-day DASH program. So both our clients are receiving parenting classes while they're incarcerated. And that's also based on what we found using the ACEs, Average Childhood Experiences. Average participant in our program has an ACE of 4, and the most prevalent is household dysfunction. So we're using this also to a way to address the need for the trauma in the family systems. And Star Aftercare is something we recently developed since the onset of COVID. So since we can't provide as long as the services Star and Grad, we extended our services and focused on these two concepts, as anger management. And our discharge planning, that goes along with our multiple disciplinary team meetings, so where we try to meet with individuals and develop a plan. We also include attorneys, anybody that they're connected with, family members, and also try to do soft handoffs. So if we have to do a video consultation with them, so they at least get a face with the name before they actually release, that'll help bridge some of the connections. We are involved with community providers, and again, harm reduction is also, like I said, entwined in every phase of service that we provide. And this is just some of our statistics as far as our recidivism, as far as it's not arrested based on completions.
Will you go back? Yeah, the bottom chart is the not rearrested is the FY 2020, that's the cohort. That's clients that entered the START program in FY 22, and so we look a couple years out to look and see whether they have been returned to the detention center. And as you're looking at these numbers, please keep in mind, COVID is a very, very different situation inside the detention center than it is outside. So everything has changed since 2020.
Good afternoon. I'm Kelly Ignazik. I'm the a little closer. I thought it was loud. I thought you'd be able to hear me. I'm Kelly Ignazik. I'm the mental health supervisor at the jail, and I've been with the county and at the jail for 26 years, and I've been a supervisor for about 12, I think, of that time. So I just want to talk to you a little bit about what we do for jail mental health. As Tremaine was saying, WellPath does all the intakes because we do intakes 24 hours at the jail because it's a 24-hour facility. So WellPath screens all the detainees for mental health. It's a self-referred, so they ask the detainees questions and they report whether or not they have mental health. They also look for cues if an detainee says that they have mental health but don't have mental health, but they seem like they do. And also, I've been there a long time, so I scout the list for names of people that are I know could possibly have mental health that are denying that they have mental health. We see the clients for intakes within 24 hours of them coming into the facility, so they get seen pretty quickly. And the first thing we try to do is get them connected to their provider if they have a provider. We want to call their provider, get their medicine started, because it's crucial for the detainees walking in the door to get their psychiatric medicine as quickly as possible. Once the medications are verified, they go on our caseload, and then we follow them through their whole stay at the jail. And discharge planning starts the second they walk in the jail, because we never know when they're getting out. That's the most challenging part of being at the detention center. I'm sure everybody will tell you that, is trying to do discharge with people, because there's just so many variables. We just never know. We also, besides the people on our caseload, we see anybody in the jail that puts in a sick call, and we do not charge for that service. So if somebody's just having a difficult time because they're there, missed their family, first-time arrest, we see anybody that wants to be seen, but they're not on our caseload. So we just provide social work services for them. We have a psychiatrist that comes 16 hours a week, and her role is to follow up with everybody that's on psychiatric medicine to see if they have any changes, if they're stable, what they need. And then also for people that come in that don't have a provider but do need to be on psychiatric medicine. They might have been closed by their provider because they don't have insurance. You know, they've kind of got lost in the shuffle. A lot of clients got lost in the shuffle during COVID because everything went remote, and a lot of clients didn't have phones and couldn't get places. So a lot of the mental health clients that were kind of connected before kind of got lost in the shuffle. So we try to bridge that gap, get them in to see the psychiatrist, get them on meds, so when they leave the facility, they are on psychiatric meds. We provide supportive counseling. We do treatment plans with the clients. If they have a substance abuse problem, then we would refer them to the STAR program or other agencies. And everybody that leaves the jail gets a 30-day supply of their medicine free that they can pick up at Gurley's Pharmacy, because we found that we were calling in everybody's medicine and they weren't picking it up because they didn't have the money to pick it up. And that's a big barrier, doing all this work and then they don't pick up their medicine. So now that they get a 30-day supply of their medicine, about 98% of our clients pick up their medicine now. So we're really happy about that. Or we pick it up. Yeah, if we know they're getting out, we put it in their property, but sometimes we don't know. So we also have a therapeutic housing unit. It used to be called the Mental Health Pod, for those of you that have been around a little bit. We changed the name. It was established in October of 2017, and there's 24 beds in this housing unit, where a regular pod would be 48 beds, so it's half of the size. And those clients are seen every day by a clinician, and they are placed in there not by charge, but by their diagnosis. And these are clients that have usually severe and persistent mental illness, and we want to make sure that they're eating, they're taking their meds, they're taking showers, they're being taken care of, and they don't get victimized in the jail or, you know, bullied or anything like that. They just need a lot of treatment. Some of the detainees will get on medicine and be able to go into population, and then some of them are just never able to leave the THU while they're in the jail. That's the safest place for them to be, and they like being in there because they get a lot of services because they're seen every single day by a clinician. We also do groups in there, you know, anger groups. We do some substance use groups because some of the clients in there are not able to participate in the STAR program because of functioning level. We do psychosocial activities with them to get them out of their cell and kind of getting them used to being around other people and things, and they seem to really like that. And then the last slide is, the first one is showing the referrals that get referred to us at intake. And as you can see, in 2019, 35% of the detainees booked in the jail were referred to mental health. And so far in 2023, we have 52%. And last year, we had 47% of the intake. So we're seeing about half the detainees booked in the jail get referred to mental health.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is like a stunning slide.
Yeah.
I mean, if you could explain what you think is going on. I mean, I'm sorry, you being there for 26 years, God bless you. And just that's just stunning to see that number. It really is.
I think we're doing a better job of identifying people. I think some of the people were there before and we just didn't catch them. You know, I think as we advance our screening tools, I think that helps. I also think now, about maybe a year and a half ago, we started seeing people that were first arrested, their very first time in jail, where before we were not seeing that. And that got flagged as like a risk factor for people when it's their first time in jail. They wanted them to have somebody seen for mental health. So unfortunately, we're seeing a lot of first-time offenders come in, more than I'd like to see. And we also see anybody that has a violent charge. So any kind of assault or anything, we're asked to see them also because of high risks. So I think that's kind of probably many other things, but those are kind of three things I'm thinking of, perhaps. And then the last slide is our psychiatric provider. And you can see, like in 2019, she saw 1,148 people, and in 2022, she saw 1,525. So it's growing. Our psychiatrist is extremely busy. That's all that I have.
And the 2023 numbers are through February, I believe. So you can expect those numbers to continue to rise. And one additional comment to your question, Vice Chair Jacobs. I think, as you see, the overall percentage is rising, and it's very unfortunate. But because the numbers in the detention center, you see jail intakes fiscal year to date, that's the purple number. That number has significantly decreased from 2019. It's so the numbers are getting a little bit lower. I mean, getting much lower for the detention center. They're also getting a little bit lower they were getting a little bit lower for jail mental health, but it looks like if we have 1544 so far through February, we will be at least reaching our 22 numbers. So it's just a lot of them don't stay connected with providers in the community, so they keep coming back into the detention center. So we probably have a number of familiar faces that keep coming back.
So the longest that you have any kind of care, you said, is up to 8 weeks?
Jail mental health is for as long as they stay in the detention.
There, but once they are back in the public,
then we have a number of different approaches. For one, Kelly's team will work to reconnect them if they have a community provider. If they open with a mental health provider, then they will make sure they get reconnected. The provider knows they're in the detention and when they leave. We also now have, and you approved that in the last fiscal year, we have jail reentry, where we have two individuals that work very closely with Kelly's team and Tremaine's team to work with individuals that are discharged that don't have a community provider yet, where CGRC staff will meet them before they get released and then work with them after release to then get them connected. And that is developing. And then we have mental health court and mental health court expansion, which is increasing and expanding this year to serve more individuals. And we also work very closely with the HEART program, the city's HEART program, where if they see someone, and we're trying to develop more venues to more opportunities to work together, where if they come across someone in the community who clearly has unmet mental health needs, that we want to be the bridge. We cannot be long-term providers as our agency because we don't bill Medicaid or insurance or anything. But our goal is to connect them with a community provider as soon as possible. But in the meantime, we will provide the bridge, and we also help them get the meds and housing and all that.
I guess where I'm heading to is, if they are not connected to you, once they are back in the public, what's available for them to get to be healthy and whole and to be able to get a job?
You have the sequential intercept map with a number of providers in the community. We have, Alliance Fund has contracts with a number of providers. I think that the hard part is the people that come after detention to make that bridge, to make that connection.
Yeah.
And now with Medicaid expansion, we are very hopeful that more individuals that are leaving the detention will be able to get services, and we need to make sure we get them connected to and signed up with Medicaid.
Yeah, but that's the gap that I see there is, once they're back in, individuals are back in the public, being able to connect them with the service, and also at the same time for them to be able to have job training to be able to get a job, because ultimately that's what we want, is them to be able to be employed and be self-sustaining. And if they are not healthy, that makes it a little bit difficult for them to get a job.
And just to add to what Chair Howerton just said, there is a proposal coming out of the Stepping Up initiative to address the gap that you just mentioned. What we don't have in Durham County is a forensic fact team.
Yeah.
And so that there is a proposal that will be submitted to the county manager, because that is one thing that we are lacking.
We're needing that. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Christy Long. I am also with the Criminal Justice Resource Center with Pretrial Services. I've been with CJRC since 2008. I've been the supervisor of pretrial services since 2011. Our process with CJRC and helping the detainees in custody is by providing the judges with criminal history information so that they have something in addition to the allegations before them. We also attempt to meet with the individuals before first appearance to provide information about community ties, community support, and any other family obligations. We also check the criminal histories in North Carolina and out of state, so the courts are aware of any matters that they have outstanding so that they can make appropriate decision about bond. We also prepare a pretrial public safety assessment, which is based on their criminal history. It will also indicate whether or not they have a high probability of a new violent criminal activity while they're awaiting trial, as well as indicate a level of supervision in the event the court deems that pretrial supervision is appropriate as a condition of bond. If an individual is not released with an unsecured bond at first appearance and their bond remains $10,000 or less, I do review the jail list every 2 weeks, and I meet with the teams to determine whether or not they are appropriate to be addressed by the DA's office and the public defender's office and the Durham Bar to see if they will revisit their bond and possibly have them released either on an unsecured bond or on supervision. If someone is not released with a low bond, they can be referred by their attorney at a later date for supervision purposes, or at least for us to provide a summary of information for them to make a decision about bond at that time. If someone's released onto pretrial supervision, we will supervise them based on what the court approves, which can include telephone contacts, in-office supervision, as well as electronic monitoring. Our PSA will recommend a level of supervision, but it's ultimately up to the judge to decide what is appropriate. And our electronic monitoring is GPS only, EM with a curfew, house arrest with permission to work, or electronic house arrest with no restrictions aside, with all restrictions except for court-related appointments and medical appointments. The court makes that determination about the appropriateness for the use of that tool. In addition to the electronic monitoring, we do have a victim buddy device that we can use if the court wants an individual to be monitored with a companion device, and that device is given to the victim so that if the defendant or person is within so many feet of them, that person can be notified, and so can we. And that way we can kind of get an idea of whether or not this is just a drive-through situation or if this is a frequent pattern. So if we need to notify the court, we can. Pretrial Services has been in operation since 2005. This is just a snapshot of information for the last 5 years. We also had quite a few changes that happened during COVID. Before COVID, we were seeing about 2,058 people. That was the number of assessments that we prepared. The number went down quite a bit in 2020 because of COVID. Of course, local law enforcement and the DA's office, I guess they worked together to make sure that the number of people that were brought into custody were reduced. So the more violent offenses were brought in, the other individuals were given citations. Also, in the second graph, you'll see that we calculate the number of jail bed days that are saved based on the services that we provide. The operating cost for the jail in 2020 was reevaluated from $98.73 to $199.50 in fiscal year 2021. So there's a quite jump between fiscal year 2020 and 2021, despite the number of individuals in the jail having reduced. We've maintained the number of detainees in custody right now around mid-300s. So we've had a few days that they've gone right around 400, but they have not surpassed that and remained there since prior to COVID.
And one more point about the PSA that Christy mentioned, that is an assessment tool that is used across this country. We received some funding from MacArthur, from the MacArthur Foundation back in 1819 to work through the implementation steps for this assessment. It's supposed to be the most unbiased as possible way to determine someone's need to be in detention or not. And so we worked with our court partners through this process. And that concludes our presentation. We stuck to our 30 minutes, Madam Chair. And I'm sorry. I hope if there are any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Commissioner Lum?
Thank you so much to your whole team for all the work that you all do. I had a question. When I attended the ABC last board meeting that was at CJRC and we did a tour of the facilities, something that came up was around, I think it was 10 years ago, there used to be family drug treatment court, but there was, due to a loss of like funding, that program had to be cut. And you don't have to answer this now, but if that can just be shared of like data that was available of how successful was family drug treatment court, the impacts it had, the benefits on the children in households who had to go through that process, and also how much was that cost that got lost in funding?
So before in 2010, 2012, the state defunded all the drug treatment courts. And in Durham, all the drug treatment courts were state programs. So we were not involved with the family drug treatment court. So we don't have any information, any data. Our involvement was always only with the adult drug treatment court. And when that was defunded, we basically took over the coordination of that court. But we had nothing to do with the youth treatment court or the family drug treatment court.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. And then my second was just a quick point. I saw an article recently that, as we're talking about, other sources of revenue, that Mackenzie Scott actually just opened up another round of $250 million that she is trying to give out to organizations, nonprofits that are doing work within communities in different ways. And so she's doing like an open call for applications for that. I think some of these programs could be really beneficial.
If anyone has the information, please
I'll
send it.
you the article.
Thank you.
The link.
Because we jump on proposals and grants.
We are good. We are good at writing grants.
Yes. Any other questions? Commissioner Burns?
And to piggyback off Annetta, Commissioner Lom, she's not doing anything under $1 million. So she's made it very clear that her $250 million is for 250 programs. So it's not like you apply, it's $500,000, it's $1 million. She wants to give everybody $1 million. So I did see that. It would be cool. This was supposed to be done during commissioner comments, but I didn't know if Gudrun was going to run screaming for the hills after we asked a bunch of questions. So for anybody who, doesn't just know about the great work that Gudrun does here, she's also doing some good work on the national stage. So if no one has seen it, Counties Building Safe and Healthy Communities actually featured the work of CJRC. Here's a copy over here for all the commissioners, and it even has quotes from Gudrun, and it outlines some of the really great stuff their staff is doing. So these are 12 impact stories. So out of the 3,000 and some plus counties, they picked 12, and Durham was one of them, and Gudrun was highlighted. Again, this is not mine. This is Commissioner Jacobs. She wanted to pass it out for commissioner comments, but I thought I should highlight it while you were here with your wonderful staff and your noteworthy work. This is also available online.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. Appreciate it.
All right. Other questions? Commissioner Carter?
Not necessarily a question, although something might pop in my mind, but I feel like today has been interesting and very positive in the fact that we've heard from, I think, 3 different departments, and the people doing the work, on the boots on the ground, people came and presented to us, and I found that so informative in just very real ways. I've read brochures like that on CJRC a lot, and they're very impressive. There always are evaluations, and there's good data, but it's really nice to hear from the people doing the work in our detention center with those who are detained, being sure they're screened, being sure they're connected to services. Changing your program over the years. You said STAR used to be an abstinence-only program. Boy, it's anything but that now, and you've got the different levels of it. The fact that you're checking the bonds, the people who are in the detention center and haven't been released on bonds, and seeing if we can, make some progress on getting them out of the jail, that's fantastic too. It's really great to hear. And of course, the mental health services in the jail, 50% of those who are detained need those services, and thank goodness we're doing a better job of identifying them and connecting them to the services. That'll help reduce our jail population in the long run, right? And it saves money. And we look forward to additional programming, hearing from the Justice Resource Center about what more, we can do as a county to decrease the familiar faces in our detention system, in our housing system, in our medical system, be sure people are getting the treatment that they need and they leave the detention center connected to services. Thank you very much. Really important work, and it was great hearing about it from you firsthand today.
Just one final question. You may not know right now, you can get back with me later. Of that number, was it 50-some individuals with mental health? How many of those individuals are reoccurring that they've come back? It would be interesting to know how many have been,
Have been there before?
Yeah, been out, and then they come back primarily because of the mental health illness.
The second part is probably more of a guessing, but we absolutely have the data on how many people have been there before.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your report. Okay. So our next item, Commissioners, is 230225, Budget Ordinance Amendment number, am I reading the right one? Yes, I am. Okay, 23 BCC 00083, corporate extension to appropriate $28,258,057 of general fund balance for a contract with Farmer Food Share to provide funding for Durham County Double Bucks program. The board is requested to suspend the rules and vote to approve budget ordinance amendment as stated, corporate extension to appropriate the $28,258,057 of general fund balance for a contract with Farmer Food Share Farmer Food Share to provide funding for Durham County Double Bucks program. And Mary Oxendine is here, our County Fund Security Coordinator is here for any questions that you may have. Okay, and yes, all right.
My apologies. When we had a conversation with the board back in February on ways that we address food security issues as it related to the decrease in funding from the feds. As you may recall, there was a number close to $3.2 million a month that was available for families for the last 2 years. and that no longer is there. And so there were two proposals that were made. There were three different categorical proposals made, and the board supported those efforts. We were asked to go back to determine how to support that. The recommendation that we're bringing forth will use some dollars from local dollars, and we will also use some from ARPA funding. The amount that we're proposing from ARPA funding was also included in the number that I talked with you about earlier today. And so the remaining amount is from local funding. Is because of the ARPA rules. We need to do an RFP. So we're asking that the board supports the use of fund balance for this expense. The team will come back to share which entities were awarded the RFP at a later time, but this will help us to move forward with that process.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I was just going to add that I'm so appreciative of Deputy County Manager Hager's support on all this and all of your support in bringing these proposals together and making sure that we get some support out into the community sooner than later. So I just wanted to highlight for this particular one that we're talking about right now, the $28,000 is for Farmer Food Share to support the Double Bucks program, which we've talked about a few times here, and just making sure that we have enough funding for incentives for the next couple months before we're able to have an RFP to continue funding until December 31st, 2025.
I think I got excited and said $28 million. Is that what I said?
I don't remember, but it's 28,000.
I did.
Yeah.
I take that back.
Yeah.
28,000, okay.
Yeah, and I just wanted to mention that we do, Kelly Warnock is here from our DINE team at Public Health that actually works directly with this program normally. So this is very much a collaborative effort across our departments and across efforts for the county and for the people of Durham County.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from this board? Commissioner Burns?
No, if there were none, I was going to make the motion.
Okay. If there are no question, we can make a motion. I'll make a motion to suspend the rules.
Well, I was just going to say, first of all, may I? I was going to ask a question, but I was just waiting for Naima Sheena to ask hers.
Go for it.
Because I like to have more time to formulate my question, usually, is why I'm always trying to go last. Now y'all got me off track. Anyway, I just really wanted to lift up the Double Bucks program. I feel like it's one of our signature programs, in a sense, here in Durham. At some point, it'd be really, and maybe it's included in this information, which I did read, but I'll go back and read it again if it's in here. But I was just, it'd be interesting to know, per farmer's market, how much money is spent in the Double Bucks program, and how many people are spending it. Just how many are benefiting from that. And it's also a benefit for our farmers. It increases the market, the demand for fresh vegetables and fruits. And so it's a double whammy benefit, our funding it.
I think somebody just going to answer your question, Heidi.
Hey, Kelly.
Our public health department actually does all the evaluation for Double Bucks, so Kelly is very much more familiar with that.
Yeah, and I'll give a shout out to Nasim, who's probably online somewhere, but she's one of our DINE team members who does the evaluation along with Megan. But so the farmers markets all track on an Excel spreadsheet that we have access to, so we can get that information for you. Of course, it's seasonal, right? So right now, not many people are going to the markets, but they do have regular customers, and then in the summers, it really increases. But we can definitely get you that information.
It'll be fascinating to see. Thanks. Good tracking.
Okay, any other questions or statements? Hearing none, I will ask the board I will entertain a motion to suspend the rules.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly second to suspend the rules. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 4-0. Now I will entertain a motion for approval.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that this board contract with Farmer Food Share to provide funding for Durham County Double Bucks program in the amount of $28,257.57.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second to approve this item. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. And then we have another item, 230227, Budget Ordinance Amendment Number 23BC 00080, Corporate Extension to appropriate $503,795.56 of general fund balance and approve contract with Interfaith Food Shuttle to provide food to persons seeking food assistance in Durham County.
The speech that I shared earlier applies to this as well.
Applied to that one as well.
Yes, so we just asked the board to support the item and suspend the rules.
Okay, so I need a motion to suspend the rules if there are no questions from the board.
Madam Chair, so moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 4-0. Now I need a motion to approve the item.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to appropriate $503,795.56 of general fund balance and approve a contract with the Interfaith Food Shuttle to provide food to persons seeking food assistance in Durham County.
Okay. Need a second?
Second. It really does feel like we're whittling down our fund balance, general fund balance.
I promise you, we will still be in a solid position.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank
Motion
you.
passes 4-0.
Thank you for your
so much.
efforts, Ms. Oxendine, and your leadership.
Thank you.
Donna.
Great work. Thank you. All right. 230251 was pulled from our agenda. Now we're down to, are any commissioner comments or questions that they would like to entertain today? Seeing none, that ends our items today. Is there anything else that needs to be brought before the board by this board before we go into closed session?
I have a
Commissioner?
question. And I apologize if we have done this and if I just am blanking. I would love, Manager Sowell, we have so many new team members on your team. If like at a future meeting, can we just have a moment to introduce your new team members to everyone of who's going to be working in the executive office?
And the manager will do that.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. We let her drive that one. Okay. All right, so now we have, the board is requested to adjourn into closed session to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, condition of appointments, or condition of initial employment of an individual public officer or employee of prospective public officer or employee, or to hear or investigate a complaint, charge, or grievance by or against an individual public officer or employee pursuant to GS 1-143-318.11A6. Get a motion to move into closed session.
Second.
Okay, we are in closed session.
Do we have to have a vote? We have to vote. Aye.
Aye.
All right.
This is the work of someone with ADHD. It says Carter's Point. You're referenced on here. Carter's Point.
Woo.
She said, let's go. Oh, I forgot, I still work here. Yeah, you do. Yeah, come on. Let me know what you're. No, both of y'all, so we can share stuff. Yeah, we all in. Yeah. And we got 10 vouchers for being a but I can. Oh, okay. Next one. Since they. And eight. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Thank you, sir. What is this?
Was this here the whole time? It's a charger for that. Yeah, yeah.
Commissioners, we went into closed session to appoint, we will be appointing Teresa Hairston effective today as the interim tax administrator, and I need a motion for approval.
Move approval and couple it with a large thank you.
Okay, did I get a second? I got a second. All in favor? Motion is approved, 4-0. Okay. Any other business before the county? Hearing none, I will ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved 4-0. We are adjourned. What is this?
It's a charger. It's new. It's new. It's okay. Charger for the mic. When you use them for 7 hours, you have to